iconic enders of all time.
This is a fun one.
Yeah.
So sick.
These are like
gonna be a good one.
game-changing events that happen.
And forgive us again. We will leave out some stuff that probably should be on the list.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Because there's just so many great parts that end with gnarly tricks.
And again, we're going to return to the chat. I'm sure they'll have some too. And speaking of chat, Kula just donated $69. He says, "Can we get on to the happy enders?"
Look at you.
Damn, Kula, can you start
Well
doing
played.
our clickbait titles? That was too
That was
good.
great.
What are the best happy enders of all
Oh
time?
my god, 1 million views right there.
Right there.
I'm gonna start hitting. I'm gonna start hitting Kula up, man, and do our little titles.
Yo,
Yeah, I'll get back to you in 5 minutes.
It's just us smiling. It's
So
like, that's the
good.
best happy enders.
Charlie's gonna have fun with that one.
oh man.
Let's see. Does anybody want to start it off with one of their favorite?
I'll start it off because I know people have forgotten about it.
Go ahead.
Shane O'Neill. Was it Chronicles? Levels.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Ledge trick?
Mm-hmm. Just let it ride.
Yeah.
I don't even want to
You
say
didn't need to
it.
explain
I don't
it.
want to
Yeah.
say
I
what
thought
it
about
is.
that too.
What? What are we talking about?
Absolutely perfect.
Switch tray knows one figgy.
What are we talking about?
Kick flip out, yeah. Yeah,
I mean, that's pretty gnarly.
And to land bolts like that,
Bolts.
just Captain Casual.
Yeah, that was super nice.
Dude, his board. He did
Matching
the
the shirt
Felix
with the
Arguelles.
Felix.
Oh, he
Dude.
knew what he was doing. This is when he was a free agent too. So it was just
Oh, this is when he was about to start
not
April.
start April.
Wow.
Switch tray flip knows
Goodness.
one
Hold on, I
figgy.
gotta get
Yeah,
this.
board matching the shirt and
Doing
hat.
that
Like, look
on a ledge too, like the flat bar. Even that trick doesn't make any sense. The flat bar makes more sense for that, but a ledge.
It's got like a little down to it. You know what he's doing.
Yeah.
absolutely perfect, bro.
I always think it's funny when you do a trick like this, and that ledge is, I think, in Las Vegas. So like, it's funny that he had to go to Vegas
Amazing.
to
To
do
do
that
this little
trick
ledge.
on that ledge.
Spanish Mike filmed that.
Yep.
I think I remember him talking about that.
I wanted to know how long it took him to do that. He ain't even sweating. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't look like it. He might be. It doesn't look like it.
Yeah.
You know, Shane's he's a machine. It probably didn't take him long. Once he figured it out, it probably didn't take him long.
It's a good one, Steezus.
Yeah.
It's a good one.
definitely.
That might be probably the techiest ledge trick I could ever think of.
All
That-
day.
That has been done.
All day.
I don't know any other tricks that have that. I mean, what could you fake? Big flip out or something? Like, you know?
Yeah.
He probably's done that. Hasn't he done that now?
Dude,
Probably.
he made this Instagram post of skating that bench, the green bench in his park, and he just in the middle of it just switch favorite nose one. I'm like, yo, that is probably the hardest trick ever to do.
He could have just put that.
That's it. Switch straight
Yeah.
from nose one, a ledge.
Right.
Come on, dude.
Remember when he was doing, was it tray flip nose grind on his mini ramp and like balance
Oh my
holding and popping them back
Yeah.
in and stuff?
Yeah.
Did he do a switch too?
I think he did his
He
switch.
did.
Yeah.
He did do
Yeah.
a switch.
Yeah.
Dang.
Well, it's funny. There's people like P-Rod, him. They're Costin. They're always gonna have some like last trick that's like game changing. Totally. You know what I mean? Costin. I like to bring up Costin.
Well, let's go down in a little chronological order here,
Oh, okay.
because also, you know, with Costin,
Yeah.
with his name being brought up, we got the this is oh my gosh, I'm getting ahead of myself here.
So
This is go ahead.
I chose this because of the time. Okay, now Eric in 1992, borderline 93. No, this is 91, 92. Dude, he did this down the Embarco like 7. Like, this is
Right.
crazy.
Just different.
Different, you know.
Yeah.
So I chose this based on just the time. You know, obviously
Yeah.
it's not the end all be all for like an ender.
No, but
what's going on
but
nowadays?
but I mean,
Game changers.
Game
This is
changers.
it's 100%.
Yeah.
Falling down 1991. I mean, nobody was switch tray flipping down
No.
a set of stairs. No less a Embarcadero,
No.
iconic. Like, it's crazy.
No,
That
it's-
was like one of the biggest spots you could skate back then, kind of.
Straight
right?
up.
Because they
And-
weren't getting that gnarly back then.
no one ever did that prior to Eric doing that. Period. So it was a big game changer for me to see this go down at that time.
So crazy.
I'm sure for a lot of other people as well.
It was funny how he did it too. It like left his feet completely, but he did it perfect.
Totally.
You know, like kind of just floated.
That's
Like-
not how he would do it traditionally these days. Like, you know what I'm saying? Even like in his heyday, he wouldn't do it like
Well,
that. But
Yeah.
regardless.
People nowadays would like pop it and catch it
Oh,
real
yeah.
quick
Yes.
and then bring it down.
Totally.
He
This is like harder.
yeah,
than
that is
doing
way harder, dude.
Oh,
They
Joe T,
fling
what up, bro?
perfectly.
The legend.
It was a fling, a switch
The
360
legend
fling, and he landed it.
Just
and it worked.
perfect.
It's like
Already with
Trumbo.
more
Yeah.
points than me,
Right
It's like
away.
perfect.
or maybe not more
So
points
like
than me,
a lot
but
of Eric Costin's
already
enders
already
came
has
from, like, a video
17,
where you're like, you know, that
and
video
the
came out
53.
everybody's
Congrats, bro. That's sick.
Like, did you see the video?
It took
dude?
me
He
like
switched
a
straight
year and a
down
half to get
to
17.
MB7, and then like, you know, when the chocolate tour video came out.
Well, you went chronological, you said?
Oh, do you want to go? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry. We got
Yeah,
yeah,
okay.
right.
What up, bro?
Yeah.
Alright.
Definitely not yet,
We
right?
got you. Oh wait, which one was it?
Mouse.
Oh, I'm sorry. You got the mouse in here too.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, dude.
I put the mouse in there.
I'm not gonna lie. Like, I wasn't bitter,
Hell, he would've
but I was
said
like,
had
damn,
it.
he got it fast.
But still, you know, it's like, damn, these are numbered all weird. Sorry. Yes.
Dude, this shit was psycho.
It was like, I remember seeing this. And I
That
feel-
one right
Hey, man,
there.
congrats, man.
I mean,
Blow
that's
through it,
Thunder,
dude.
right? Like,
Yeah.
dude.
I just love like
Blow
this
fucking
era,
through it.
especially Guys
The
part. If they ended
floodgates
on
are
these
open
tricks.
now.
Yeah.
But like this is even right after this, no one was really doing these tricks after that. Like it would,
Switch flips front crook.
yeah, like
Popped it out.
yeah, and like I just remember learning Switch. Like
That
what's-
one,
well,
dude.
I learned what Switch was like right at this time basically, and I was like, whoa. This dude doing switch
Sorry.
flip back nose grind.
Sorry
I'm like
about that.
trying to kick flip and like you're just relating to what he's doing.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
he's
exactly.
Doing it so good. I wanted
Exactly.
I wanted to dress like this dude.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. Switch
Plus your
flip.
skill.
I was always hyped on York being like all hyped after. Like,
Yeah.
But this kind of was like, whoa.
That was a day.
This was a 3 trick.
Yeah.
Where you're like, whoa, dude. Like he just closed out this video with 3 curb tricks that are
Yeah.
like NBDs that are
Yeah.
just
Straight up.
mind blowing for that time.
Mind blowing.
You know what's actually? I didn't realize
Alright.
that till right now. Is that this is all looks like the same day.
It's
Yeah.
for sure
Yeah.
the same day.
1000%.
With the same sweat in his shirt. Yeah. Long
He was
Beach
on
legends,
fire.
bro.
Right here, he was on fire. Like real talk. Towards the end of this video, it was just like anything and everything that he was going out to do, he was accomplishing.
Yeah. Oh, you were. It's I always trip that you were around for all this stuff, man.
I didn't go to a lot of these sessions, but I'm just saying, like, just seeing the footage and like how it was all coming together. I'm like,
Time
dude,
for
he's on
23,
this shit.
buddy.
You know what I'm saying? Eric is back
Time
there.
for Bunker 1
love
SA23. We got to do it. We got to do it
still trips
tonight.
me out too. To this
We gotta
day,
do it.
He doesn't have last part in that video because like that's how crazy Guy's part was. But this part is insane.
Right.
We're like, I remember watching his part end. I was like, wait, there's who's next?
Yeah.
And
That
then like,
video was the video
yeah,
of all time.
I agree with you on that one. Then you got this. Not only no
Ollie
slide,
heel flip nose slide down the
Arcos.
Arco rails in downtown LA.
With the 4-star
and
sticker,
this-
that's
this-
like the whole shit.
And this was in Chocolate Tour, and like this
Thanks, buddy.
was nuts when this came out.
But we actually kind of talk about this clip a lot, but like not all the time. But we always mention like this was the one trick that spread.
iconic.
That spread through the industry. Like the next day, I heard it in Orange County.
Yep.
Like, yo, Eric Costin, all he no slide.
Why?
Rail. What?
Come on.
I couldn't believe it. I actually did not believe it at first until I saw it.
Why?
That was pushing it right there, pushing the limits
Oh,
on
dude.
what you can do with the skateboard. You know what I mean? Like nollie heel no slide at that time was
On a
definitely-
handrail.
On a handrail was not.
A handrail of that size as well.
Yeah.
What is that? 9 stair? What is that?
It's an 8 stair.
8 stair?
Yeah.
Regardless, amazing.
I mean, yeah, he's technically the first one to put it out in the video. Changed the game. I mean, I learned that trick because of this. I was like, that's what you got to do. That's the best trick. Like, I want to learn that. It took me a long time. And he's got the ill fit on too. He's got the 4-star denim on right there. Awesome ones.
I was with him this entire last week.
Oh wow,
Yeah, we were kicking it.
that's
I
tight.
haven't kicked it with that dude in a minute.
Then this, like,
Trey flip nose bone.
Tray flip nose blind.
talk about last minute.
Bro.
Yeah, he really did go the night before the premiere, right?
Mm-hmm.
And did this.
And another iconic, like just what? Guy
You
Costin's
remember
always
we were
coming through.
there at this fucking
It's
thing.
crazy.
It was crazy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like when these tricks come up and you're in a theater and the it's like they just won the Super Bowl. Like the
Yeah.
crowd explodes. Like
Tripping.
what did I just see? That was insane. He tray flip nose blunt slid a rail.
I don't know what it was about this one because it was just like the slow motion. You're like, wait, like what is happening? It's like,
Oh wow, you get respect from
he's, like,
Vegeta.
going in
That's,
the nose blunt.
that's
You're
a
like,
rare
what
one,
is
dude.
What is happening?
Vegeta
Again,
rarely
like,
gives respect.
Like, all these parts, he's setting the standard.
Yeah.
Everyone's talking about these are the tricks. This is the hardest trick ever done right now.
Yeah.
And it's funny to think about earlier. Switch tray flip nose blunt kick flip out. That's how long.
Right.
It's crazy to see. Like
Right.
he was like the first one.
He
to
was
really,
the first one.
He meant to do the trick, but to do it on like an actual handrail.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
was.
Whew. Yeah, Costin's always been pushing it
Always.
forward, man.
Always.
Like just changing the game as he goes, you know.
And like even looking back to, I don't think we pulled it, but the back nose blunt at
Hubba.
that.
I gotta turn down the podcast. My mic is so low. I'm such a soft-spoken person.
No, at Bricktown.
Oh yeah. That
It's
like, just the
impossible
way
to understand what I'm saying. I like whisper into the mic.
Yeah.
But-
All on it. Like
Yeah,
super. Like
he was
Funny AI.
blunted.
there you go.
Well, if we don't, I mean, another back nose blunt. I mean, Greco from the Baker 2G.
Yo, this
Not only that's a back lip and the back blunt.
yes.
back nose blunt.
Back
yeah.
nose blunt.
But this I want to say this is the first after Black Hammer. Like when it started, that term started.
Yeah, I think it's when it kind of sparked it.
Yeah, this is when all the hammers talk.
Yeah.
This pitch drunk started getting big
After black.
after Black Hammers. And because it was funny, like these tricks are in the part, but then they faded to black and then showed them after. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, to highlight, I'm like, dude, these were gnarly.
These are gnarly.
Yeah.
Perfect.
God, I will always think of Andrew Reynolds and Jim Greco with those set of stairs.
Oh,
yeah.
The
Yes.
Wilshire.
And that
Synthetic.
song, Gloria
Oh
song.
yeah. G-L-O-R-I-A.
Yeah, that was pretty. You might get copyright. You gotta chill.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
G-L-O-R-I-A.
Sound like Dubs, dude.
So good, right?
No, that's iconic. When that came out, I was
Mm-hmm.
skateboarding changed at that moment. Not necessarily for that trick with that video.
Yeah.
Like,
There you go. There you go. Ooh, Greco doing it, man. Anybody else? What do we got? Oh, should we show? Hey, listen. What about this one? Jerry Sue. That sucked.
Oh,
Going
I gotta
heel.
put the sound.
I love the way he rolled away from that. But that story that Kyle Camarillo told.
Oh,
was like
fucking.
Last day, last
Yeah.
second, last everything.
And just how they filmed it and pan down. to
He
the thing.
he almost forgot to pan down.
Yeah.
because
He
he
was
was
so
just so
stoked.
hyped. Yeah.
they made the sign just for that. Imagine what the video would have been like. Video would have been a little different if it didn't land there.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that's probably the most iconic clip from that video. That's.
Did they have another
Imagine-
clip that they were going to end on just in case?
I'm trying to
I don't remember.
I
the
forget.
last.
I don't remember.
I'm trying to remember what the trick was before this.
Minus
I'm
35.
spacing.
I remember seeing the tries and it like he was out, dude. He was not doing that shit,
Nah, and then he just did it.
and then he did it.
Just look at this, dude.
That stair's huge, dude.
He held on for dear life too, when he landed that shit, bro.
Yeah. Straight up.
Imagine the relief after that, dude.
Dude,
It- to
just
me-
hang on right there. Ugh.
To me, also, like this ain't. It's like the perfect nollie back heel.
Oh
way-
yeah,
the way it
Yeah.
rotates.
The way that
perfect.
it rotates, the
Yeah.
way, just the
That back foot right there.
back foot, the kick out, the
No.
plane of the board. and the-
perfect.
oh my God,
Trajectory,
it was
everything was
perfect.
so perfect.
Dude,
Jerry
Sue.
Jerry Sue. Man.
This dude,
That part is incredible.
he's
Yeah.
like,
Big shout
He's the best.
We should have talked. We should have mentioned him on the greatest parts. Of all
True,
time.
true.
Yeah.
You leave, we name 10, we leave 10 off.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
what can we do? You know.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Let's do another one. Oh, this was a good one. Steezus, I picked the same one. Mike Mo. Pretty
out. Hell
sweet.
yeah, Mo.
First time ever seeing this. I think it was which
I
one.
mean,
Yeah.
come on,
You
man.
know,
I have it such a
Fine.
clickbait title. Like I don't want to play.
I've never seen anyone do that.
Yeah,
that
that was the
point.
first time.
For sure.
I literally just wanted to set
I
up
love
and
when
smoke weed.
Things ended lines. Like a
Oh,
part ends in
yeah.
a line. Like that's very rare. I was tripped because like The way it looks like he totally his toes like grab the edge. Of the
Yes.
board.
You see how they hang
Yeah,
over right there?
like he's like his toes pinch on it. So I'm like, dude.
Dude,
He's flipping perfect with that shit.
perfect.
Why?
I always thought it was funny how Robert yielded the same run. Like, you see that? Like, I was like, dude, that's like,
Look at that.
Yeah.
that's such a hard trick. I've only seen those two dudes do that.
No, Costin does that.
He just nollie back heel, switch front curl.
Oh, I'm sorry. The curl of the toe. For
Yeah, he does that too. You're right.
He does it too.
You're right.
I started to do that because of Costin as well.
Oh, wow.
It's funny too because it was at the same school. Robert Neal did it at that school.
Yep.
It's on different levels.
Yeah. I think we asked him. I don't think
He didn't know.
He didn't know.
He didn't know.
Yeah.
Look at that curl.
The curl of the toe.
I swear that's a Costin thing.
I mean, you couldn't do that with like old shoes, like the Huffs,
Yeah.
or
Oh
like
my
the,
God.
you know, the bigger. Hey, if you're curling those toes, you got some powerful toes. Man.
Yeah.
No, but with Mo, like he be skating his shoes like for a minute.
Yeah.
So like it's already getting to the point where like that's happening.
And his DC shoe was a pretty thin cup sole shoe too. Like him and
Yeah.
Mikey had really thin shoes.
Could you imagine cupping your toe, curling your toe on a D3, on a D3?
You can't do that.
You can't do that.
Strong toes.
Even if you are, it doesn't look like you are.
Yes, yeah, it ain't gonna show that.
You got some talons, man.
Bro, you check your toes.
You can bend that whole sole with your toes.
Bye, home, yo.
My toes out lately.
I don't know. The stick sucks.
Is it Rigney?
Rigney.
Don't sleep.
I think a lot of people forget about this trick.
The stick is a lot worse
The courthouse station, ollie heel, nose
compared to the
And this is like
Nintendo
I couldn't
Switch
pinpoint the year.
N64
I mean,
controller. Oh my god,
I was about to say it definitely.
that stick's
early 2000s.
amazing.
Probably the year 2000.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So
It's just so archaic.
shout out Casey Rigney, bro. Some people just don't get their flowers and
Right.
I feel like Alexander. I feel like fucking.
gnarly.
What's
Look
his
So
name?
far, but four.
King
Look how far
Arthur?
before.
Yeah, but look how high he popped.
Removing the stone from the or the sword from the stone.
That shit is.
I don't know. That's what it feels like playing on the stick.
And then up. Look at
Look
that.
how high.
Just so
Yeah, you could've gone
archaic.
more, right?
I feel like fucking Archer against like
Fuck, dude.
drones
I was
and
skating a lot back then.
machine guns.
Because they're obviously a lot. Like,
I don't know. I don't know
remember
what to
that
say. It's
happening? All of us that were skating it, we're like,
The stick
"Whoa,
is-
that's way gnarly."
Yeah, like slow down.
you get
dude.
if you can
You ain't gotta do
maximize use of the dual axis, it's good. But
Like, that was like,
I probably have
nollie-
turned down this
nollie into
podcast,
that was
too.
like, whoa, that's
very loud podcast.
Brad Hayes, Fakey Ollie, Fakey Manny,
Yeah.
you know, Fakey Trey. Like, dude, and Casey comes along and does a nollie, and we're like, dude,
way.
Yeah, I guess so. My setup is more familiar
And that's
on
that's
this
the
level
spot,
for
too.
N64
It
for
doesn't get
sure.
small over time.
Yeah.
You know, like certain spots,
Gets
like
bigger for
yeah,
sure.
Yeah, it's definitely tall.
shout out Casey Rigney. Man.
Look at that,
I
you
think
see
when
that?
the courthouse has talked about, this trick gets.
That's
not
the
talked
cam I
about,
need.
And I think this trick is up. What do you mean? we talk. We talk about tricks all the time, Raj.
Your tricks.
As yes,
As we should.
as we should. As we should.
It's the nightclub with Chris Roberts.
Mark Johnson gave me that
Yeah.
iPad, man. Come on, bro.
Here's NJ school drops
You
It
already
is.
know this had to be in
Heath Kirchhoff,
This was-
stay gold.
here. I mean, you can
On
forget
the-
about this shit, but
on
don't
the Mega.
sleep. Do not sleep.
That's actually like it was
That's
funny
a,
when that happened.
that's a
You're like,
street skateboarder.
Yeah, big time.
That was like his sign off too, right? Like he
Yeah, like I'm
retired
like,
after this.
I'm gonna see you guys later.
I mean,
Ain't nobody else doing this.
but even back then, if you would have told me like before, like, hey, Heath Kirchhoff's gonna go do the Mega, I'd been like, yeah, for sure, Heath Kirchhoff could do that.
He's with a broken shoulder or whatever happened to him in that moment. Like he just trooped through this, and I mean, you get this. It's just unbelievable.
What did he slam before?
Mm-hmm. And it didn't feel right. So something was wrong with it. But he just like we're here and we finish up. And he did it.
Come on, game. Like, come on. Like, come on, man.
I actually figured that one. That's
Whatever.
east or not, west. Sorry, it is. I couldn't imagine even trying.
No, that's Bob.
Oh, it's Bob. Sorry,
Yeah.
never mind.
The one with the Hatchet.
Yeah, yeah.
I've seen
That one actually looks. Actually, that one looks bigger.
Yeah.
It is Bob. Right.
any street skateboarder attempting to try to do this, and don't get me wrong, like he's definitely well versed in skating transition, so it's like
He is.
but regardless, to go attempt to do this and pull it, it's one thing to try it, but then you bro.
Yeah. Shout out Heath Kerchard, man.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Legend.
He one of the gnarliest. Yeah, he pushing the game right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
With every video part too.
Yes.
Blown away by Heath Kerchard.
Certain people have standards, and he has a standard that's very high and hard to for. I'm not saying other skateboarders to reach that. That's not what I'm saying, but he's definitely a talented skateboarder that really pushed the threshold of like what you can actually do.
He pushed himself.
That's what I was gonna say. Even for himself, he's pushing that shit.
Because I always trip out seeing like the footage of him freaking out and stuff like that. Like the stuff he goes through. Like you have to kind of. If you're gonna try gnarly stuff, you don't just easily try that.
Dude,
He's
you
putting
gotta
his
be
life on the line.
minuscule psychotic.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You
So
gotta
have to
be.
put yourself out there like that.
Meniscus.
Meniscus psychotic.
There was another. I put another. Heath Kerchard. This one.
Boy, we got Chris Cole, man.
Yeah.
Steezus put this on the list.
Oh yeah,
I mean, how could you not, though, right?
Yeah.
It's like, whew.
Oh,
dude.
the splits I would have done after completely.
All these things done.
But like, what do you try like 63 times or something? 60.
He broke something. Yeah, he broke it down. It was something up there like that.
Did he have the rolling?
I'm sure he did.
I'm
I
sure
don't
he did.
remember.
I don't think he was pushing to this.
I mean,
So try it
Try it that many times.
Yeah,
you might-
push
you
it
might,
to that.
You might need a.
Need some help.
Yeah.
it ain't
Was the
Randy
rolling
Gonzalez.
around during this time though?
I think so.
I mean, he's
New
coming
Blood?
straight from it, like
Yeah.
you know, because
Yeah.
all I can think of is Danny Gonzalez, and he's coming up the
Curved
street.
around from the street.
Yeah.
What was that kickflip melon?
Kickflip
Yeah.
melon first try.
Damn, trade flip Wallenberg.
Anything down that, you're going. You have to be mentally prepared and physically.
Yes.
Dude,
Yeah, I can't even imagine. Today, I'll be like scared. You ever when you were like had to try a trick, you were kind of tripping, like you get all nervous.
Yeah.
You're like,
For
you
sure.
call the photographer, the homie, the filmer. You're like, all right, dude, I gotta do this. Like, there's no backing out now.
You set yourself up.
Yeah.
Dude, shout out Chris Cole, man.
Big shout out.
Also had, gotta put Antoine, man.
Ooh, yeah.
Denali
that
Hill down
is
Carlsbad.
psycho.
And
Doing it like
how
he
does
just
it.
did it down a curb.
Yeah. Just
Crazy.
how he does it too.
Nonchalant.
It's big, and it's like a distance. Like you gotta go.
Oh man, we're
far.
getting it though.
Yeah. I wish that gap was still around. I wonder what people will be doing with it.
Oh, it didn't
Big.
destroy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be definitely strong.
I want to say
You ever
that.
go there?
I did. I did Nolly. I did the little one. Yeah, but I just wasn't a gap guy. We would leave that to
No,
the
that
guys.
gap was what was like 11 stair next to it.
Yep.
And then the ledge kind of stuck out a little more, so it was like 11 stair but bigger.
Love it, man. I just love Antoine. It's like he did it down a curb. It's like he just went off a curb. No problem.
You know what? Another
Always
iconic,
will.
an iconic last trick. I don't think it might not be on the list, but Eric Ellington there. Get fucked up tonight. Like
See?
That's
You
the-
see what happens when you land a trick?
Yeah, that's the fucked up tonight. Heard around the world.
This is one. That's on my list.
Look at
Baker,
Just-
Baker 3.
Bruh,
Back big spin.
that feeling you already know.
And I feel like at that point, big spins down gaps were just starting to happen. Like, they weren't that normal.
No.
The only person I really saw doing it kind of was Brian Gallant. But, like, he was still really young at that point. But no.
That little walkout.
Okay, kind of crazy.
He was psyched.
I still quote that all the time.
Yeah.
But he had
You still quote that?
So I wrote Al as in Al Bundy,
well, it's just like,
not AI. You
like,
can write Al or AI.
Yeah.
Excuse that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're two different characters.
So hyped.
Oh yeah, this is me. So this was an affirmative action pick. because
Nice.
my other two that I wanted were already
Very
selected.
nice.
So I had to have somebody black on the list. So I wanted to give Galea my
Very
most
nice.
flowers. He used to always nollie
man.
back heel in the red.
Dude, sick.
I wanted to do either Antoine Carlsbad or Brandon Turner and Swiss Harper Carlsbad, and both of those were took. So.
Make up for that.
I always say this. He's kind of ahead of his time. Like, I
He
would
was for sure.
like no one was doing any. This was like some Costin style type stuff. You know, like way ahead of everyone.
Yeah, he was always doing like nollie heel back lip, nollie heel back tail, like down the rails and stuff. Yeah.
Was this like 99, 2000 as well?
Somewhere around
Yeah.
there. This was a nollie heel back tail.
Yeah.
This was
Gnarly. Before anybody.
Feel back tail.
Little Arizona hubba.
Yeah. That was the digital video, I believe.
Yeah.
Get tricks or die
Get
trying.
Tricks or Die Trying, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other was Italian.
Italian, right? Dark Star.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that hubba got people got down on that hubba.
Yeah.
That hubba was around for a while. I don't know if it's still.
I
People
don't
still skate
know.
that thing?
It's at the skate park. And then like there's this, it's weird. Like it's a the skate park. and
There's a
you
skate
have-
park there now.
That's always been, there's been a skate park there.
Oh.
It's like not right there, but if you just go right, it's just right there.
Huh.
And then there's a other spot down the road right there.
The wedge.
Yeah.
The wedge.
Man, we're so close, guys. Like, we're really close.
Schneider.
Also
Schneider.
very ahead of his time.
Definitely. Gnarly ass skater.
Crypto ledge.
There's something there that you probably talked to. Did you say that to him a lot back in the
I
day?
don't remember. I think we used to. I think Robbie McKinley was Schneiderman. Does whatever Schneider can. Cricks a ledge. Yeah, shout out to Galea Mama there, man.
Yeah.
Dang. Let's go back to one of Jerron's, which is great. Sorry, this is a weird one right here.
Oh, yeah.
Keenan Milton switch flip mouse.
The time, he switch flip over table definitely was not being done at that time, and that was a gnarly trick for the moment, man. It still is.
Oh, yeah.
No.
It's probably the most iconic switch flip of all time. It's the most talked about.
Look at how high he is. Look at that back foot.
Look at
high.
that.
No.
You can't even see his wheels. They're so
Why?
I know. Look at how small.
I mean, they're like they're 44s.
Fucking
or something.
small.
They're small.
The turnaround too.
Just everything, man.
Wipes the sweat off his
Iconic.
brow.
Wasn't it like Dill was there? You can see Dill in the background real quick. That's him.
That's him.
Dude, we talked about
We
it.
talked about the shoes he was wearing. I think Bill settled that or something. Right?
Oh, that's right. He said he was skating in the Jason Lee Airwalks. And I always thought it was the Casey K's. But I was like, oh shit, okay, I didn't even realize that.
That's what I thought too. I thought they were the KCK.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. I was like, oh, cool. Like, hey, you were there, dude.
No doubt. Yeah.
I'm not gonna like question you, like, oh shit, I didn't know.
You're wrong.
Yeah, I think it was
wrong, man.
Dill did the switchback nose grinding table the same day. I can tell by the outfit was wrong. But what a session.
Keenan.
Woo. Big turn.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Switch hard flip.
That was gnarly.
I mean, the way he did that.
That was gnarly.
It's funny, like the spots we're seeing in these videos, they're like iconic.
Switch
spots,
hard flip.
too,
That was
right?
insane.
So that's like you would go do these tricks. I mean, that's the goal. You do the tricks at iconic spots.
Sometimes it works out like that too. He was. Just
If you
like,
don't
"Oh,
land that
shit,"
trick,
like he
you're
was, like, thrown off a
fucking
bit, and then he
rolling.
just did it perfectly.
Yeah, that helps you zone out.
Yeah,
Not think
you
about
black
it.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of better right there, yeah.
Yeah.
See that switch
When
push?
that
Wow.
happens to me, I'm like, oh,
Holy fuck.
I'm like, oh my god, no, that means something.
Yeah.
Brandon Turner?
Especially if you can.
I don't know my skaters,
you
man.
can also stop yourself, like, oh, they don't fit right, whatever.
Yeah.
But then just to keep going, and then you're like, you still lock
You
in.
seem like
Get it?
the true skater.
That makes this clip even more special, for sure.
No way. What?
Roll up like that.
100%.
Get out of here. That's
This one,
sick.
too.
Yeah, these are
Shout out
iconic
to
enders.
And Stay Gold.
That,
Kick
That's insane, bro. Wow.
You've seen
He
that
like went
thing?
up.
It's like,
He like went up. See that?
that's definitely
went
bigger
up,
than El
man.
Toro.
it's
Like,
a building.
yeah,
You're on the top of a building.
Shit.
I mean, not to mention
Chris Johnson.
Chris
Nice,
Johnson's
man.
flip.
Yeah.
I'm not a very good skater at all,
That sucks too. You can tell big
but
campus,
Ninja Lifestyle hangs
Yeah.
around here.
but you really can't tell how big it actually is until you go there. Right?
He's into Goldeneye and shit too.
I stood at the top of that thing being like,
On
"There's
YouTube?
no way.
He's got a
no
few
way.
parts.
It's insane. There's no way. I'm like, wow.
Absolutely insane.
Because it's obviously really tall, but it's so long. Like, look at the stairs in the back. You can kind of relate it, I guess, on that. Look,
It's like the biggest double set.
yeah. Yeah, it's like, what is it, like a 9 flat 9?
Something.
I hear you, bro.
Yeah, this is
Well, I've ollied a 3 stair a bunch of times.
But yeah,
My
it's,
next big goal is to ollie a 5 stair. I was gonna do it this summer, but I didn't. I don't know. I just didn't.
flips.
It still does,
Yeah.
dude.
You know what I mean?
That's my big thing. I gotta ollie a 5 stair.
He's on a skateboard jumping down some big ass shit right here. Come on.
It was funny, P-Rod in our green room, we did video reviews, and he talked about...
I went to a 6 stair this summer, but it was just too big for me.
Yeah, I'll practice a trick all weekdays.
I didn't chicken out. It was just like I would have fucking died.
Do it. And Reynolds reposted that on his last.
I know of a 5 stair pretty good near a church,
Like he probably practiced kickflips.
but I gotta roll up and do it. I can't like do like 3, 4 attempts. They're gonna kick me out immediately.
I mean, now this is just.
I know it was probably just sounds like excuse city, but that was my summer.
Yes.
Switchback tree.
Yeah, look at his.
And I got kicked out of Carleton University. We found a 6 there, but it was the roll was shit, and they had skate blockers on it, and then I got kicked out.
Goodness, dude.
It's like that Mark Johnson where he like keeps spinning around when he lands.
Hell yeah, bro.
You know?
He's like,
No,
"Alright,
my
I'm
best
about to lose
flat ground
sight
trick
right."
is like I think that I did like a 540 a
Then you
couple
just go up
times,
here
like shove,
This is gonna work.
shove it, 540 shove it a bunch of times. Probably my best trick.
I mean, this was ridiculous, bro.
I can do the
How are
flickety,
you
like the,
even not-
I got like the fast feet, I guess. I can't flick
How
though.
are you skating a bench, but I'm looking this
I can jump kind of high.
I'm
I'm
not
kind of,
even- I've lost
I
sight
can
of
jump high. I play basketball.
Even if he was
Karate.
skating the other way, it wouldn't make any sense.
I just have no skateboarding skills. You know?
His body is turning way before. It's so amazing, bro.
Holy shit, dude! Oh yeah, man. I snowboard. I grew up snowboarding, right? So I did like
Do you have to get
360s, rails, off jumps. You know what I mean? Snowboarding. But the flipping of the board, I never learned because I'm in fucking Ottawa, Canada. Concrete here is shit. It's not concrete. It's like asphalt.
Shout out Carlos, man.
It's dog shit.
Next level shit.
Oh my gosh.
Ottawa does have some skateboarding. Like downtown in the city, there's a lot of video parts for Ottawa actually.
You know what I tripped on this was that I wonder if it was these.
Tom Green was
front
from
side
my
or
high
back side?
school.
You know
Some
what I mean?
skate
Like the angle
parks
he had?
Right.
in
I was
Ottawa.
like, would it- I
I'd
would-
want to go that way.
That crew.
I feel like I would want to go backside for some.
I feel you.
I would too.
I feel like that. I don't know why, but maybe it's just a built. The place is like just the only way you can do it.
Oh, this one, yeah, this one was
Either way, I
crazy.
think that's harder.
This
Yeah,
fucking
that's what I'm saying. Like that.
with
is
Tyshawn,
more-
this one was
to me,
crazy.
Yeah, I do
You
see
say
what
it
you're
coming from the opposite
You're
direction?
saying, like,
No. Going
Like carving into a backside.
instead of going
Oh,
this
right.
way,
That's
he's
stupid,
going this
man.
way.
Right.
It would almost be like a frontside flip. Oh, for him, it's frontside flip now.
Well, no,
That's
this is
so
the thing,
scary.
That would be a good thing for a backside.
Yeah,
At
that's
145th, that's like in the Bronx. That's like in Harlem, man.
Like that angle just looks harsh. Like easily power, like skid out. That was insane.
You know, you're from New York.
Yeah. I almost think it was
Sort of
harder
doxy.
than this than the backside flip. I don't know why.
I kind of agree with you.
You know what I mean? Just because the backside flip is setting you up based on the angle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's hard,
But
man.
I'm not taking that away from it. Like both the tricks are bananas. Let's just keep it 100.
It's more like fling factor with the backside
Yes.
flip.
Yeah.
For sure.
And that from that angle too.
For sure.
Yeah. I think obviously riding away from it would be the hardest
A whole
part.
different thing.
That's harder than the kickflip.
For
You're
sure.
going fake, you land.
Yes. But you know what I'm saying. You get that momentum.
Oh no way, man! I'm sorry,
certain
man.
Tricks are easier to push out.
Totally.
You know,
Yeah.
just to clear something. Maybe not land it, but just to clear it.
Yep.
You know.
I'm sorry to hear that, dude.
Yeah, it's a good one. Good fun.
And that's new shit. That's good.
There you go.
I mean that. Hey,
You know,
that's
sometimes it's just
definitely
end of an era
No one
too.
else has done that. No one else is.
first one to ever do it.
Exactly.
And the only.
Yep. I'm sure somebody else will be. Oh, I'm gonna try it. Like, okay.
Isn't that kind of
whatever.
funny, right? Like,
Yeah.
what's someone gonna do? Go there and frontside flip it? You're like, just stop.
Yeah. I mean, really, you could just leave it at this, and we just, bury that.
You know people are though.
Oh, yeah,
They're gonna be
yeah.
like, yeah.
And I had a shitty Walmart board growing up.
Now he backside flip.
Dude, that
Didn't
was
roll.
gnarly.
As
For
they're
shit.
literally getting, like, cops rolled up and like on.
I don't think that
on
helped.
Last try.
Did he get a ticket, or they were like,
I
good
think
shit?
everybody got a ticket that day.
Ah, dirty ass cop.
I went there once. That thing's big.
That thing's not small at
Yeah.
all.
It's not.
What did Malto do down there?
Hard
So
flip?
much shit. He hard flipped it.
Nollie
They
flip
still
it.
backside flip or something? Or am I tripping? Someone maybe.
I don't remember. He crushed that thing.
It was
Josh
crazy,
Hartman
man. There was a
actually
weird
got
stigma
over doing a kickflip on that
with
thing.
skateboarders in the 90s. Like, I had to
Like,
convince my
big,
parents
like
I
big,
wouldn't
that's
start
how-
smoking. I just that I wouldn't
Maybe,
Like,
maybe Corey might.
turn into a
I
bad
think
kid.
Corey did,
Oh, yeah.
It was different,
I think you're
man.
right.
That's what I was
I think it's Corey.
You know.
King.
Corey did something.
Yeah, that's a good one. I like backside flip.
Yeah,
I don't know where I
just
thought
like
the
last try,
smoking
Conrad
thing. I
Rock
remember,
said,
like, I think I wrote a wish list as like little young kids, my parents, and one of the things I wrote, I said I promise I won't start smoking if I start skateboarding. It's like,
Skate shots. They go skate shopping.
Hey, let me tell you this.
I remember it so
escapists
vividly.
always had dope videos. Man. They
Dumb
always
kid.
killed it with their videos.
it's life.
And the Chiefs parade was today.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much in life, bro. Like, can I jump as high as I used to? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe I can. I think I can.
Trying to hide from the cops.
It's too late.
Heath Kirchard, sight unseen, tail slide.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Might be the most
100%.
dramatic part of all time.
Right.
You watch it, you're
That's
like,
slow motion.
you're like, what? But it's just like a different vibe.
I like listen. I
Or
have this
smoked-
song on my
smoked
iPod,
cigarettes.
Still listen on the iPod. I have the song still. I listen to this shit.
I mean, he was one of the first dudes that hit that rail, right?
He was the
For
first.
sure. There you go.
It's cool, man.
But like, yeah,
No,
you
our
come out the
concrete here
forward
sucks.
on
Not
it.
even concrete. Our asphalt sucks.
Gnarly.
Yeah,
Made of like tar and stones. Just terrible.
Like that whole
Piece of
part
shit.
changed the game. People were
Especially on
Scam.
that big shit, no doubt.
him skating UCI. It's weird. Like, Heath Kirchard, man.
And that's something too when you see a spot for the first time being skated and like something like this, and you're like, dude, what the hell is
Like he
this
popped out.
rail? He popped out early and like what? But then it becomes like a regular rail that you start
Yeah.
seeing around, But you're like, when you first see something like that, you're like, Heath Kirchard, what are you doing, my man?
I saw it like,
Look at that thing. Sketchy.
Super sketchy.
yeah, people, Nigel, they killed that rail now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I wonder. It's crazy, right? Like it's like it. I feel like there's got to be. It's peaked now. It's like kink, 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 or like.
Cool, man.
How you gonna? I don't know. This.
Yeah,
is
man.
crazy.
Oh yeah. I mean, I. What do you mean kink? Like it was.
I'm just saying, like it rail skating. Like back then, this was crazy.
Yes.
When at the time there's like, but now it's like more kinks. Like there's
Oh.
no like.
It's true,
Oh
man.
my God, this is like the newest, craziest thing.
Well, usually people, it's like people do one kink or the gnarly kinks. There's only one person that skates it. You know what I
Right,
mean?
exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, and this is like something that like not a lot of people
Man,
do
I was-
tricks on it.
What did
I
you
tell
do?
the story a lot,
Just recently.
but since you haven't heard it yet, when I was in Miami, I was
Remember
living there in 2021 for 6 months,
I'm sorry, I can't remember this. kid's
and
name.
I was
He's awesome,
walking
dude.
in
He was
Fontainebleau, which is on the water,
Godspeed video. He nollie back.
and
No,
there's like a 5-star hotel on the water, and I
I
heard
was like, dude,
Sketchy.
someone like skating,
um,
like a double set of stairs, like a
Cool
couple
part.
5 stairs,
legendary.
I think anything done.
and I saw a guy with a monster hat.
You
I'm like, man, that guy looks a lot like Nigel
First time I
Houston.
think people saw like popping.
And I
out.
went up to like investigate more, and he walking up the stairs, and it was like Nigel Houston.
17 or something.
And he was like looking at me because I think he thought I was security.
Most of Heath Kirchard's tricks could have been.
Because he was like scared when he saw me, and then I kind of like I didn't hear. I just smiled.
Go watch the, if you ever
And
seen
he
this
like
part,
gave a, like
go
a
watch
sigh of
it.
relief.
Go watch this
Because I think he
With
thought
the
I was
sound
security.
on.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
You're gonna get a vibe from it.
Pretty funny.
Like,
you'll definitely get a vibe.
Yeah.
But then I got out of there.
I had to put MJ
Because he was
in there.
filming.
MJ with his laser.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Well, I didn't want to like stay and watch him because like he was gonna get kicked out.
I was there. I think.
So I mean, I think
I bugged
it
out.
wasn't a big stair set and it wasn't a big trick thing.
well, I remember in this part, he
It was
does
a
two
double
laser
set,
flips,
a
and
narrow
this made
double
the last
set
one, the last trick.
in
Dude, no one was doing laser flips.
December,
He would kinda set it
November,
off, to be
December of
honest. Mike Cage,
2021.
Mike Cage was first-
So 2022 is when he went insane, right? Those insane
was
parts.
doing it on spots for years.
And in the MJ style.
And
It was
making
not
look
in those
good.
insane
Making
parts.
it look good. There's
But there
certain
were
tricks
tricks
that
from
you
Miami
don't
in
want
those
to see
insane
somebody
parts.
doing. Because it just don't look good.
Totally.
That's why it looked
He
like
made it
fun.
acceptable.
He made.
Bodybuilding,
Like,
yes,
after seeing
man.
This, I wanted to go wearing
Yes,
lasers.
buddy. Oh, it was done. Yeah. Dude, skating's really finesse, man.
I trip out when you watch
What the fuck,
Sean
yeah.
Jordan do it.
Dude, and there was,
It's
dude,
like
it was wild. There was like 2 girls.
laser flip,
Yep.
catches
And they
it
catch
I think
all
one
the
girl
way,
was filming,
does it perfect.
and like one girl was taking selfies of herself. But these girls were like smoking.
Tori's got a great one as well. There's only a
I
select
mean, I love my
few
girlfriend. My
really
girlfriend's the,
short
hot,
list
the hottest,
that
hotter
even
than
got
everyone. But
blocked like that.
these girls were like smoking.
Like I see,
And
like switch. Dude, you
then I
guys
saw
see
they
the
were
shot
with
switch?
Nija.
Yeah.
And then I saw the fucking like a C8 Corvette
Just- it's
out
like
front,
get
parked
on
out front. I'm like a red one. I'm like, man,
do a switch like
that's
that.
gotta be Nija's Corvette. It's gotta be. Like it has to be.
Brushes his teeth in the morning.
Unless he just flew in
Let's see.
for a
Oh,
couple
here we
tricks,
go. I
but
wanna
man.
do this one. PJ Life's wonderful.
It was just too
PJ
funny.
Lad's wonderful.
Then I went to the beach.
His line.
It was the best.
Yeah. We talked about this a little while ago, like best video parts, but
I think I
Like, again, like
peaked
Mike
there in my
Rose
life.
like when you ending on lines.
I met Sean. Nice. Oh yeah, man.
Push like that last.
What? That's sick.
Good.
Oh no way, that's hilarious.
The music.
That's funny.
Epic ass music going into this, and then that flip trick.
Yeah, man.
I don't even know what to call it. The fakey cavalier.
Yeah, dude.
Big flip.
Dude, it was all about his arm.
That's sick, man.
It was all about the last arm and it cut into black right
Yeah,
there.
the little tic tac right before he did that.
Yeah,
Right?
because
when this video came out, I remember like
insane.
talking to homies, like even
he was in LA
film,
film like he was in Miami filming, and then he was in LA filming, and then he filmed all those insane fucking
I don't think
the
anyone
Rick Ross
had
part
done that.
in the West Coast. That was mainly West
Let
Coast,
alone in line.
Yeah,
right?
dude, that
Some Miami, but
Yeah, and on the ledge that you like can't even really get all the
You
way
can't
up
go,
on top.
and you can go around.
Yeah.
It's no
Yeah,
way.
you
it
gotta
was like he was
pop
just
out,
there
right?
for like that, it was like that was a throwaway
Just that
Instagram
last 2
fucking
seconds before he
trick.
actually
You know what I mean?
just cut it with his
It's
arm.
ridiculous, man.
Like that right there was just amazing.
Yeah.
Just watch the last 2 seconds. It's
That's
just
it,
almost
that's what I'm
before
saying.
right here.
That's where they filmed Goldfinger.
Here, right here. Just that. This little tic tac.
Remember the hotel?
Like what?
But yeah, like the trick that he does, you have
The
to go
hotel where
out
the woman is
It's not
reading the
like forward,
cards.
like you would do on a normal, like where there's a stop
That's the same
or
hotel.
into a ledge. He
To
has to
avoid
go
that.
Pretty epic.
That was crazy.
I always love just like how people start off run, kind of like we're talking about.
Yeah, Nigel went insane.
180 up the curve. It looks all but you make the curve like you fake you always up the curve like.
Well, that's what I like. It was like you can do a trick and make it just a single, but you just add something creative like a 180 up a curve, and then now it's this like nice looking line.
Totally. I'm stoked that they showed
Cool, man.
him fakey ollie up the curve.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
guess.
Versus just starting like.
I'm just a
yeah,
fan.
start
I'm just
now.
a poser.
That
I'm not a
was the-
poser because I
It's like more
skate,
like you're
but I'm just
skating
not very
the
good.
environment. Like you're skating the whole environment, not just
So
like
does
the
that make me?
sidewalk trick.
I've always wondered that.
Like even earlier in the part when he tail slides the car.
Because I'm not a poser,
Remember
but
that?
like, I
Tail
just,
slides the bumper onto the ledge. I was like,
not very good.
like this guy's really skating the environment.
Skateboard.
I'm not a beginner because I've been doing it for so long.
With this frame. Oh, I can't get it.
With the-
I
with the
feel like
arm
they
pushing.
use this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
feel like
am
that's
what I
used for
am.
something.
Yeah.
It's so good, dude.
it's simple things sometimes. Man.
Yeah, man, dude, having my skateboard in Miami is amazing, man. I had a longboard or a cruiser board.
Dude, like I love this too because he already knew.
It was
that
amazing.
was last trick. Like when he was like getting carried
They made
away,
like a
he's
stone
"That's it,
walk, a
baby."
boardwalk, all the way up the coast
You can
now.
blow Costa's mind.
All the way
That's
from
real
South
shit,
Beach
but
to like pretty much Fort
you've
Lauderdale.
seen everything. Done everything.
Right.
That was gnarly.
That was gnarly. Look at his little legs when Cos is holding him. He's like, just
you, man.
flipping. Look, watch him flippy,
His
flippy.
little legs, like a little kid.
Thanks, man. No, yeah, thanks, buddy. I know I'm not a poser because I act like that's what I'm saying because I skate, you know.
And Cos is holding you, a little
Go
baby.
get some ice cream.
Yeah.
And I think this was like towards the end of the video too. Obviously, everyone's crunch time, and man, when you come through with some shit like this,
I don't know, man. Like I broke my arm in 2020.
Hey man, you know what the best feeling in the world is?
I fell on a
You
switch,
know you got your last trick.
Yeah.
When you're filming and you get your last trick,
ollie trick, whatever.
settle down. You're like,
I
you're like,
broke my
"Alright, cool,
arm.
Now I just gotta like, just whatever else.
I
you
went into
film."
shock.
That last trick is the hardest thing to get.
Getting fucked up tonight.
Exactly.
Good, the firecracker.
And I couldn't eat anything for like 2-3 days. I was vomiting for 3 days straight. I went just like serious shock.
Dude, had to put Pat Duffy. Questionable video, skating in the rain.
It's crazy.
John's the only person here that would. Yeah, but
What
do you mean?
I don't, this came out before
What
I was
the
skating, but
fuck?
I
that's
still
what I'm
would
saying,
see it.
right? That's what I'm saying.
I would see it all the time.
This was gnarly.
Oh, for back then too.
For now, even, obviously.
I mean, skating anything in the rain.
Well, he
is-
sit off handrails.
Yeah.
Right.
And then he's skating in the rain, and everyone's like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Right.
Pat, we gotta get you here to talk about this.
Dude.
I always
And
get the Primus. You always skate a Primus, right?
It's funny because like he did, yeah. It's funny because like in my mind I remember this being his like intro, like his skating in the rain, and then the Primus song starts after this. But it was his after. It was his
It was
last
the
trick.
last
It was
trick,
like this
man.
like after black type thing, you know. Which is I was like, what? I didn't remember it being like that. It's so funny how your mind works.
Mm-hmm.
He did a bunch.
Why?
there was
Like,
that
what's
King
going
Trail,
on here, man?
Like,
Like, what?
SF, whatever.
Did I not reload?
It's a huge crack.
Like backsmith that kink. The
Gotta run?
whatever that-
Yo, buddy,
whatever
thanks,
that
man. Thanks for being here,
Texas
bro.
Like college, whatever.
Appreciate it, dude.
I don't know. He just did. I just
I
remember
mean
watching.
the one with the kink at the end.
Yeah, it's like super long, kind of.
It's been fun.
Backsmith through that, and like even like the what do you tail slide or 360 flip tail slide down this little. hub.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh,
oh
yeah.
yeah,
Like big flip back tail down a tiny little hubba.
Mm-hmm.
it's like a little curb cut,
Yeah.
like down, some stairs.
Dude, iconic, questionable video, man. Pat Duffy skating in the rain, back leg.
And these are the tricks that are all getting people talking.
Yes,
It's
at
like-
that time.
That's what's cool, man.
This got people talking.
Oh yeah.
Alex Midler back 3 into the
Yeah, this shit.
Sunset Car Wash bank.
I mean,
Oh my, that is.
just how like even with like all the homies there, like that was such a dramatic trick
So
scene
sick.
and the whole deal. Look at that.
That was gnarly. I mean, a kickflip is gnarly too.
No doubt.
Anything,
No doubt.
anything,
anything on that is pretty.
Wasn't Gons the first one to do something on that? They get all even right.
He tried all I did and basically shredded his face off.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right. That he was
no.
the first one to try it, right?
I think cardio did it.
Yeah. Wow.
How fun is that?
That almost doesn't look fun. That was terrifying.
It looks like it
Yeah.
looks like a mountain.
Yeah.
That was a scary moment. For
Because
sure.
that bank is insane. Like even the bank going straight into the ground.
Yeah. They finally put a gate at the bottom of that thing now. Like
Said-
a railing.
He said no more. I mean, you got to think, man. Some people that footage we may not even see. Some people probably try to go up there and get broke the hell off.
Yeah.
Broke
it
the
is,
hell
for sure.
off.
Who broke their leg there? Someone
Milton Martinez.
Milton, that's right. Oh.
So
That-
sick.
Dude, look at this. Look at this angle right here, guys. Come on.
The dude on the billboard is like, yo!
What are you doing?
As crazy as this sounds, though, that's like an ideal trick to do down that. I mean, a kickflip just seems weird.
You have to like point
You
your
know,
nose
Yeah,
down.
it just seems like just how he landed it and rolled down. Like it was like
No,
it was
yeah.
meant to do it. Not that it was meant to, but it was like, wow,
the same.
this is like,
It's like skating a hip,
Yeah,
almost a
yeah.
little bit, but not.
but not really because this is just the biggest hip ever.
Didn't he say the first one he put down was the one he landed? First one he put down his wheels on the bank? Somebody was telling us that.
I think it might. Who was it?
Devontae?
Kevin-
Devontae
Kevin-
Jolly?
Kevin Ryder? Oh no, it might have been Jolly for sure.
Psycho.
That's a good one to have under your belt.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah.
did that.
Wow.
Did he have some music playing when this was going down?
I think
There was,
Yeah,
right?
there was.
Yeah, and just that whole like it's just a very dramatic like.
It came out Christmas Day, so it was like I remember watching that Christmas Day and like, hey, everyone's talking about that.
Yeah.
And again, this was awesome because this day and age you hear about everything before it comes out.
True.
You hear about Alex Midler, you would probably hear like months.
Yeah.
Never heard of it till that day. When all of his homies there, all the homies kept their mouths shut.
To a degree.
To
I'm
a
sure.
degree.
To a degree. We might just not have been in the right circles.
Yeah.
That's damn true right there, Chris. Real
Might not have
talk.
been in the
Yeah.
right circles, man.
But for it to get out everywhere, I don't know. I thought that was really special.
That's a good one. I mean, it's a good little ender for our little segment here. I mean, I'm sure the chat has
I got
a lot.
One more.
Go. What do you want?
Last, dude, my favorite trade flip, Josh Kalis, dude. I put it on there.
Well, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not. Just because I know you've been waiting this whole time.
Yeah, dude, Josh Kalis, man.
That is a good one. Man.
Thanks everybody for tuning in. And have a great.
We gotta get Josh on the show too. He's not gonna want to come on anymore.
All right. Fine.
This came out. I mean,
Like, hello?
Yeah.
These are two different trade flips.
yep,
They are.
yep. He filmed that one and then went back and redid it.
Didn't we redo the? Which one did Blayback shoot? This one? Or he
that-
shot both.
Well,
of
he
them?
shot both of them. He did one sequence, which I have in my wall. Thanks for hooking me up, Playback. And then he shot that. I don't know if he shot that one. He must have.
Well, there's a
photo.
flash right there.
Well, he didn't like the. What happened? Why did he do it twice?
Do you remember what Josh is wearing in the sequence one? Is he wearing
That one.
sweatpants?
It's the first one. Yeah, it's the sweatpants.
What about the photo? Is he wearing?
I'm not sure. I can't remember where that was. Like,
Because
what the
why
camera-
would he go back and do it twice?
I honestly,
For a photo?
I personally have no idea. I didn't care. I was like, this is one of the early. Because I liked it.
He just want a butt shot.
Dude, yeah, maybe that too. But I actually personally liked it.
I did not like that at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I thought it was super.
I
fun.
would have loved to see that butt shot clip from that angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a
I hear
fish
you.
From
eye.
the fish eye. Yeah, no, just from the long lens front angle.
Oh,
That's probably why he went back.
Oh, maybe.
Who filmed that? G?
I'm gonna see him or
I think G did the fish eye.
The official?
Wait, but did Blaylock get that long?
Throwback. Maybe could have been there.
Actually, the front fish eye would have been sick too.
Well, that's what I was saying. like,
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
yeah. I'm surprised. I'm wondering why they did butt shot him. that way. I wonder why.
There's probably like a session going on. And
Yeah.
G just didn't move.
Yeah.
True.
I think it came out great, but it inspired me to learn 360 flips.
Josh has got a hell of a 360 flip. That's damn true.
In my opinion, has like kind of like the best. I don't know. You think about trade flips, these names are always good.
Totally. He's definitely top three. Hands down.
Just wanted to mention that one. 'Cause I'm a big fan.
No, I know. Thanks for bringing that up because I had a lot of stuff crossed off here and it got blended into my list here. So.
And this that spot too, like the bump to cans. Pretty sick. Those things, I went there. This thing is so hard. Dron, you would have loved it. You love those bumps.
You already know. I love those quick bumps.
But yeah, there you go.
That was fun.
Dope.
That was super dope.
There's probably
There's a lot we
too
left
many-
off.
Yeah, we left off.
Left off a lot. I mean, listen, leave a comment below your favorite ender.
And talk with your friends on the little comment section.
Please.
Talk with you comment back.
You guys can battle on there if you want. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Start a little conversation in our little comment section. You know,
Introduce yourself to your neighbors.
it's really gonna get our reach up for the video, man. Come on.
Yo, what's up, Christian? How are you, man?
Also, thumbs up. What's going on here, guys?
Please. Come on.
Hey, I need to give a shout out to Doobie for the $49.99. He said, "Gotta walk the dog."
How are you, dude?
Have a good night, y'all. Hey, thank you, Doobie. Appreciate you.
Doobie.
Appreciate you. Also, Backsmith Fakey with the $5. Heath Kirchart kickflip back lip Bricktown in the interface video.
Ooh, interface was a sick one.
Interface was really good.
That was a good one. Deco 39 with the 9.99. He said Heath Kirchart Minefield was his favorite part of all time. There you go.
That's another dramatic part. That's a super good part.
I'm good, man. I'm good, buddy.
The dramatic songs just went with his skating.
It did.
It was like so good, dramatic. You okay, Elsie?
I'm good.
Okay.
Hey, that was,
You
yeah.
look very somber.
Yep.
After we just got done with this, I mean, these.
I'm trying to think of some other ones off the top of my head, but my mind goes blank. Like,
It's hard to think of stuff, right? Even when we're making a list, we're like, I'm like Googling people.
I do, my man. I do. You want to join it? You can join it.
Get, like, somebody gotta read
Please
the
join it.
story, man.
You'd like
Please.
Think about, you're like Mark Johnson. And you could like think about all the parts.
Arkansas is playing.
There's a lot of AI art, and there's a lot of AI art. There's like at least 50 AI art pieces from me and others already.
Duffel.
It's pretty epic.
Duffel says it's Duffel.
You can make your own too.
Leap of Faith.
That's not.
Dave Baczynski, Kickflip El Toro.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
It's literally the greatest AI art album in the world. Undisputed.
Water.
I was looking for
Aw,
that. That
thanks,
wasn't
man.
Was that a last trick?
Thanks, buddy.
No, that was
Put a smile on my face, man. Thanks, buddy. It's cool. It's fun.
like an opener.
I think it was.
It's actually great for like my mental health, honestly.
But it wasn't the last trick in that section.
It's
Just
it
to
was a slow
post
one.
into the
How
ether.
crazy is that?
You know what I
like,
mean?
Yeah, for sure. But it wasn't.
ether
like,
post.
That trick wasn't his last trick in a skate video.
We can
Like,
just throw that on.
AI
just
is
for
so
nice
hilarious,
We
man.
thought this should have been the ender because
Yeah.
you could die doing what he just did right there. Goodness.
It'd be interesting if the top gnarliest tricks of all time.
Oh
Just
man.
like that, jumping off.
Death-defying tricks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks, man. That's nice of you, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm not. I left my. I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not doing
It'd be cool if like you comment too, like let us
the
know.
investment and life insurance business anymore, dude. So I don't have my license anymore. So that's currently not an option for us, unfortunately. Which is fine. I can refer you to that person if you still want to do it, but it wouldn't be with me.
But actually, we just pulled one clip for Naja's part. Just one.
Unfortunately,
It's
but
only hard to break it down, like, but we just pulled one. Yeah.
Which one?
It was like it was even like in the middle of a line. It was like a push that he did. It was like a good push.
Yeah.
8,000.
That was
Really
the
good
highlight.
push.
8,500.
Push.
We shouldn't even go. Let's not watch it. It's too much.
Yeah, right.
What do you mean?
We have to watch this.
That's it?
The whole thing.
Didn't we just talk about him like last week?
Don't worry about it. Thanks, man.
Yeah.
We're talking about
Thank
him
you, though.
Really?
Dude, really? Yeah, dude, that's a good idea, man. Honestly,
That's what I'm saying.
He has too much coverage.
honestly, dude, I was thinking about that, but that's like,
He likes that, right?
I don't know if I'm a salesperson. You know what I mean, dude?
In the world that likes that.
Right?
Like,
That can actually do that. Backtail
it's a lot of work too.
And there's some other stuff.
Yeah.
Switched. That's the only clip. Is that the clip you posted? Or
It's just a photo. My bad. I thought it was a clip. It's just
I fear if you want to do that, that'd be great for you. You seem like a really good people person and talking with people.
Let's get into this, man. And shout out to Reese G. Our boy.
We help each
who
other
did
out.
A lot of the 9 Club cartoons did the intro.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, congrats.
That's rad.
So congrats, Reese
That's
G.
really
It's
sick.
funny when it popped up. I was like, I know them.
I'm honored by the thought and desire. One sec.
So cool.
They reached out.
Congratulations on that. That's
Hell yeah.
You did a great job, and that's a rail that he would probably actually skate. So he put him like Quebec Smith, so it's like kind of turning down.
Oh, what? I missed the C up, C down.
Need that. Need that. Oh, this is. You know what I was psyched about? Well, this is absolutely terrifying. I don't know how we got.
Scary as that.
I don't know how we got out of that. I think it's.
Your life flashes before your eyes right there.
Could you
Right.
imagine?
Dude.
He's so good though at doing gnarly stuff that he could see how to get out of something.
He just sees boards.
Yeah. But
I mean, right there.
Thanks,
I would
man.
be
That's
like,
nice of you, man. Go for it, dude, if you want to do it.
Really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just call it a day.
Luckily though, that rail isn't like that tall. Even though it's definitely sackable, it's not that tall. So it's
He has-
like,
I know what you because you try to walk down it too.
Yeah.
Which is like the go-to.
You want to surprise me a little? Something in Discord. Oh, wow.
That first one helped him. That first
Cool,
flip
man.
thing
That's nice of you.
helped
Thanks,
him.
buddy. That's exciting.
Had
That's
that
sweet.
first
That's
flip
nice of you.
placement right there.
He was clicking his heels underneath that rail.
oh, it's right at the top one, right?
Yes, right there.
He wanted to go home.
Ooh, he
That-
missed that end
Wow.
of that right there.
And then ran out of it.
He's like, I'm good.
He's like,
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah.
That's such a good toy.
Yo, Big Russ. What up, bro? How are you, man?
Matt Schlager, remember the dude who does always the
What's up, man? Late at night.
whatever? Sorry, that's good.
The pre-midnight
It's cool to see
tune
this,
in.
you see, like, how he has
What's up,
to
Russ? How are you, my man?
Mm-hmm.
just for this trick.
We're doing well. We're streaming at 8,500K now. Or 8,500 bytes.
18 stair. To open up your park,
We got an HD capture card now.
tech ass trick.
Yeah, and then we
I hope the quality is better.
What the hell? How many? How many stairs is that?
Then I'm gonna do this.
It's got to be at least like a 20-something stair.
When you watch someone skate, like do like a rail that big, and they do front freeboard backsmith, you don't see them like kind of. You see like one.
How are you, Russ?
That this was like all right.
I hope you're doing well, man.
Holding that.
Join my Discord if you want.
And that nose grind too.
Please do. There's lots of AR. Yo, nice. Yes. Yes.
I mean, like that.
There's lots of AI art there.
All of these rails are.
I'm good, man.
Look, that's a regular size
That's
table.
a tall size table right there.
that's
That's
a
the
tall-
biggest size
Oh,
table.
I forgot to shoot the gun.
That's
Like
a
what?
weird aluminum.
They have like a weird ending at the end where you see it goes like so you get like kind of hit it to snap out.
Right. Like you pop out kind of.
Yeah.
Because it's got the end piece on it.
Yeah.
Like you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
I am, dude.
Was it Muscus? Nose of the whole
This line was sick, dude.
So sick.
I was actually shocked and I rewound it. I was like, ooh, that front crook was.
and it was
Also had
Sitting on it.
He had to pop over that curb too.
Yeah, he was on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the control.
Yeah, buddy.
It was a weird front crook too, because it was almost like he was on top of it.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Isn't that crazy that you can? You have so much
Preparing for that.
talent.
Also, if you have a Discord and I'm not in it, let me know. And I'll join it. I'm just new to Discord. Don't take anything personally.
Because I'd be like just praying that I got a front crook.
It was this whole part was awesome. It was huge rails, but he did other stuff.
Like, why?
In the middle. Like it was
Like he did that Manny
When we
trick.
go back to that frontside half cat foot, he jumped
8
off.
days. Yeah, I was gonna say, when's your trip, man? I was gonna say, I thought it was in April. Holy jeez, 8 days.
I'm not tripping, right?
Beginning of March. Hell yeah, man.
Just his finger. Okay, I thought his hand was like fully.
or maybe I can't. It looked like
Sweet.
his fingers wrapped.
Oh, it's just wrapped. Okay, yeah,
Still, my fingers wrapped. Probably don't jump off. Of
Nice, man. That's great, dude.
It's just funny watching the Niger part.
I'm excited
I
for
can't
you.
Do any of this shit. And I doubt a lot of people can, but it's
But that, like,
That was nuts.
that's some gnarly tech trick.
Packed,
on the legs
nice.
That's in the maybe the 10th trick in his
April,
park.
nice. Yeah, buddy.
And that rail's not small.
Sweet.
the only way I can relate to it is like relating it to it on the ledge.
And it's gnarly on the ledge. So.
But like every time you try a gnarly ledge trick, it's like I have to try something I can almost destroy myself.
No, he is not.
I've never seen that.
He was apparently in Montreal for some time.
Shotgun rails like that are so sketchy.
Your dude, foot in there. There's like, yeah, nope.
Hell yeah, man. Thanks, dude.
There's that one in
Thanks, homie.
I can't even see how you can feel comfortable
we talked about we talked about the last Shine On part. Like, this is all like a throwaway footage, but it was gnarly, right? I mean, he is just.
This is OG spot. He's just
Gyges.
The switch heel front 5 just goes by.
Yeah. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
That's most people's last trick.
Takes some time.
front 5
Sometimes love isn't always on time.
But he went around too many travel for this Christmas time.
I wonder what the duration of the filming for this was.
See, this is San Fran.
Okay. Gotcha.
And he's wearing his first
And that's like Berkeley or something.
That's good eye.
It is Berkeley.
I wonder if he was. I wonder if he was aiming for this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wanted, like, not
Like,
put
aw.
it out around.
The chat's just full of
Like, he's got a shoe coming out.
You think about
caring
how they
people.
have to shoot,
I'm so blessed.
he was probably working on designs for his third shoe right as the second one came out. So
Yeah.
I imagine, and like I said, he does it around his birthday, so yeah, he knew what he was doing for sure.
You will make it.
That's Chris's trick right there.
Right?
Trick. And dude, he did it.
Yeah.
I mean, his back foot threw me off, but I'm like,
He kept it up a little lower.
Yeah.
I was like, oh wow. Okay.
Then it meets you.
He wanted to make sure he got it.
He was like, am I playing primo? No, I got it.
Yeah.
Like it just it threw me off at first. I was like, oh, okay, but it
It all worked. He hit the ground with 1 foot from the rear.
yeah.
That's just called control.
Yeah,
right there.
straight control.
This trick. But like, you know what's funny? That was buttery. It's just funny to like when I think everyone watched this and was all like,
It just keeps going.
yeah.
It doesn't stop.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
I think
It's like, even if you don't like Niger, you cannot deny it.
you can't, bro.
This is maybe the gnarliest skateboarding tricks in one part.
Documented in
Dude, this is the easiest trick right here in this part. That one. I could probably do that.
Nollie shove. Come on, man.
Let's slow motion. Let's slow motion.
Come on,
That's
man.
relatable to everybody right there.
Come on,
The
man.
one clip you pulled before?
It was actually. It was.
That is relatable, right?
It's
Right?
the only trick I related to in the whole fucking
And
video.
that was probably the hardest trick to do.
What if he fell on that? Imagine.
I guarantee he probably did.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be like that. That's so funny. You spotted that out.
Dude.
That's fun. That's funny.
I mean, the first trick is sick as fuck too. That front nose. Fuck, dude, you never see that, and then he just does that. Whoa, that's cool.
Switch.
Again,
There's so much,
Can't even imagine
Dude,
like
that leg inside of that, bro.
sketchy.
so much going on.
So much did go wrong.
yeah, he did.
I know, right? That's like the worst that could happen, probably. Maybe.
Oh,
Oh my god.
That leg getting crammed in there and there. Oh,
And that's not the right place.
And then that
in
wall.
the middle, then the end.
Oh, is that?
and then he still did it.
yeah.
Sprint front board.
It should don't phase him, bro. It does not phase him. He gets up and he does it.
This is what we need that.
It did. I was like, oh, it'll pop
Dude.
out. I was like, nope.
So that's
went
on,
all the way
Oh, I didn't reload.
Sunset.
Why didn't I reload it, guys? Like, why?
Reader, and someone else did. too.
Just
And Sean Pablo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But he went down. When he was doing
I
that,
guess
didn't expect
stupid.
it to go down. Yeah. I thought he was gonna pop off.
Like,
Hell yeah, right?
Yeah. Exactly
So
what you supposed
sick.
to do. Straight up.
He
yeah.
felt so good after that shit, bro. I'm sure.
Pretty sure that's what you do.
oh wow. this when he goes over the speed bump, dude. Fuck. He's kitted up right there. Let's go.
This was front side.
Yeah. He was back there.
And a line.
Almost fell off myself.
I actually like that though.
Yeah, no,
I like when people are kind of like
Turner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it don't make
Like
oh my god, I pushed. I
Well,
almost
everything doesn't have to be perfect.
yeah.
You know, like I like to see a little bit of like
Human.
humanness. Humanness is that
Make it
a
work.
word?
That's why it's
I do, my man.
That fakey shove it.
My grandmother is from Saskatchewan. Isn't that wild?
Gnarly.
Yeah, in between.
It's like no, I'll do this.
The coolest part about that is how Dumbo was just walking by in the background.
Half of my DNA originates from Saskatchewan.
He's just used to it.
Right in the back after
Oh, in the
the front
background?
foot.
It's very far. It's very, very far.
Well, there was a funny. Real quick,
I think
there's a
Florida
funny
is
clip on,
closer than
Louis
Saskatchewan
Instagram.
is.
I'm pretty sure Louis filmed it. But Nigel 5-0'd the gnarly rail,
Yeah.
and then he went around and did a front crook on the curved ledge.
Oh, okay.
But everybody went crazy for the front crook, but it was quiet.
Oh, for the 5-0.
He did the 5-0, it was quiet.
Yeah.
And then everybody got excited when he did the.
Rather, it's closer than Saskatchewan. Well, that's in Canada. It is in Canada. That is true.
Like he's skating like normal.
That is a
spots.
fact.
He's really doing hard shit. Like, oh yeah, I can skate that spot. That was what?
That was
That's one of the illest ledge tricks.
super flowy right there.
Yeah.
You can tell.
Right?
You can tell he wanted this park to be something different. Like he wanted it to be like
No one would willingly drive to
no one
Saskatchewan.
can't say shit.
Well, when I watched this video the first time, I got through it and I was like, wait a minute, I have to watch that again because I have to process this. And I was like, well we're going to watch this on our experience show, so I won't. But I have to watch this
People
again.
only drive out of Saskatchewan or through it. They don't drive to it.
The manual trick, like I was gonna say, the manual trick is like, it's. I love how he's just like, cool. I'm doing all different types of shit. It's like switch heel.
I think Russ might be going to Saskatchewan. Sorry for wrecking on Saskatchewan. Russ is going through Rockies though. He's going to Montana and shit.
That's like some shit.
In Alberta.
Yeah.
Like even Brian Peacock.
There's nothing. Yeah, exactly.
Like you know what I mean? Like
This shit. This
Oh wow, insane. You gotta Google it, man. It's like North Dakota, man. But worse.
fake.
It's like North Dakota without fucking Mount Rushmore, without that granite outcrop.
Did they take a rail out? Did they?
You should Google it.
'Cause I'm like, I've never seen that.
Hell yeah, man. Oh, you're going to BC too? Oh, it's GG's, man.
Oh, on the ground. Oh yeah, there's one on the last stairs there.
Have you seen people skate that?
I just saw Costin.
Recently, yeah.
Oh, he did the fucking. He did the.
Do like a wall ride. front 50.
That got that.
Wow, insane.
Excuse me.
Nice, buddy.
Excuse me. Switch.
I've been all through there, so I know it's amazing.
Like,
I guess we talked about it before. She's boyfriend. Hey, congratulations, man. Congratulations for her.
Maybe they cut the rail or something. That's OG spot right there, Fashion Island.
No heel backside. That's like a
Crazy.
I feel like
Coots? Dude, that's the Coots blockade, man. That was famous in the 2021-2022 protests, man. The Coots blockade. Holy shit.
that was the spot that we were there.
Where they protested and closed the border there. And they called this fucking War Measures Act. Bunch of fucking cowards.
This one right here.
Oh yeah.
They met up on Twitch insane, dude.
You go there and it's probably just dumb, dude. You're like,
So, fucking Canadians literally saved you from having to get injection
get over that little bar.
to cross that border.
The way that he floated that,
Wow, cool.
it's psycho, man.
These aren't like tech rails that do tricks.
No.
Yeah, they're like
They're like 11, 12 star rails.
Yeah, man, Saskatchewan, dude. If you go there, hey,
Is it today? Birthday, right?
there's no beach.
Heel flip crook. Like that.
It's a very calm place to live.
Get him. Jerron's a heel flip crook.
That damn no fucking rail.
Just saying though. Yeah, I can't. It's a hard trick to do.
Definitely safe.
Oh, and front crook master, dude.
Nice.
He was legitimately he was the first.
No, there's some big cities there.
He had front crook.
There's also some universities there. There's also like some of the top medical research and hospitals are there too. The Saskatoon in Regina. There's a lot of research there.
Yeah.
Everything's just gnarly, man.
Yeah. That's OG hub.
There's also massive uranium
Did Jeff
Sac 508,
deposits
right?
in northern Saskatchewan.
34. Yeah. The old ones, too.
'Cause I like.
So if you wanted to get into like the urinal dioxide, I think it is.
This is nice mix up.
Other than George, he's got the short shorts,
He does.
but he's running for so long and he's so good that like
He's embracing now and
Yeah.
having a trip of it. It is what it is.
yeah. It just there's he keeps going. And then, this is like this was ill.
I'm
Dude.
gonna take a break in 25 minutes to eat dinner.
I don't think he was either. That's just me, but maybe
He's like,
maybe
I'll
he
take
was.
it, though.
Maybe he
I'm
was.
gonna keep the stream on, but I'm gonna take a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll
But
take
so-
that.
No,
I'll
it's
take
taking
that.
Exactly.
No.
That's why they kept it.
And he didn't like slide in the tail slide right there. He grinded the whole
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, yeah.
So he's probably like, and you didn't see his face. He wasn't like smiling or anything.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
It looks like a tail.
Yeah.
It looks like
Because it was so pinched or like crooked. You're like,
happy accident.
I did that once too in the legend in the line. And I was fucking hyped. I'll take that for
Yeah,
sure.
I'll definitely take that, bro.
Switch crook. What was that? 15 or something?
That's the thing, dude. Sometimes I don't even realize that it's switch.
And
Me
how many
too.
pairs?
Yeah, till right now.
I can't.
When
I,
he said
I, have a
switch
hard,
crooks, I was like, oh, shit.
I have a hard time. I keep getting lose track. You know what's cool too? Actually, it's like it's not cool, but you didn't see him in the contest because he got hurt.
Hey, man.
So it's like you didn't see him. He wasn't at every contest.
It would be an honor
Everyone's like,
if I
oh,
was
again, but
someone said I'm sounding like king of all.
people shined, and then now you just see him come out at the end with the street part. That's like fucking next level.
I think leftovers, my friend.
And I'm like, oh,
Probably
like,
leftovers.
him not skating the
Definitely
contest kinda,
leftovers.
like, helped.
Yeah, if we go now, that's all good, Christian. Thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, it's good to see some like.
Thank you for joining the Discord.
I would like to see. I would like to see like a B side of all this stuff because he slams hard.
Yeah,
Like
he
all
goes
these,
down.
all this shit that we're watching, like he's not.
Yeah, put some work.
He probably took some good ones. This was insane.
One session.
Yeah. I think he showed this all on Instagram today. Like his
Damn it, I had to YOLO it.
newspaper.
I had to do it.
David Reyes came on the show. Was talking
I just want to see the pace.
Oh, he said I seen Nigel do some shit or something.
I heard about the last trick he did on this, but I didn't hear about this. That seems.
He's doing all in one day.
He had the juice. He was like, I got that one. Now I'm good.
Is that 22?
Who was saying like on trips now? Or
93. Wow, that was really YOLO.
He's like first dude up and getting everyone out. And we're going, yeah, and we're getting
Yeah.
clips.
Could see that.
I think it was Alex. Sargento.
Oh yeah, because he had some footage come out earlier with like the disorder stuff. They went to Miami.
Yeah. He's like, he's the first one up. He's like,
Yeah.
Oh my god.
he said, fuck your plan.
Yeah, right. Dude, that was
This one he meant to grind.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You can tell based on the body, but just regardless, like, that's fucking.
Yeah, it's such a sick track.
It's the risk factor of getting
Thumbs up to you too.
Any cab back nose one too. That came out a while ago.
Was that in his last part or no?
No, I think it was on Instagram, dude.
On
I think the
Instagram?
cab back nose one did too. I don't know if it was the same session. He did do that.
He did those 3 tricks in one day.
Yeah. And I still think the cab back nose one was something too.
This is the clip.
That's the one you're talking about.
Yeah.
Look at it. Justin Manel was doing it.
Count it.
I can't count it. I can't.
23 stairs right
It
there.
almost takes up the whole screen.
It does.
Dude, I seriously.
It's too small.
Yeah.
Can barely see it. You're leaving at a pivotal moment. But this was and he went around grinding this ledge.
This is at
Kickflip.
USD down in San Diego, and I just never. Those things are huge to drive by. You're like, I think I've seen some person on it, but I didn't realize that little flat part. If you see him just grind the rail 50-50, you're like that was deep. Feels tall. There's a rail on top of the rail, and it's also got to be.
I'm wondering if doing this stuff in a line helps him do these bigger
Like
tricks.
it's pumped up. For
No, why?
You're in a flow. You know, like there's no turning back. There's no run up, stop. You're already landed the first trick.
Yeah.
Well, you can tell him that like the 5-0 one, and then when he does go back tail, and you can see him like he's like, all right, right here. That's,
Yeah, because like this didn't have to be a line. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's a
Yeah,
gnarly back 50.
but it is a cool way to start it though.
100%.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering if
Gave him
it
some momentum.
helps him.
It gets you out of your own way.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's just funny though when you go to spots, like you're skating with him, you're like, damn, you want to skate that? I don't know what.
Like you're gonna do a spot like that.
That's almost like.
Yeah, I hear you, man. When you see this shit in person, it's like, wow.
Yeah. It's like watching Vert in person.
Yeah.
Like, you're like, whoa, okay.
This is probably not really watching.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm just.
When I watch him skate street leagues, I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, you see gnarly skating all the time.
yeah.
So you,
But like when they don't build it towards that gnarly. Like, they don't build 18 stair rails.
yeah.
Like
That was
No, I missed that by like a millimeter. Like what?
he'd be the only one.
Yeah, not everybody.
Yeah. But then the contest is over because guys can win that skates it.
so easy.
He's
wonder
on
if-
side.
I wonder if he does.
He literally.
Front, I wonder if he does front shove back nose grinds easier. So you got
I
it
know
like
he's on
that.
it like that.
Well,
Yeah.
you can
You know
like
what I mean?
lock
Like,
in.
yeah.
He
And
locks
then he
in.
puts-
And then he sets it down.
Yeah, he locks in and sets it down.
I remember watching like old Muska footage, and he'd like do like a back 5-0 first, and then
lay it
put it down.
Yeah. That huge one. Yeah. He just like understands. Oh, my feet.
That little end. This is one of my
Oh,
favorites.
right?
Same here, dude. It's funny too
So
because
sick.
this is the one that kind of got spread the most out of everything. Like when I saw it on social media, and I was like, hell yeah, because that getting into it like that, but
Holding it like that for back in, to a back 180.
That little lean right there.
Yeah.
And lean with it, rock with it.
And dude,
Tell you
you're
that.
underneath a tree, also.
Right?
You're going through a
What? Like why?
like yes, he didn't even cut the leaves away.
That's a main like branch right there hanging out.
He said, no, it's okay. This is. I'll just go there.
that shift has to be really scary, dude. To hit that is like, whoop.
Look at that.
And getting smacked in the face by a tree at the same point.
That was one of the best trick selections I've seen.
That's like a random rail in the arts district. I've actually seen that before.
Have you?
Yeah, you never really think like it looks skatable, but you don't think anybody's actually gonna do it. And then this floor.
Doesn't look like he gets tall.
I am. That's my reserve spot.
But it's like
Reserved for Nigel now.
actually this pretty tall.
It's little. It's not that tall.
Oh, okay. It's a good angle to film that from. Is this still the first song going on? I can't remember.
I think it was
I think-
after Clipper had changed.
That's right. But there's a certain point when he knows he just has it. Like he gets into the rails and I got this.
He got up on high too.
Back foot hits the rail. You gotta pop the shit out
You
of it.
gotta black out, bro.
He was up high on the
It's funny when you can look at perspective. When there's no stairs from their side, you see how big it actually is.
And
the
the
stairs.
sliding
It's like a
part of it,
drop.
like he's sliding for days on this thing, bro.
While still spinning.
Yeah, with that momentum, yeah, taking
Zero Sundays.
Didn't he have Send It Saturdays or something?
Something like
That was his YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was his YouTube, right?
He's got a lot. This
That thing is gnarly.
Was it Malta?
Suck it,
Yeah,
Malto.
remember we see Malto do that? Like,
the back over crud.
the beginning, dude, that day, watching that in person was heavy.
Yeah.
Imagine seeing this shit.
What was that? 18 stair?
Yep. I think so.
Look how high you have to go just to get.
That thing's huge.
And approaching it like that.
That's one of the ones you roll up and it's just a clip. You can't see nothing.
Yeah.
But I love how they did that. I love how they put the nollie front board and like twice, and they showed like look, another angle of the nollie front board. And you're like, oh no, he just stepped it up.
Look at that. Look at that nollie.
Right? Let me nollie over a trash can, send it up first.
Yeah.
And then put this in.
That's that has to. He probably did that first try. I would assume.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
That's the spot from the beginning of the pre-season.
Yeah.
Just back over to you. The way he lands, he's just like he just knows he has it. Like, oh, yep.
Little Forrest Edwards there.
Oh yeah, grab the board.
I didn't realize that was Switch.
I'm not even
And then I'm
realizing a
like,
lot of
dude,
shit's
that was Switch.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's fucked up.
And that thing is steep, bro. That's not like mellow.
And there's a wall right at the bottom.
Yeah,
that's really
That you're
fucked about it.
flying at.
Yeah.
You can get
It's
pinched.
right there, dude. Like what the fuck?
Body, head, all that right to that
man.
corner.
Remember when Jordan Maxim backsmith pop over that thing?
That was crazy.
Oh yeah, that was.
It's literally 4 feet away from the other rim. It's fucking crazy.
I can't believe we're still watching this part. I've been slow mowing and everything.
Dude, what?
Up and down.
There's your concrete kicker rush.
Oh yeah, what?
Was there a kicker?
Oh, there is. I couldn't even tell.
There's a kicker.
They put the shadow is heavy right there. I couldn't see it. That's. I thought that was.
I don't give a fuck.
Oh, yeah.
Oh well.
Yeah.
Oh well. Kai hooked it up. Kai hooked that shit up.
When I watched it for the first time, and then he just got smaller and smaller as he was going down, I was like, oh, God damn.
It is.
You're like, oh, cool, he grind up a pretty sick.
Roller coaster.
You're like, okay, we're good. Okay.
Like it was that one in San Jose, the one.
No, right? Colossus.
Yeah. Here we go.
Wow.
Now, how many stairs is that?
That's probably fun for him.
Fuck the stairs.
then-
There's a pole.
Look at that
Yeah.
pole.
And a curve.
And a curve.
Dang.
It's gotta be a 30 stair.
Easy.
Up,
Oh, with-
6,
Yeah.
down 30.
You gotta count those too.
And the flat. Up 6, flat 30.
Crazy. That is insane.
Yo.
And that wasn't the last trick?
Hold on. Just think about. You can't even see. He can't even see what's
The other
the
side.
other side.
Yeah, totally.
he's just going up, and probably right here he's like, okay, oh shit, shit. Okay,
That's
here
like
we
a
go.
roller coaster right here, bro.
You ain't running out of that.
Yeah.
There's one point where he's like, this is it. I'm going for it.
That's what I'm saying.
Legend has it he didn't even look at it until before that.
Oh bullshit.
Yeah, he had no idea what was skating.
He like elements of that.
Wow, look at that.
Come on, game. Wait, come on.
It's like crazy.
How many times do you think he
Oh my god.
Oh, man.
Grinding up probably took him the most time.
Yeah, and then he's on it, and then he got it. Right? You think, how is he running out of that coming down now? I need to see that. I want to see that.
I mean, you could have
So
a
it's like
whole.
a B-roll.
What's it called? What do they do on Thrasher? That's the My Wars, whatever.
Oh, right.
Oh my God! Watching the My Wars of all of these clips.
Well, they got the B-rolls and the My War. Is that what it's called, B-roll?
Raw.
Oh yeah, the raw stuff.
Whatever it
Oh
is.
yeah, raw. Okay.
Raw footage.
I want to see the raw footage of the cartoon.
I need to take a nap. I need to take a nap. That's heavy, man.
Very happy.
Where are we going, guys?
Going to TGIF.
We're going to COTY or SOTY.
I mean,
What do you think?
I think
Going into the show, we were talking about, this is such a crazy question to ask, but like the best video parts of all time. Parts plural, right? Not just part. And it's so hard to say because it's all. I think it's definitely generation based.
Of course.
It's based off of 80s, 90s, 2000s, early 90s. There's so many factors you can never really pick one, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but we just picked some of our top greatest video parts of all times, and we talked about them. I mean, we're not going to come up with an answer.
There's no way.
Because not only is it generational, but it's also like so subjective too, to like what you're into, what you're not into.
It's. I always look at it like what affected you the most.
Yeah.
Totally.
What the influence it gave you, right? So that's kind of what I always think.
Right. Did you what affected you the most? The most. I know you picked a couple videos, but like the most video monumental to you that just did it for you, man.
Oh, dude, it comes down to two when it really comes down to it. But I would say what affected my whole skate career basically was PJ Ladd going for Herbalife. That part. When his part came out, it like obviously like just shocked the whole skate world. But like it was what made me really. I always loved flat ground, but I really loved after watching that. I was like, oh, I'm skating flat ground. I found it was so much fun, and the way he did it. Random ass weird tricks too that made like even right here, even though he did it kind of sketchy, the switch gear on here late in the
Yeah.
It was just the I never would do that trick, but I just loved his like
spontaneity.
And how he could make tricks. Like, it's a classic. Like, he skated for S92.
Oh.
And
Yeah, I mean, when this video came out, it definitely was like, wow.
yeah. I mean, it was kind of similar to like how Mike Mode came out, right? It was like he was the guy.
Yeah.
And like all of his opening lines like this,
So good.
or even the last line, the part where it closes out, it's one of the best lines ever filmed. I feel.
The end when he pushes and.
Oh yeah.
Does everything so easy in here.
Effort.
And right here
Now
is
he front three
fucking-
kickflip.
Yeah.
It's like,
What the I know we're talking about his part specifically, but I mean the whole video too.
The whole video,
Alexis
yeah.
Sloan, Jamie Rogers,
Ryan
Mike
Gawan.
Gawan,
Yeah.
like this. This, yes, the pressure.
Yeah.
Here, Andre.
I learned that. I did that in game of skate. I don't know why.
That's great.
I learned it the day before. I did it on 4010. Game of skate without barracks. But yeah, I was like, oh, PJ did it. Like, look at this line, dude. You never landed it.
Like, I love how they put that in there too.
I love.
Dude, and the song that goes with this part is amazing.
Because also, this
Yeah.
was a skate shop video. Like,
Yeah.
people forget this was not like some big thing.
Coliseum.
Coliseum was a skate shop. So dope.
What year was this?
I think 2001.
Something like
Two?
that. One or two.
Two?
It was pre-DVDs because I remember it was.
I think it was 2.
All
Yeah,
these
because
ledge
around
tricks-
Jeremy, when I met Jeremy, it feels like right after his
all these ledge tricks are insane,
Who
dude.
recently went back? Oh, was it?
Yeah, 2002.
Right? Yep.
Didn't somebody just recently go do all those ledge tricks?
Suchu.
Suchu, that's what it was.
Mark,
Yeah.
that little homage to him.
Yeah. But think about how much time has passed since this.
Right?
Big old
It's
kid.
like
foot.
21 years ago. Crazy.
Yo, I was low key
Wow.
like bummed when this came out because PJ Ladd used to be on Element and like he was kind of a sleeper. People didn't really know about him, but I always remember seeing him on just like 4-on-1 road trips and things like
Yeah.
that. They would do. And then I was like, oh man.
Was he on Element for this part? Was he on Element for this part?
No, this. Oh no.
I think parts of like during this time, I think he was still on Element a little bit, and then this
Right.
was like where he went to Flip after that.
Flip right after.
Yeah.
That was a crazy one. That was a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that party out of that video was crazy too.
Super-
Like Silence is Golden.
I just like I don't know his skating. Still his skating today is incredible.
Dude,
But like
straight up.
still incredible. But he skated so fast back then, and I just like if he just, I'm gonna do a train flip, and snap it. And
Like fast tech skating.
yeah. And then with the song with it too, you're like, oh my gosh, this is nuts. All these tricks you've never seen most of them before, and they're just flying by.
You're watching it for the first time, and he's hitting you over the head
Yeah.
constantly. Just like whoa.
And it's-
Remember in the first barracks during that era when he would skip park and he'd be there too, and he would like just get on the board, like anybody's board, he'd just get on and do like a drag trick. Or,
He's just that
he
dude.
just skated my board, you know, like all silent though, you know. He just grab your board, do something on it.
Get the board blast.
Yeah,
I remember when I first met him, because I met him at KO. He would always go to KO back in the day because Blunt, him and Blunt were like
right.
skating a lot back then. And he'd go and I would just skate with him flat ground, and I was like, this is the wildest thing. Like this.
oh, because you already knew who he was.
I
and
was a
everything. Yeah,
huge fan.
totally.
And I'd just gone expedition, and he was always there skating. But he'd go by himself,
Oh
and
shit.
so I'd meet him there sometimes, and just
Yeah.
be like, dude, I never said how good. I would never say it. You know, dude, who's the best? But
I think that last trick was the first time I'd ever seen a front 3 heel on anything other than like somebody whipping one switch on flat ground or whatever.
Down the stairs.
That line might be one of the best lines ever. And I think it might have been the first time anyone even saw that trick, the flat ground trick. The Cavallarial bigger flip, whatever. That was the first time I ever saw that.
Yeah. Since 2002, yeah.
So I don't know. That's the one that influenced me the most. For like, I like that type of skate, flat ground and ledge skating. And then you throw in a couple gaps in here and there.
Bro,
you know?
he did everything. He was skating the vert ramp, and tucking himself down big gaps, jumping down handrails, and then doing the craziest tech tricks you've ever seen on the.
It was awesome. That sparked something in the world of skateboarding.
Totally.
Thank you for doing that. The thing I like saying this is that I like saying this stuff just to get people like hey, like you made people love skateboarding.
Give people
more.
their flowers while they're still around to smell them. Give
Yeah.
PJ his flowers.
Like,
for
dude,
sure.
like you inspired a lot of people. I'm not like jocking you. I'm just saying that's what you did, and we appreciate it. Appreciation.
PJ.
For sure.
That's my number. That's my number.
That's your number one. Well, I want to bring it back too, because like Daniel, you picked. We picked like multiple things. It's not just like we picked a bunch.
Come
of
on,
stuff.
man.
I
Like,
love
come
that Daniel,
on.
You picked like Mike Vallely, Speed Freaks,
Yeah.
like his part.
No way.
That part, yeah. Well, growing up, to me and my friends, that part was like the best. Because, like, I felt like he started doing newer stuff that we didn't see in videos, you know? Like, he was skating tables. Like, he won these a whole table. That was crazy. I think he skates Switch in here, maybe.
What year was this?
This is like 89.
89.
Yeah. And this is like the first, like, he had a double kick board, you know, it was like that board I think behind you right there. Skating that board. He's like doing manis and shit. It was just like, you know, because a lot of videos before was like a lot of vert, you know what I mean? And even in this video where this part where this video was at, like Speed Freaks, it was like a lot of transitions, not that many, like not a lot of street footage.
Right. And this thing, because obviously this was like before my time, so I mean, it didn't make an impact on me, obviously.
Dude, it was so sick.
At that point in time, for sure.
That kick over that half cam manual to manual that just cuts off.
Yeah.
Dude, it just cuts off right there too. Watch, he doesn't even.
He just kept going.
That's sick. We should bring that back.
He just kept making.
Yeah, just kept going, dude.
Yeah, I can hold it.
So sick. And all these tricks, dude. Me and my friends just do all those tricks.
Oh, he just
Games of skate.
hit the pole. Dude, that's so sick.
Yeah.
I love it, that intro. He's like, how would I run through a graveyard?
I know, right?
He's like, Stacy made me run through a graveyard.
I think he does the switch all.
Switch all on the mini.
What song did he skate to?
A Dinosaur Jr. song.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Sick.
Right there. I was like, whoa, that was sick. Oh, and dude, this is the same school that Tiago skates in his video part. In that new video.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, it's Gardena.
Oh, wow.
135th and Hoover.
Oh, that's the hippie frontside flip, right?
Yep.
What?
Yeah. And that's the same school they skate in the blind video too.
Yep, there it is in
Yeah.
1989.
Yeah,
Tiago's
dude.
doing this. Tiago's skating the same hip
Same place.
in 2023.
Oh, that's where Henry took big flip
Yep.
on that.
Mm-hmm.
That's so funny.
It's so cool, right?
Yeah. Kenter was the
See?
same. Yeah, switch 180 over the table. Kenter was the same way, where you would just for decades, years,
He didn't get
be
to skate at
skating.
school forever.
Damn, was Mike B one of the first people to ollie over a table?
Dude, one of them probably, yeah, for sure.
We had Sean. When did the life video came out? Because Sean
90.
Sheffy.
I think 90, 91.
So that was after.
Yeah,
this.
yeah. So that, yeah, dude, this is so like aggressive.
I
you
don't
know?
think of that like that.
Yeah, dude, he was
Come on,
so
game, like,
technical,
fuck you.
Right here, you know what I mean? He was like doing switch trays and shit.
In this part?
Kinda.
Switch straight?
No, it's
Fuck
he
you,
doesn't
game.
do them, but the tricks he was doing.
I'm gonna eat dinner. I'll be back in a little bit.
Oh, I see
You know?
what you're saying.
He switched frontside ollie in a ramp.
Mhm.
That's like, yes. Think about that. Mike B was one of the first people to do
You know, it's okay, so I don't know a lot about the old Powell stuff or anything like that, but was this one of the first videos where they kind of had like parts where it's filming with like fish eyes and
Dude,
stuff
I
like
want to
that?
say like Speed Freaks was kind of one of the first parts and parts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like individual parts.
That's what I was wondering,
Yeah.
because I'm like, I remember seeing all the older stuff, it was like, you just go out and skate for a
Everyone's
day,
all mixed
and
in.
They mix it in.
Yeah.
Can we talk about how many tricks he just banged out in one day at that spot?
And then he just sat down at the. He just sat down at the end.
He was probably so tired.
He's like, I'm good. I'm good. How many we get? 50. We got 50. We got 50 clips.
Like, I'm over this.
Yeah, oh my god, he's so dead.
I think I got a park on.
I know, he probably filmed that on a weekend or something.
Right.
You know? That's
Yeah,
nuts.
Life Soldier Story, 1991.
Yeah.
So 2 years, 3 years. What did this say? 89?
89, yeah.
89.
Yeah.
2 years later. Yeah. So maybe he was the first person.
Awesome choice,
And
dude.
those boards weren't easy to get up
Oh, hell
over
no.
the tables either.
I was not expecting that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wasn't either.
Yeah, that's
I'm
awesome.
He look at Dave, he's like, yeah.
See?
I love that
Yeah,
choice.
no, that's what I want.
But that's why there's no right or wrong answer to the best video part of all time.
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah, it's what you thought.
there's no way to
You like the most.
there's
Mhm.
no way to be like, this is it.
Yeah.
Because if we talk about best video parts of all time, like the chances of us all probably picking something similar comes into play. So when it's more based on like our favorites or things that shaped us a little bit, I think that's so much better.
Dude, so, yeah, for sure.
And shaped skateboarding. as well.
Mhm.
Not just us, it shaped like, you know what I mean? Like, when we see Mike Vallely, like the video part, like, it changed skateboarding. So
Yeah.
You start learning these tricks because he was doing
Oh,
it.
totally, yeah.
Like,
You didn't see that before, you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, PJ
Yeah.
Ladd.
Let me grab some real quick.
I saw PJ Ladd and I was like, oh, this is,
Yeah,
I want to learn this stuff.
Mhm.
I want to learn how to tray flip like that.
totally.
So,
Skateboarding does that though. Like it's there's those monumental people and those monumental moments that happen every so often where it sparks something in the entire community.
Yeah.
And it's like a ripple.
Mhm.
Just like shoots through.
Yeah, it's like
Everybody's psyched on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could like think of somebody like, oh, I remember that. If I was skating that time, oh, I remember that time period.
Oh,
Right,
dude,
yeah, yeah.
takes
Talk
you
about,
back.
talk
Yeah.
about Mike Mo, you're like, oh, I remember that when it came out.
Mhm.
Like his whole career changed. Like in his whole, you know, like PJ Ladd, that video comes out.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
the biggest dude out there.
Yep.
It's crazy.
It's crazy.
Even when you got like a Mark Johnson, you know, fully flared
Oh,
comes out. You've got
yes.
3 parts.
Yeah.
Everything is just
Amazing.
so gnarly.
And buttery, dude.
Dude,
Butter.
it's so good.
Boom! And he goes down so hard too. He must have hit his head like 8 times during this part. As
Yeah.
well. Which is everything he was doing back then was so just.
Is this your favorite, Chris?
It's one of them. It's
Yeah.
one of them. I mean, Mark Johnson's high up there for me.
Oh, dude.
I mean, he's had over 20 parts. I mean, we're talking like full length
Mhm.
parts, like 15 to 20 parts.
Long parts.
Long
Yeah.
parts.
I liked his man down part a lot.
Man down.
Yeah, that part was amazing.
Modus.
all of them.
So it's hard to pick one, but I wanted to throw one MJ part in there because
Got
it
it.
really, really, I just love everything he does. It's just so.
I would, at the way
Switch menus.
when I look at this,
Keeps going.
He's
This-
magical.
he probably put the most work into this. Looking at his whole career, I feel like this is the one he put the most work
He
into.
put a lot of work into it, for sure. He thinks about stuff too. He knows his part. He
Mhm.
sees what he really thinks about stuff.
Ooh.
But everything's so beautiful.
Yeah, that part was really fun.
I always tripped on that.
Oh.
Dude, that.
That was
That seems like the most primo thing to happen. And faking the gap to faking mail. That's nice.
But that's the thing, just a little fakey manual over a gap.
Yeah.
So simple.
Was
but
that at his
so
house?
Dope.
That stuff?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't think so.
He had that one thing in front of his house, the up and down thing.
Dude, dude, that trick is sick. When you just toe pressure it.
Oh, right.
It's funny, right? If you're a skateboarder and you can make a weird, wacky trick look good, then you know that you got something special going on.
Hell yeah.
And for me too, the skating matters the most, but it's also how the parts put together
Mhm.
as well. And like Ty's phenomenal, like fully flared and everything, and the way that his 3 parts were like laid out, and the last part was like, and the songs that went with it.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
last part it's like raining, and he does the table trick, and everything's building up and building up, and it's slow mode and slow mo. Like, you definitely, I got a feeling
Totally, man.
watching it.
You know what's funny? He does the front board, the fakie 5-0 on the flat bar. That came out a little while ago. I was at a skate park, and that's randomly at a skate park.
Oh, really?
I was like, oh, that's the first, I think, spot or skate park
Filmed.
filmed in a major video part.
Huh.
But you can't tell that it's at a skate park.
Yeah.
I saw it go by. I was like, that looks like a skate park. But it doesn't.
The
I
walls.
assumed it wasn't. I
Yeah,
assumed it
yeah.
wasn't. But I was like, oh, that looks like a nice flat bar. That's
I mean,
fun.
this, Fed's filming, but the way that he
I know.
pivots
Flips
out
it
of
out.
this,
Oh, yeah. That was good stuff.
he's dude. He's one of the butteriest.
For sure.
He's one of the butteriest. This
And-
when he did this blunt down the hubba.
So gnarly.
You know what I love about the man down, all the what's it called? Tilt mode stuff. The comedy that comes out of it.
Oh, man. So
It is
funny.
unbelievable.
Yeah.
hilarious.
What would he call it? Like Chauncey Peppertooth?
Oh, yeah,
Is that
Chauncey
his name?
Peppertooth.
Yeah. Chauncey Peppertooth. So good.
Did you ever skate that, Chris?
I did, yeah.
Was it?
That was at his pad,
It's
right?
fucking hard to skate.
That's what it looks like.
It is hard
that
to
was
skate.
Was it the same day you did nose grind?
No, I think that was a different day.
What did you do on that nose grind?
Probably something stupid.
Nose grind.
Nose grind. Oh yeah,
That wasn't
yeah.
stupid.
Yeah.
That was sick.
Oh, you mean on the bench?
Yeah.
Ah, I thought you meant the thing at his house.
Oh no.
No.
Why so stupid?
Yeah, at his house. It was so hard to skate.
Yeah.
I'm like, only this is Mark Johnson built this spot for himself.
That was insane.
So skinny. You got like alley oop it to stay straight.
again,
Oh,
I think
that was rad.
we talked about this last week, I believe, about how gnarly this video was.
Yeah.
But dude, to have the last part in this video, and he had it, like that's how gnarly this part was.
Right.
Guy, costume, like
Yeah.
so many. I could
Heavy hitters, right?
That was Dubs in KC.
That was the case. Yeah. We never found that. But this, when the music changed and then they
Yeah.
did the. And this trick to set off this section of the video, like the lip slide in the rain to nose blunt, like I'm just like, oh my god, this dude is just. He's one of the best, man. He's magical on a skateboard,
You
dog.
could never predict what he was gonna do.
Right.
Some people you could watch skate, like if you watch me skate, and you'd be like, oh, he's probably gonna do 360. But like, you watch this dude, you have no idea. What is he gonna do in the rain with two tables? What
Yeah.
Like,
He loves that A-frame situation.
Everything. The backside flip coming up next
Frankie.
is like.
oh,
The
that
backside flip over the gap where he hits his head again too. I don't know. I just
Damn,
gotta
that was
shout out
sick.
MJ, man. He's one of the butteriest dudes ever.
I just thought it was crazy to know how to do all of these tricks. You know what I mean? Like, to be honest, like, how do you know how to do all these
He knows
tricks?
how to do all these
Like,
tricks.
So much
Dude, right?
It's
All
sim-
these tricks are so different.
It's
so crazy.
I know it sounds simple and like, you're like, yeah, of course, you did them.
Yeah.
No, that's literally hard.
This
Oh,
clip-
this backside flip.
Oh, and he hits his
Yeah.
head. But look how he lands it.
Like all
Look at this.
The
speed
catch.
out. Yeah.
The
With the
roll
gloves
away with
on.
I went to that spot
hard.
once. It was in Dallas. It was really weird to skate.
Is that some like drive-through? It looks like.
No,
Or
it's
what?
like, I think it's a dumpster,
Dumpster.
right?
Oh, okay.
And like, this is perfect kick. It's kind of quick though. It's a super sick spot, but it was not easy to skate. That thing was kind of big too.
That thing was huge.
That was in Barcelona.
Oh, like heels traveling that far.
Nick Dompier ollied up that thing.
Oh wow. Shit. Oh, Travel knows why.
Yeah. But anyway, I don't know. And this, just little things like this too. People weren't doing that on parallel.
Is this the same part?
Yeah.
Yes.
Crazy,
I
right?
even skipped his first part. This was his
Yeah,
third,
this was second and third.
second and third.
Yeah.
I remember when this came out, man, the ledge dancing came back again.
Yeah.
People were like, started dancing on the ledges. I was like, these guys, that's, when you make a video like that, change your skateboard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is in one of those videos.
He's that T-shirt at like the chest.
Yeah, like a tattoo.
That's such a sick T-shirt. 9 Club.
Yeah, right?
Oh no way, he gunsed it. It's so sick. That's a joke.
Oh, that.
And then he gets gnarly on 10 stair, top from board.
Yeah, cab front board. Fuck.
That rail was steep, dude.
You can tell right there. 55.
Damn.
Balance.
Balance. It's so good. I don't know, man. Skating, these videos make me want to go skate.
It really
Yeah.
does, man. Ryder?
This is in.
Ooh, he did that.
Winona
so
ditch. Remember this? Seeing this?
Nollie 540.
Yeah.
Nollie 540.
Crazy.
Nollie backside 540.
Yeah.
And it was at a skate park. I'm like, that can totally, that's fine. You do that trick, you put that in there.
And then this, the ode to Day One.
Yeah.
Dude, Day One did that like a long ass time ago.
Long
Yeah, it
time
was a
ago.
gap. Between,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
He did it regular and switch.
But I think MJ did it
Yeah.
in.
I think we went to that spot like a tour after this, and that spot
it
sucks.
sucks.
Was
It's
that
like
Atlanta,
terrible.
right?
Yeah.
It was. I went there. I was like, this thing's horrible.
Yeah, it's not fun at all.
Like, I think that was the only trick I ever saw documented.
Right? I don't think anyone really fucked with it. Yeah.
It was that bad.
Yeah.
It was like weird. It felt like it dented easily. Like
Yeah,
it was-
just that weird metal. Yeah.
Ching.
Yeah.
It was like. And it wasn't there? Did they talk about that? Like filming that somewhere?
I think so a little bit, yeah.
I heard they were there till like 4, like super.
Yeah, people left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Were you there?
I wasn't there, but I heard this. It was a all night on
Mhm.
It was like late. It took him a long time.
Good choice.
Steezes, you got a couple interesting picks.
Yeah, I
too.
figured I'd spice it up a little
I
bit.
know you would.
What you got, Steve?
What out of these three, what would be?
The one that I wouldn't say it shaped me the most, but I remember this one had it on VHS. Me and my boy Tucson back in the day. We lived in the same neighborhood. We would watch this every day before we skated. So much so that we watched it till the tape popped.
Shit.
It popped.
It popped. Stevie Williams and the Reason.
Ooh, that video is that part's hard as hell, man.
Yeah.
So good.
Wow. Good choice, dude.
Yeah. Rasul.
Rasul.
Shout out
Shout
to
out.
Rasul, dude. And that dude from the Roots is in here too. Scratch.
He does the beatbox.
Yup.
But this was one of those things too, where like you talk about shaping skateboarding, but like phrases like run,
Oh, yeah.
skate, chill, run, skate, chill, go to the store.
Yeah.
Those are the things that kind of became a thing.
Mm-hmm.
What year was this?
2000. No, 99?
99. Because this came out
Yeah.
before
bef-
Lotus.
Yeah. This is right after Stevie got on Chocolate. Like,
Oh, yeah, Chocolate Tour, and then he fell.
yeah.
I always tripped on this,
Hard
dude.
flip back nose grind 180.
Back on 80.
Ugh.
That's when he used to rock this grenade chain.
Yup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That thing.
Forgot about that.
Man,
I wish you played it.
I know. You can for this actually.
Oh, yeah. You can.
We don't have it. We
took it off.
upload it with
Yeah.
without audio.
I can do it for you.
Roots crew.
Right? See, I'm sure everybody memorized this at one time, you know?
One trick. Yep.
You know what the coolest thing about these video parts are? Is like the memorizing time of the first watching it. You know
Oh,
what's
right,
being
right, right.
Yeah.
Oh my. This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
like- and
Yep. I
how
thought
you-
Josh Gyges was black. I had no idea.
I used to love this too because
How he laughs.
how he laughs.
Yeah.
Right there, he's just
That concert afterwards.
It's just little
Oh,
things that
man.
you remember
Oh,
on these little
dude.
skate videos.
Yeah.
That's so good.
The cops are laughing too.
No, this,
Yeah.
I remember when this came out. It's
Dude.
people. I started doing marathon lines.
Yeah.
Like he
Bro,
made
yes.
he made that opening line, and you're like,
Oh my God.
This video.
What
Yeah,
is
this
Going
part's
over
so
a
good.
trash can one way, then coming back
Yeah.
and going another way. This fakey hard flip.
Yeah.
I always
Even the
thought-
Call
birds
out
were
tray
like,
flip.
what?
I call out every trick before it happened.
Yeah.
Nollie front heel. Or excuse me, nollie back heel, excuse
Yeah.
me. And then switch heel over to trash can.
This switch heel flips so slow. and
Bro.
Good, right? I mean, I guess
It
just
No.
floats.
Yeah.
Those things are
You know?
those things are tall.
Yeah. And I think this video part's the first time I seen Kevin Taylor.
Oh,
And I was
yeah.
like, who's this guy? This
Yeah,
dude's
yeah, a
style
little
is
bit,
sick.
yep.
You know?
I knew who Kevin Taylor was, but you never seemed like a
Yeah.
him
Full
in the
line,
forefront,
yeah.
like, with Kalis and
Mhm.
Stevie, right? And put him right there with him, right? Like,
Yeah.
his tricks are sick.
This is when Philly was hot
On
as fuck.
fire.
Yeah.
Back to the biggie.
I wish I got this. I never got to skate it like back at that time. But I got to skate it. Yeah, there's only like a couple tricks that aren't at Love Park.
Yeah.
It's like 2 Pierce 7 manuals that are like
There he
60
is.
minutes.
Dude, mashing.
Yup.
Who did
Nollie
K-
nose blunt. He's just like,
Yeah. This,
yeah, who did KT skate for back then?
Aesthetics.
Was that aesthetics back then? too?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
It's aesthetics. Then he went to
the switch
New
crook
York.
said he does his work. So sick.
Yeah, I heard like he had no
Nollie
idea.
180.
He didn't know what he was gonna do. He was
You could
like,
tell,
he was
yeah.
like, I'll just go
Yeah.
switch crook.
Yeah.
And does the whole thing.
He's like,
I feel like a lot of these lines at
Damn,
Love were like
Brad.
that. Where they would do the last trick and then they would
Improvise.
just go,
Yeah.
go with it.
oh, dude, kid.
Dude,
Turn around, tray
turn
flip.
around.
Tray flip's so good.
I saw this. I was like, who's this light-skinned black dude? This 180 nose grind
Oh,
all the way
man.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah, no pinch. It's actually just like
Yeah.
a 180 nose grind.
And those big bricks of Josh Kalis ones.
Right.
Oh, when this came out, I immediately got a pair of those shoes.
Really?
Immediately. I think I had like at least 6 pairs of that shoe.
Damn.
The way the swishy pants blow in the wind in
Yeah,
this
yeah.
line is just so,
And the music too.
Yeah, wow.
Super
Yeah.
bro.
dope beat to it. Yeah.
This is when every company was making sushi pants.
Yeah.
Like 4-star
Bro,
had
the
theirs.
boing on the
Oh,
switchback
switchback 180, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Dude, and he had to keep it like in a little
Yeah.
zone too, because you know what I mean.
It's
Like,
not that wide.
yeah,
Yeah, this is actually a really good pick.
yeah.
Really good.
Such a moment in time.
Ooh.
Real.
I mean, this is like you see a lot of people looking back into DC, like the old shoes.
DC
and
archive.
It's
Yeah.
mostly around this
Damn.
era right here that they're bringing stuff back because this is like the golden era, right?
Yeah.
Straight up.
You okay, Andy?
Oh, dude, I'm like
mesmerized.
zoned in right
Switch
now. dude.
trade.
I'm
Dude.
zoned
That's why it's
in.
gnarly, dude.
That is gnarly for
This.
sure.
I mean, yeah, that's
That's like as high as that counter.
Yeah.
that's iconic.
Literally.
That's an iconic photo and
Switch flip front 5-0.
You don't see that really
You don't
often.
see that.
Yeah,
oh, the switch back six looks incredible. Wait, like
Floater.
yeah. Fuck.
Everybody's going nuts. out there. Oh my god! I mean, like it's warranted, right?
Yeah, hard flip front nose.
Like I don't even remember the last time I saw this video.
Dude, this is a
that shit looks a little lazy to me.
Yeah.
Shit, I never saw that.
Oh man.
That's amazing.
This whole video, Matt
Yeah.
Mumford, switch or front Smith,
Yep.
El Toro.
Toya's part in here.
Toya, dude,
Dude.
Cairo.
Oh yeah,
Cairo's
Kyle's part.
Yep.
Yes. And Gershon had a sick part.
Gershon part.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gershon kicked off the video.
Yep.
So good.
That's probably my favorite Gershon part.
Yeah, it's a good
Oh,
transfer video. Modis. Oh, that's
No,
almost-
the reason.
Reason. Yeah. It's a good one.
What about you, Andy Anderson?
What's that?
What were you, double ampersand?
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, for sure.
Technology.
I'm like
Um,
really curious about what your choice.
know.
What was your favorite?
I got 3.
We all, I think, had 3. But what
Yeah.
was the
What
one?
was the one?
Well, name your 3 first of all. What were the 3?
Because the 1 isn't technically any of the 3.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of weird to say it like that. But so Tom Penny, Minignati,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
like just I try to summon Tom when I do a lot of tricks. I'm like, okay, where are you, Tom? You know, I'm like finding him.
Yeah.
That's why we keep having them earthquakes.
Yeah.
And then
It's seances.
Tom, where are you? And then Mark Gonzalez video days.
I picked that one too.
Dude, that
That
like
one's
vert and
Everything, yeah,
street and
yeah.
alley-oop grinds and handrail, but like the number 1. So I have it down as the Rodney Mullen Globe shoe opinion,
Okay.
that part
But-
was hard.
but like I never knew that part. Like for me, that was just like best of Rodney Mullen on YouTube. You know what I mean?
Mm.
But the real video that introduced me to that is the secret tape on Tony Hawk Pro Skater,
Oh.
where they
that's
had a
pretty cool.
bunch of those clips.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, what?
But like in the actual globe part, there is footage of like Harry Perry like getting props and shit, like the guy with the guitar.
Oh, right.
Yeah, yeah.
Venice guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So for me coming to Venice, I was like,
Oh, and seeing him.
bro, he's real. You know, like,
Did you tell him like, hey, you're in this video?
yeah, for sure. He's like, yeah, me and Rodney go way back. You know? But now me and Harry are tight. Like,
That's
me and,
sick.
like,
That's dope.
like, I see him every day, pretty much.
Oh, dude, his stuff is it's almost unfathomable. You can't. I don't. Maybe Andy knows what this is like, but I don't know what any
Yeah.
of this stuff is.
Yeah, this is all really
A
hard.
lot of it you can't. Yeah.
And that's like a normal street board kind of. I mean, that wasn't a
Yeah.
shop board, right?
Yeah.
It's just
It
like
looks a little
normal-
smaller, but yeah.
Probably like a 7 3/4 or something. Yeah.
And it's impossible, half that impossible. Bam.
He's that's his move right there. I like it.
Dude, that though, he was pumping nose 360s. I don't know if you can go back,
Yeah.
but like that's one of the most complicated maneuvers.
Oh shit!
He's pumping.
Oh,
Damn, that is gnarly.
I don't know. She stole the show for me. I
But-
was like looking. I was looking at something else.
But it's like a spacewalk, but all the same direction and on the
But it's
front.
forward.
Like front side, opposed to like front side, back side. Like to pump in a spin makes no sense.
to do a tray flip and predict where the primo is going to be and land on it makes no
Yeah.
sense.
Mm-hmm.
That though,
Ooh, that was cool.
the no-handed 50-50, 360 pivot, I was like,
See, like, it's so funny because like as amazing as Rodney Mullen is,
that's
is like
you gotta rewind, bro. You
no,
gotta
but this would never be on a list for me, right? What year did this come out?
I have no idea.
You don't
Payment
even know.
was
What, 2003?
2004,
Yeah, but
yeah, 2003,
yeah.
2004, something like that.
This
yeah.
trick,
So funny.
helipop,
Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
that was invented a year before the ollie.
What?
Did he invent that?
Yeah.
The nollie backside
Nollie
360.
Nollie 3
360.
came out a year before the flat ground ollie.
It's crazy.
And he's popped it, or just like
Yeah, it's hard not to pop.
Yeah, 2001.
It like kind of
Oh,
comes up.
2001.
dude. My favorite part of his is Ronnie was staying
Round two.
Round
Oh,
two.
round two.
Dude, that table.
It's still there, right?
Yeah.
Still
Don't
buried.
I didn't
I think
realize
this is when they
that.
first buried the fucking
Yeah,
The pits.
pit. Yeah.
I always thought it was a myth, but like that literally shows that it's true.
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
no,
yeah,
it's-
they buried it.
Yeah,
It's there. That's so funny.
There it
Harry!
is.
Yeah.
Dude, Harry's like so young right there. His guitar's so young too.
like flat ground nannies.
Wow.
What year did you start skating, Andy?
2000.
So this is
Damn.
2001.
I was 4. So
What?
When I started skating.
You started skating at 4?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I was addicted. I got fully addicted at 7. At 7, I quit everything else.
I love how he interjected like old school tricks that were tech and
Whoa.
like, new stuff. Stuff that switch frontside flips. Good, like good switch frontside flip.
And like Rodney was
Oh my
like in
God.
his 30s in this part too.
Dude, that was a
Still-
switchback like with the premium. That was fucked up.
What do you call that when it flips a little bit? Like, you know,
Imagine trying that.
It fully flips.
Oh, it's a flip and a half.
It's
Yeah.
a flip and a quarter.
What the
Or,
fuck?
yeah.
Yeah. So what would you? Is that a thing?
Not enough people do it to name it.
Yeah, I was gonna say 'cause I didn't know if there was a name for it.
Yeah, it's like a lot of these freestyle tricks go nameless or without warranty. Like people will be like, I did it, but their foot's on the ground, but there's just not enough people to do it to show this is what a good one looks like.
So we talked about how he went all the way around on a nollie front 3 kickflip in the beginning of his line.
Right?
Wait, can you see that again?
Yeah,
Which one was it?
right in the beginning of this line.
Jeez. Just flat.
All the way around.
Yeah.
This part really inspired me to come to Venice. Like, that was a big piece of like, oh, this is what's
Damn, dude. It's crazy.
It's so hard to make stationary tricks flow in a video.
Yeah.
I mean, if I did stationary tricks, then I mean, this would be the worst part in the whole world.
Dude,
Look at that. You got the.
Uh-huh.
What's that? Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? That's crazy.
That's a grown Mutant Ninja Turtle.
That's awesome. That's all right here though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I didn't really realize that he was.
I kind of forgot that too.
Yeah. down there
Because like
that.
you, round 2 was the Rodney Mullen part in my head. It
Yeah.
was like, that's the one.
Him skating, doing like half cab crook, big Nollywood heel.
Nollywood heel.
You're like, what? Dude, a half cab crook, shove heel flip out.
Him and Daywan in that video, the table stuff that they did, next level.
Since a bunch of us chose this, I mean, this was on. I mean, I didn't really have too much on my list, but Blind Mark Gonzalez video days.
Dude, best
I
part.
loved it. Still do.
This was '91
Yeah.
as well. You have Ace Makers, man. Your dreamers of the dreamers.
John Coltrane, dude, this is what got me into jazz.
Yep. John Coltrane.
I was like, oh, you can skate to jazz?
You know what's funny though? Is like for
It's
me,
front pop.
yeah. When I so like
Wound up and did
180 switch ground, bam.
Yeah.
this was one of the first videos that I ever saw.
Oh shit, you're stoked.
But for me, since I was a little kid, I was more enamored by Guy.
Oh, totally.
So I'm
Me
watching
too.
Guy Mariano,
Yeah, yeah.
this kid
Mm-hmm.
that looks like me, that's doing this gnarliest stuff.
Anyway.
It's Nolly Wally.
wow.
Is that Danny Way?
Yeah. Because he used to write for Blind.
But it wasn't until later which I appreciated Mark Gonzalez's part. you know?
Yeah, yeah, totally.
Interesting.
Like I'd rewind Guy's part all the time.
Yeah.
Eddie Richter's part, FF.
Dude,
you know.
this line.
Jordan Richter?
Yeah, who did I say?
Andy Richter.
Oh.
This line has so much attitude in it that it's just
Yeah.
like, I want to do a line where there's this little going on.
That spot's still there.
I saw
in East
Louis
LA.
Louis skated it kind of recently.
Yeah.
So.
Like that was like
Oh,
a
yeah.
that was like a 8-second,
Yeah.
10-second line of nothing.
This is like the first switch man
That was dope.
Yeah, yeah.
like on video probably.
Right.
Oh my god, bro.
And like the half cabbies as well.
And he touches.
Yeah.
I
Doesn't
love.
matter.
Yeah, I know, dude.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I think those were full caps.
Those are full caps. That's right.
Wow.
Wow.
It's double flip. Even though it was rocket, it was probably the best double flip.
Is that Laguna? That's Laguna Beach.
Stand up.
Yeah.
Right?
They have the gnarliest curb cuts. They're huge.
No way. Is that where I gotta go?
Yeah. It's a little crowded right there. It's on PCH, but it's like they're diesel. They're sick,
Yeah.
dude.
Dude, I used to skate the shittiest curb cuts growing up, and I come out here.
I like how they made it look like one whole line.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like he went straight to the line.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's for sure.
Right? Just doing shit weird.
Santa Monica Mall.
Oh, that is?
Yep.
I didn't realize. Oh, that's the rail that was.
Yeah, that's
Third
before
Street
they
Promenade?
Third Street. Yep.
Mhm.
That's
Oh,
before they
wow.
remodeled it.
There was a
Right.
rail out front that cost and grinded, right?
50-50. Yeah. They removed those benches. Yep.
Crazy.
That's Broadway right there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He did grab it. I was like, did he
Yeah.
grab the one he landed though?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
grabbed it.
He did, right?
Mhm.
Cool.
Switch.
No big.
Yeah.
No big switch.
Oh, look, the same school still.
Hey.
ATM was
Dude,
still
this school is in every dope part.
Right.
backside all the
Into the half cab into the back alley.
Yeah.
That was such a dope transition.
So rad.
Doesn't make sense either. How does a half cab go into that?
Damn.
He like pulled in with his hips, not his legs.
Yeah.
He was like,
So
Oh.
funny. As
Oh,
much as I'm
sick.
not a vert guy, seeing him, Jason
Yeah.
Lee, in this video skating vert, you're like, oh, rad.
Just that gear, I'm like, dude, I gotta get that outfit.
yeah,
Oh, there's the what you're talking about.
yeah. Mark Johnson represent. Damn.
Mark
It's fun to
Gonzalez.
watch right here.
That
Yeah.
fast plant, the fakey's
So
bonkers.
crazy, huh?
Fuck.
It's good stuff.
How about that one? You don't see that.
Fast plant.
Like
dude.
Slob Fast
Oh,
Plant or something?
Oh yeah, slob. Yeah, slob.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said like that.
Crazy.
I love that shit when they do it like it's an air. It's not like a Texas.
Yeah. It's fluid.
Yeah. And the Tai Chi, that inspired me so much right there. I do so much of that shit before I do my tricks. I'm like, I don't know why. Find my balance. Do this backflip.
Yeah, yeah. Man,
You will.
this part's great.
In the parking garage,
Mhm.
he's doing the lines. down
Yeah,
in the little
South
spot
Bay
parking.
Galleria.
That's South Bay Galleria.
Yeah.
Okay, never knew
Yep.
that. Oh. I always wondered where that was.
I
Right?
think that's in Burbank.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like something that would even be in like Santa Monica.
I was gonna say that.
totally.
It looks like it's at that Shell station.
Yeah.
almost down
Did
the
y'all
line.
see the gas prices?
Dude.
Oh,
Let's go.
Imagine
What was
I
it?
didn't
Dollar
see that.
nine.
something like 110 or something.
$1.09.
109. Yeah.
Man.
oh.
Imagine that.
I remember those times, man. Those
Dude.
Yo, good
That's when they had like full service still back then.
Bro.
So
a long time
this is
ago.
South Bay,
South Bay Galleria.
South Bay Galleria.
Yeah.
Huh. Crazy. What a weird thing to have for
I
parking
know, dude.
structure.
What is it? A piece of
Just
metal?
a piece of metal, yeah.
This is dope. Someone got lazy.
Hmm. This is so true. Right? I think 50, switch.
Was that feeble? Or
It was like
or
back when you
board
fakey fit to yes, board side. Faking board side or something. Oh dude, didn't this spot like right up the street?
Yeah, that was near
It's like where
Oh.
the handrail is.
right. No, this is the handrail.
Is that off Centinela?
No, off the fourth.
Yeah,
This
that's
is,
the same school. No, it's not the same school.
No. It's Ocean Park's right there.
Yeah.
Right?
Dude, this is the best. Like, his nothing shit is the best.
Yeah.
Just,
Awesome.
like, just do nothing.
I always thought, like,
That's
man, watch out the left turn right there,
Yeah.
baby.
Yeah.
Is this the first clip ever on that rail?
Probably, dude.
It's funny because that happened a long time ago and you didn't see it for a really long
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
And then
Mhm.
Baker blew
Baker.
that
Yeah,
up,
Baker
yeah.
brought it back.
Yo!
That is one of the gnarliest boards
Dude,
I've
Andy,
ever
you should
done.
do something on that. You probably skate that, huh?
Dude, I want to
I don't-
so bad.
Dude, that would be sick.
There's something.
Muska's 50 that.
Yeah, there's something maybe
What
wrong
weird?
with it.
Oh, like the
Nah,
runway?
nah.
Is it still
Oh, you
skatable?
checked it out?
Oh no, it's totally unskateable.
Right.
I went by it the other day, but they have cars parked on the other side of it, so
Yeah,
you couldn't go over the rail.
Yeah, but I'm sure on the week.
Yeah, don't fuck up.
No, it's like they're like some cars that are literally just like
Oh, just always there.
yeah, like it's some like
Oh.
electric car things plugged in. So I hard to explain. Always there.
I just drive, like I bike by and I'm like, please, like realize I'm looking at the rail, you know? Like,
Yeah.
Not doing anything sketchy.
I fucking hate skating schools for that reason. I'm like, dude, I'm looking at the rail. But it's like fucking, if I'm trying to like sneak in and shit, I'm like, what day do I go here, bro?
Yeah.
But I think we could all name a lot of videos.
Oh,
A lot of
yeah.
video parts. I mean, you mentioned Manic Monty, Tom Penny,
Bro, Tom Penny's the.
You know what's
Brian
awesome?
Wenning.
I put Brian Wenning was his part in photosynthesis.
Let's not leave out Costin.
Eric
Oh,
Costin's
dude,
part.
every
Mouse,
one of his parts.
every-
Mike Carroll,
Yeah.
Carol,
know?
yep.
like questionable stuff. I think there's a lot.
So many videos.
Guy Mariano's parts.
I'd even bring it over to like Jamie Thomas, Misled Youth.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Teenage
videos like that, like
Wasteland,
teenage
yeah.
wasteland. Like
That part
you're
was
watching those
gnarly.
videos for the first time, you're like,
Yeah.
whoa,
Yeah.
Heavy.
this dude is gnarly.
Like Reynolds Baker 3 part.
Yep.
That was crazy.
Shotgun editing and that. Misled Youth. Guy Mariano.
Yep.
Guy Mariano. I mean, you name 3, you leave 3 off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the hardest thing to do.
Yeah.
An easier way, maybe to even go about it, would be to do like every 5 years.
Yeah.
Right? You do like 90 to 95, 95 to 2000,
Yeah.
2005.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that, you can narrow it down a little bit easier, I guess.
Totally, yeah.
But just to say the best video parts of it, good luck.
I love that they're all older kids. All we're talking about. Like it's not like
But maybe if it was a newer kid, like a younger kid, he would like.
He would have that. He would have his for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
it would be it would be interesting to hear what a younger kid
Well, like,
really
Well, it's
Listen,
even funny hearing that Andy saw Rodney Mullen from the secret tape on Tony Hawk's Pro
Right,
Skater.
that's
You
crazy.
know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Those types of differences too.
But even Taylor in the
Secret
chat,
tape.
saying Alex Midler and Godspeed.
There you go.
See?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Like,
it's
whoa, yeah.
Yeah,
To
that
be
part
that-
was gnarly.
Yeah, that part was gnarly.
Mm-hmm.
Stefan Jadowski, subtleties. You know, Lou Lopez, Lou Barletta.
The subtleties when winning and Stephon shared apart.
Yep.
Yeah, that was.
Wedding Bieber.
I mean,
Winning Bieber.
Winning Bieber.
Yeah,
Yes.
Stephon
Yeah,
had
yeah.
a part. Stephon had a part as well.
That's right. Okay. Yes. That's what it's. Yeah.
But these parts like change skateboarding. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
this Misled Youth part.
Misled Youth, Jamie. I mean, the whole video, Misled Youth.
The video was awesome.
But
Oh,
Jamie
dude, yeah, I
Thomas
still
comes
watch this
in
video
with the
quite a lot.
Teenage Wasteland song. And
Yeah.
oh,
And everybody in this video ripped.
Yeah, Greco's in this video too,
Yeah.
right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Ryan Bobier when he was like 13. Adrian Lopez.
Dude,
Is
Greg.
Brian Bobier in this one too?
Yeah, I said Bobier, but yeah.
Oh,
Bobier.
Oh, he's a super little
You're
kid,
right.
yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
I remember the
Zero.
the zero editing style too. It was like the shotgun
Yeah, it's
editing, quick. They wouldn't even show a roll away from less than. I mean,
Like that,
that's not
yeah,
like-
yeah.
it's like boom, 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 boom. And Jamie Thomas would do that on purpose, you know, to make the videos just.
That was fucked up right there.
Super nuts.
He's
Dude.
into a
Oh,
wall.
so I have to kick my house? Sorry.
Don't be sorry.
That's why I was like, oh, it's
Damn.
There wasn't a lot of skate
Jamie
spots right
Rings.
by people with skates.
I love him.
Oh.
The arm.
And this is the one where he's like one. This is the one where he's like one more, right?
Yeah.
No,
Well,
no,
not
this is
that
the
clip.
video.
It's not yet.
But not that clip.
No, no, this video.
Up.
Yeah. I mean, he was hitting, man.
Yeah.
He was.
Dude.
He was on top.
Venice Hubba.
Venice.
Crazy.
Damn. Was that right by the sand gaps?
No, right by the Venice pit.
Yeah.
Oh, that was right
Graffiti
there.
pit. Yeah.
Bricktown rails.
And I gotta say this
Ooh, that was a
too.
good front feed.
Watching these videos here, you know, even people at home watching whatever without the music,
Yeah.
I don't even think the skating's gnarly, but I don't even think it does it justice.
It doesn't.
Oh,
You
dude.
have to watch these videos with, the
song.
music.
Yeah.
I have such an eclectic taste in music now because of skate videos.
Exactly.
Mm,
Yeah.
Well,
totally.
we all do, right?
Yeah.
There's shit I would never even consider listening
Right.
to.
And we didn't have Shazam, kids.
Oh,
we had to. If it wasn't in the credits, you had to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Or you had to make a tape, which I did, with the skating sounds in it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
You hear the ollie sounds in the
I
back.
record
Yeah.
it so I could listen to it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
So I could listen to it offline.
when Napster came out, and like
Changed the game.
you sometimes you never knew the song name, but you just type in lyrics that you thought that they were. Like,
Yeah.
you're like what is that song? Like, I think he says this, and you would type it in.
And you gotta
Like,
down-
hopefully
That's
something
what I
would
mean,
come
yeah.
up.
But also you gotta download it. You gotta download it hoping that it would be that
Yeah.
song.
Yeah,
And if it
right.
wasn't, you're like, gotta get rid of this one.
You're waiting like 40, 45 minutes
Yeah.
for it to download on your dial on AOL.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah.
You've got mail.
Damn it, my brother picked the phone up, man. I gotta start all over. Shoot.
Oh shit.
But yeah, this is
This is cool to look back on, man.
Yeah.
Antoine Dixon, Baker 3.
Oh,
I'm just
yeah.
reading the chat right now. Jason Dill 101. I mean, everybody's got their video.
Mm-hmm.
Sight Unseen, Cardiel.
Oh yeah.
That's a good part.
Didn't
And
think of
Keith
that.
Kirchard.
Heath Kirchard, Nights in White Satin. Never reaching the end.
What's up, bro? I'm just like you just like see-
Letters I've written. Never
Oh,
reaching the
shit.
end.
Dude, Jamie's like you did a backsmith and that front feel was the same. His back foot was in the wrong place.
That's how he does it. That's the Jamie Thomas way.
That's the zero.
In the wrong
That's the zero.
place.
Back, the front feeble and the back smith. They do
Yep.
it. They lock in different.
yeah,
Dude.
they do it wrong.
Yeah.
They do it wrong. It's like, you pushed
Dude.
me over the rail.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is
In
like,
the wrong
I look
place.
at videos like this, like misled youth. I don't know how long they filmed it for, but like Jamie Thomas, this is a 6-minute part, right? And you're like 6 minutes of just hammers after hammer after hammer.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, and then you got the after black
After Black
Yeah.
hammers,
Yes.
you know, where it just gets gnarlier and gnarlier. You're like, dude, this dude was
Oh,
going
back-
crazy back then.
I feel like I had this. It was either in my locker that back when Eddie Rickon. It was my locker or on my wall at one
Yeah.
point. It was an audio ad. I'm pretty sure.
Damn, I had Dying to
Skates
Live
Israel?
VHS.
Dude, Chris Cole's part, that's gnarly
Oh,
too.
my God.
Yeah.
Was that the Jig is Up?
Oh. Is that done? I think
God.
it might
I
be.
think it was.
That part is actually really gnarly.
Yeah, because he was still on Circa at that time.
Oh, this is the one.
There it is. Yeah.
Oh, that 5-0. What the
Dude,
fuck?
I'd even say, dude,
Wrong.
Rodrigo TX's part in Menigmati
Oh yeah.
Oh
was
yeah.
off the chain. That whole video,
Yeah.
by the way, Menigmati. Oof,
I feel like that video gets requested the most as the best video of all time.
gotcha.
Like,
I can see
hear
why.
That, I hear
Yeah.
that a lot.
I could see why.
That was an epic video.
It was one that changed the game, right?
Yeah, yeah.
I can see why. It was really good. The French Fred's filming,
Mhm.
Yeah.
everything about it, the way that it was put. It's a way the videos put together too.
Yeah.
It's
And the
it
writers.
matters so
Yeah.
much.
Does play a big part.
Plays a huge part.
Like
Damn, that shit's not
We
even
talking-
lit
I
on.
was just
Look
about
at
to
that.
say,
It's
like,
in the dark.
He's skating Hollywood 16 at
In the
night.
dark,
This
dude.
is before generators, dude.
No,
Wow.
not even a camera light. Not
Dude,
even a camera light.
I bet you he figured, damn, we need a generator.
From that clip. where
Yeah,
he's
you know,
going-
it's kind of grainy. Fuck,
that's probably how it went
dude.
down.
Yeah. I
That's
think we
probably
should
how it
get a
went down.
generator now. What do you think?
I feel like the generators really came out around Menigmati and Baker 2G. That
Yeah.
was when I
Yeah.
started to notice it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
like
this-
lit up spots, right?
Kubiski,
Like lit up.
The 10,
Yeah.
Wilshire 10 and 15, they're like lit up.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Menigmati, yeah, lit up in Menigmati. You're like, oh, people are doing
Yeah.
That was like a
Yeah.
maybe French Fred. It was like the first one to light up spots like that.
Yeah.
Maybe, you know,
I think
like
I bought
that.
my
They were
first one
Thai.
in
What did
Thai.
you say,
And
Rush?
Ty would-
I think I bought my first generator in like '99.
Okay, probably after this video came out.
99.
Yeah. You're like, they need a generator.
It's grainy. It's grainy. Need a generator.
Yeah.
Give me some floodlights.
It's a little
Yeah.
grainy.
And then Ty came around with the Honda generator afterward. It got
Yeah.
like quiet.
Oh, yeah.
Right,
And
yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, the Jenny could be
Oh.
right there.
You had to put the generator around the
So
back
far.
side of the school.
Yeah.
Make sure you had extension cords long
Yeah.
enough so you wouldn't hear the goddamn thing.
Yep.
Oh man.
Skaters will paint the rail.
Yeah,
they,
there we
they,
go.
they will. You tell them.
There
Think
you
about
go.
lighting up a spot in a neighborhood at a school at like 1 o'clock in the morning. You just.
Dude, I remember that so well, man. That was insane. Like, like breaking into a school.
Yeah.
And putting a generator on.
Dude, once the generators came out, there was fucking night skating.
Yeah.
I remember when nobody was really night skating like that.
No way.
And then like the generator came out, like fuck, this dude has
Well,
a generator.
dude, nighttime was.
That means we gotta skate at night.
You're not running away from the cops then.
Yeah,
you're
true.
set, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Cops
Yeah.
come, you're like, oh, all right, we're done. Unless,
Yeah.
unless you're a beast and just run away from your homies.
I mean,
Like-
nighttime was for chilling.
Totally. Was
You
for
ain't going
chilling.
skating unless you're
Nah.
going to like a park, you like that's a World or something
Yeah,
where
yeah,
everybody's
yeah.
skating there. But nighttime's for chilling.
Yeah.
I'm putting on my chiller
Yeah.
kicks.
Like we're not lighting up shit.
No.
I remember
But when
your clip, and yeah, right, where you do the 180 thicky manual.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Thicky big spin, and you just knock the thing over.
Yeah, dude, that
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
light. Yep.
Dude, I'll jump too. Hey, shit.
I was scared, dude. I thought Colin Kennedy filmed that. I was pretty bummed that broke his leg.
Dude, yeah, it's
man.
expensive.
Well,
We were just talking
Yeah.
about this too. I know we're going pretty long, but like,
No,
we were just talking about another episode coming out soon. But we're like, is that even a thing anymore?
What?
Lighting up spots.
People lighting up spots?
Yeah, for sure.
I haven't seen people.
Probably,
doing that.
right?
People want to get their
On
people
tour?
want to get their
You
stuff.
gotta light shit up, right?
I think
I
so.
don't feel like I've never gone through that phase personally, so
Huh.
I haven't witnessed it
Yeah,
so
yeah.
much. Like I can't like I haven't been paying attention to that because I haven't done it. But like that's one thing I fantasize about, like sleep all day, skate all night vibes, like some Mullen shit.
I feel like that's like a primitive thing to do. A
Maybe
zero
you're
thing
right,
to do,
Kelly.
A toy machine thing to do.
Yeah.
You don't really see that often.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's-
Like lit up spots, huh?
Yeah.
I feel like it'd be on purpose. Like I need a night aesthetic.
Yeah.
And they go
Yeah.
do that. It's
Check out my battle commander.
What up?
Well, it also has
Remember those? Damn.
That was fun.
But I think it also has to do with like
so.
Everything you know about ancient history is wrong.
The Egyptian pyramids at Giza are undoubtedly one of the most, if not the weirdest structures on Earth. They are full of secrets that have not been exposed.
Who built these incredible structures? Was it really the ancient Egyptians?
What's the speculation?
There are realms of science that sit outside of our understanding. We'll know more tomorrow, in 10 years, in 1,000 years about science.
There is evidence of techniques and tools that we use that simply do not match the things that we find in the archaeological record.
It goes so much further than the pyramids to me. We're looking at the remnants of a lost civilization.
We say they're tombs, and Google might say they're tombs, but there's very, very little evidence that they're tombs, almost none.
Everything you know about ancient history is wrong.
What?
And we've got a roadie from Metallica here to explain it to you. Let's go. Okay, give it up right now for Ben. Ben Kirkwood is in the building. We got him here. Okay, Ben, I'm so excited. I've been talking to you and then stopped talking to you the entire morning as you've been here. I want to bring people in. Obviously, people are familiar with the pyramids. They see these great structures. They go, oh, this is amazing. They've heard people say, oh, the aliens built them, etc. Can you just break down why the pyramids are so amazing outside of just the visual stimulus that we've all seen in postcards?
Well, yeah, I mean, the reality of them is probably stranger and more interesting than anything people can think up in terms of fiction. It's just they're for the longest time have been not only like the tallest man-made structure, but they've been some of the most precisely man-made structures we've ever accomplished. Like we didn't, wasn't until like the 1700s that we even developed enough precision to be able to define just how accurately those things are aligned to things like true north. We're still discovering crazy coincidences about them in terms of, you know, they're encoding these fundamentals of nature. The Great Pyramids, I can talk about it a bit. It's a scale model of the Northern Hemisphere. It's just like.
What do you mean by that?
Well,
Let's break down some of the precision.
Sure. So the Great Pyramid. Mostly that's the one that's been studied. We actually haven't done a whole lot of studying on the other pyramids. It's something that's severely lacking. In fact, we've not even cleared off the bases of some of the other pyramids up at Giza. It's crazy. We still to this day haven't done that. But that pyramid itself, the Great Pyramid, the one that we all know and look at, the biggest one, it's aligned to true north within just, you know, a fraction of a degree off. I mean, we just don't build with that type of precision even today. In fact, the only building
we made that was that precise was like an observatory in France. That was the first one we ever made that even came close to that degree of precision. They made that in the 1800s. That's just one aspect of it, though. It's insane. Apart from it being just the tallest building for forever until the Eiffel Tower was built.
So the traditional historical narrative is that these were built, what, 4,500 years ago?
Something like that, somewhere around the 2500 BC realm.
So they build this in 2500 BC, and then it takes us until 1800 AD in order to build something taller.
Yeah,
just taller, not even as precise.
Yeah, nowhere near as precise.
4,000 years later, 4,500 years later, whatever it is.
So you can understand why people start to question the historical narrative.
Well, it falls apart under any rudimentary examination, just the logistics of trying to build that thing alone. So you have to, the way that there's very little evidence that actually ties it to the guy they say who built it. It's a guy named Khufu, who's like a pharaoh of the 4th dynasty, Old Kingdom. And he lived, they have to try and tie it to, well, because the whole story is like it's a tomb for him. So, you know, when he came to power, he probably said, we're going to build this thing as my tomb. So they had to get it done inside of his reign.
Right.
So that sort of pins it to like, well, 20 to 25 years.
Okay.
So you can break it down from there.
Okay.
And say, well, it weighs like 5 million tons. And, no kidding. And it's like it's made up of around somewhere between 2 and 2.5 million blocks of stone weighing, you know, any of them like 2-3 tons. Some of the big granite blocks on the inside weigh like 70, 80 tons. It's insane.
And these blocks are coming from quarries that are...
Some of them, yeah. The granite came from quarries that are like 1,000 kilometers away to the south. They had to be shipped up. A lot of the limestone, so it's made up of granite in the inside. The outside is 2 types of limestone. The core masonry is this limestone. A lot of it did come from Gyges, not all of it. There's actually nowhere near enough quarrying to make up for all of it. The Cairo area, and then the outside casing stone is something called Tura limestone. It's a very fine white version of limestone that came from a fair distance away. But you can break it down from there. So if you go, well, it's 25 years, 2.5 million blocks of stone, it basically means for 25 years, you have to be putting 1 block of stone in place, finished, shipped, carved, quarried, put in place every 5 minutes, every day for 25 years.
24/7, non-stop.
24/7, non-stop. And now that
no union hours.
No union hours. Yeah.
Overtime.
Yeah, no breaks, no whatever it is. I mean, it's crazy. And that is only the pyramid. And you've got to remember also, pyramids are part of a complex. There's
2 other pyramids there, and then there's like 3 little...
There's a bunch, yeah, there was like
pyramids.
9 or 10 there originally. But there's just that one pyramid. It's not just when you build these pyramids, they're part of a complex, not the other pyramids, but they have a causeway. They have these, they call everything's a temple or ceremonial, but there's temples. There's years of work just in preparing the ground, the whole foundation of what's around the pyramid. I love going to Egypt and showing people. Everyone stands there and they look up at the pyramids. I'm like, look down at your feet. Look at what you're standing on. There's these massive floor tiles that have been put into the ground. Some of these things weigh up to like 200 tons. And they're fit together like a geometric puzzle and done so precisely you can't stick a razor blade in between the gaps.
I didn't know that.
Oh,
I didn't
it's
pick
insane.
up on that at all. So you're saying that they dug down and then created a flat surface.
A foundation.
And then tiled the foundation.
Yeah, with these, but some of these, I mean, you're talking tiles this thick, some of them even bigger. In fact, the middle pyramid is even more impressive in that regard because it's built into a side of a hill. It's literally a sloping hill, so they dug down on this side and they've raised it up on this side. They made this flat platform for it. And it's just astonishing engineering. So you got to factor in, and of course, these types of projects, you don't just make it up as you go along, right? So how long does it take to design it, plan it, put the plan, that's years. Doing the foundation work, that's probably years.
You have to make sure there's enough stone to even achieve it.
Just logistics is this massive problem. I actually would love to do the exercise of working backwards because we've done some experiments on things like, okay, using really primitive methods, which is what, you know, the mainstream guys say they used. It takes this long to cut stone. And we've done a few little experiments here and there, but you can use that and work backwards, try to estimate how many cuts of stone do we need, how long would that have taken, how long is it going to take to ship this ship.
Oh, that's right. You can see based on, what is it, axe and chisel or whatever it is?
Yeah, chisels. Well, this is the
Hammer and chisel?
The stupidest thing about it all is you see these wonders of ancient Egypt, the pyramids, these giant granite single-piece statues and columns, and they tell you that it was all made with round balls of stone and flint chisels, just like repeatedly bashing on them.
So let's assume
like grinding
it was.
on them with sand.
But let's assume it was. You could calculate. No. But even if we were to, like, you could calculate how long it would take to take that round stone and the chisel and chip away and create these perfectly
they're not even symmetrical, but like these perfectly shaped,
But you wouldn't even be able to get them perfectly symmetrical. But even as close as you could
calculate how long it would take.
Yeah.
And have you tried to do that math?
No, but it's on my list of things to do. In particular, I'm interested in like the granite as well because
the granite's so hard to cut.
Granite's so hard. There's a few things involved in the granite. It's they say they grinded on it with sand and they get a copper bar and we've done these experiments. It's much harder. Like that's the other thing that people try to compare, like the work of the Romans and a lot of times the Greeks. They all work in marble. Like, this is a very, very soft stone relative to granite. Like frankly, granite's a stupid material to try and do this stuff. It's harder than steel. It's like a 6.57 on the Mohs scale. Diamonds at a 10, your fingernails at a 2, copper's at 3, bronze is a 4, steel's like a 5, and 6.
What is marble out of curiosity?
Marble's I think it's like a 3-ish.
So this is theoretically twice as hard.
Yeah, it's just a super soft.
Super hard.
You had mentioned molecular manipulation.
Yeah, so that's the speculation realm, but it does to me, and this you can see a bit more of that. I think you go like South America because a lot of the real megalithic stuff in places like Peru.
And just so we can define megalithic. A megalith is just a giant stone.
Giant stone walls. Yeah, I call stuff that's megalithic I would define it as walls and structures made up of massive single pieces of stone.
Yeah.
Typically showing signs of precision in how they're built and just perfect alignment. Like making these sort of mortarless walls is not easy. Like we don't do that today. Like this is what mortar.
So I think this is one of the cool things that you've exposed and a lot of your contemporaries have exposed is that ancient history isn't studied by architects. Do you know what I mean? And engineers, right? Like so they're applying these ideas and principles to the information that they have, but they don't know what the fucking Mohs scale is. So they're finding some tools and they're seeing some rocks and they're going, okay, this is how they probably chopped up the rock.
And in their mind, engineering is limitless. You can do whatever, whereas an engineer would be like, no, you can't.
Well, an engineer shows up and then it looks at the granite and goes, wait, they did what with the granite?
Yeah, it's the engineers that come along, and in a lot of cases, the whole all of the problems that come up with that orthodox story when it comes to engineering topics, that's been raised by engineers. It's a strange thing to me. It's like you wouldn't ask an archaeologist to design the chair that he's sitting on, right?
Yeah.
But if it's an ancient chair, he's going to claim domain over it and dominion over it and say, I'm the expert, I don't care what you say.
Yeah.
So a lot of that happens. And that's not to say they haven't tried to make studies into it. And that's part of my work. I dive into these studies and kind of tear them apart because they're ultimately really silly. And when you go to Egypt, you take engineers, construction experts, architects, people look at it and they just see it immediately and go, this is nonsense.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't the work of a primitive civilization or a Bronze Age civilization with simple tools. And then, you come back to the pyramid and when you start to realize, there's so much more involved in this. There's evidence of this, of the people that build it having cosmic knowledge, having a knowledge of the planet, the dimensionality of the Earth to a crazy degree. So if you take here's the easy statistic. If you take the height of the Great Pyramid, you multiply it by 42,200, you get the polar radius of the Earth. So
what does that mean, polar radius?
So from the center of the Earth to the North Pole, polar radius. If you take the perimeter length of the Great Pyramid, you measure around the perimeter of it, and you multiply that by 43,200, you get the equatorial circumference of the Earth. So the length of the equator.
So it's 43,200.
This gets into Randall Carlson territory. It's a 43272. 7. It all relates back to I guess the cosmic sort of cycles and all of these processional numerology. When you talk about precession of the equinoxes, are you familiar with this term? So it's the great year. Right now we're in the age of Pisces. It's that 26,000-year cycle that's defined by where the sun rises on the solstice, and it's like under what constellation does it rise. So right now we're in the age of Pisces. We're transitioning into. There's a whole song about this. You know what the next age is?
Aquarius.
The age of Aquarius, right? And in fact, there's references in the Bible about this. It literally and think about Jesus kind of represents the age of Pisces in a lot of ways.
Oh, look at people. They have the fish on the back
cars,
of the car.
Yeah, they have the Jesus fish on the car. It's always a giggle because it's like, okay, it's Jesus, but you're actually it's an analogy for the age of Pisces that we live in. And he was, he was part of his disciples were fishermen. He fed people with bread and fish. The age before Jesus, 2,000 years ago, was the age of Aries, the ram. So think about another biblical figure that existed in the old time. Well, Moses as well, right?
Oh, right.
And he blew the ram's horn. You know, and before that,
I wonder if that was him trying to talk because he had a speech impediment. So I wonder if like they thought it was a ram's horn, but he was just like, hey.
Yeah, maybe it just sounds like a ram's horn.
Yeah,
it could have been.
Yeah, but regardless, okay, it's amazing.
Yeah, well, and it goes further too. It's like you go back further, and the age before that, another 2,000 years before that, was age of Taurus the bull. So the sun's rising under the constellation of Taurus on that spring solstice.
No.
And the story about Moses, do you remember what happened when he came down from Mount Sinai with the commandments from God when he was, you know, what he found his followers doing?
Yeah, worshipping Baal.
Yeah, worshipping the golden calf. And he murdered all those motherfuckers for it, and they smashed the idol up. It's sort of representation of age of Taurus is ending. Now we're in the age of Aries. Now we're in the age of Pisces. And then there's a part in the Bible, I can't just going from memory, they're talking about Passover or the Last Supper, and one of Jesus' disciples ask him, you know, what will we do without you, O Lord? Like, what happens when you're gone? He says, you know, have no fear, go into town, find the man bearing a pitcher of water, follow him to his house, and there you will find sustenance. So, you know, how is Aquarius described or shown? It's like a man bearing a pitcher of water, right? They're literally telling, so it's this cosmic knowledge that's encoded in these stories, and it's encoded in monuments like the pyramid. It's not, you know, they even have knowledge of the pyramid. It encodes the specific shape of the Earth. By that I mean the Earth being this oblate spheroid, right? We're a little bit fatter around the edge than we are around north-south, right? Because we spin.
Yeah.
So we're not a perfect sphere. That ratio, you'd call it the ratio of latitude to longitude. So if you take that grid of latitude and longitude, you spread it out on the planet, you go down to 1/4 of 1 degree, and you measure it, so it's a little bit further sort of east-west than it is north-south. That ratio of latitude to longitude is expressed in the pyramid. Because it sits on something, I'm going to talk about the foundation. It sits on the foundation called the socle. So it's like they call it, it's a cubit height. It's about this high, sticks out about this far. So it gives you two ways to measure the perimeter length, right? You can measure the base of the pyramid, or you can measure the base of the socle being slightly larger. And when you ratio or you compare, those two numbers,
it's
latitude and longitude. Wow. And bear in mind that we couldn't figure out how to measure longitude accurately in our own civilization until the turn of the 19th century. I think that's when it was James Cook's second voyage of discovery. We could not measure longitude to save ourselves until we developed chronometers and watches accurate enough to do so.
And you're saying, according to the traditional archaeologists, 4,500 years ago, and you believe probably much longer, they knew.
Yeah. So if we're accepting,
they knew the shape of the Earth.
Yeah. If we're accepting traditional archaeology, there's just all these crazy coincidences, and none of that. They had no idea that if you multiply, it's longitude, and latitude.
At that time, they just were not aware. They were not privy to this information. There's no proof to show that they were.
They say it's a coincidence. All of these things, you keep coming up with them because there's other, you know, there's some people make an argument that the speed of light is encoded in the damn thing. You know, there's all these crazy golden ratios and metrics when you get into like the King's Chamber and the geometry of that. It relates back to the meter. There's so many interesting studies about it, but it's generally all described and hand-waved away as well. It's just coincidence, and it's like, so you can find this stuff and you can analyze anything.
You're approaching this, and like a lot of people in your position are going, these are a lot of coincidences. And it might be easier to look at these people who built the pyramids as a different group of people than the dynastic Egyptians that lived, 4,500 years ago.
Exactly what I think. I think what we're looking at, and it goes so much further than the pyramids to me, we're looking at the remnants of a lost civilization, and that left stuff. They might have left cultural knowledge, they might have left architecture and objects that were inherited by essentially a Mesolithic people that developed into a Bronze Age culture that we call the dynastic Egyptians. I think we have a good understanding of the dynastic Egyptian civilization. The tools that we found, the way they lived their life, that's the job of the Egyptologists. And I think we're right about those guys. I just don't think you can say they made everything. And in fact, they themselves don't say that. Like, their own history goes back 40-something thousand years. Like
so when do you think they're made?
Oh, so it's a lot of, I think, a lot of this stuff, and I'm not saying the pyramids as they are, you do have to kind of look through all this stuff with the lens of, I need to preface this because it's like, there were thousands and thousands of years of renovation, reuse, rebuilding, adaptation, and then thousands of years of deconstruction, quarrying. Like, they've literally been ripping stone off these pyramids for the last couple thousand years and selling it.
Yeah.
Up until about 50, 60 years ago.
Oh, wow.
So it's just that, you know, you have to look at it through that lens, and the Egyptians spent many thousands of years working on this stuff and renovating it, using it for their own purposes. But I think a lot of this stuff goes back to before the cataclysm, like the Younger Dryas period, which we can talk more about. But potentially goes back way further than that. If I'm going to speculate, I mean, hundreds of thousands of years, potentially 50, because, and this is where it gets interesting, because there's so many other vectors from modern science right now that should be affecting that story of history, right? The last 20 years, we've seen incredible advances in our knowledge base. Not just the cataclysm stuff. To me, that's the key that kind of unlocks the whole picture, but even the history of the human race itself. Right? We thought for the longest time, I mean, if you're creationist, 6,000 years, okay? But for the longest time, Victorian era, like, well, maybe it's 50,000 years as a species. Then once we start dating human remains, we get to like 190,000 years old, like we found some stuff in Ethiopia. And then recently, in the last couple of decades,
800, right?
Morocco, they found a modern, anatomically correct, Morocco, you nailed it. And that takes us to about 300,000 years old. That's still the oldest actual thing in the fossil record, but now we've got DNA studies. There's a study that's done recently that shows like we diverged, us and Neanderthals like diverged from a common ancestor somewhere in the 800,000 year old range is what they're guessing. And then the latest thing in the last couple of years, studies into teeth morphology, like the really nerdy studies into how teeth evolve and grow over time, and they're putting it back at 900 to 1 million years old.
Okay,
as a species.
So there is a chance that human beings have been here for 1 million years in our current form.
Yeah,
and
and
we
modern
see
Come on, you
correct,
fucking
humans.
stupid
You can
game.
shave one down and put him out in the street. It's like
And it looks like
Brendan
a dude.
Fraser and Encino Man.
Yeah. Now, yeah, that's crazy. Now we see how much changes within 1,000 years. We see how much changes within 200 years.
Yeah.
Right? Like from the 1800s to now, a lot fucking changes. So it is very possible there could be a civilization that pops up, achieves immense success, gets wiped out, happens again, like almost like some Matrix shit.
Yeah, it's a cycle. I actually do think it's a long, convoluted thing to get to about why this stuff's important. Is I do think there's a cycle almost of civilization and catastrophe or cataclysm, and we've been through it.
All right, guys, let's take a break for a second, man. This beautiful thing that I got right here. Hold up. Wait a minute. Fume has no tobacco in it. Think about that. Think about that. Absolutely no tobacco. Nothing harmful. No potentially harmful chemicals. Nothing. Fume using cores infused with plants like peppermint, cinnamon for delicious natural flavors. You take a pull, that crisp mint is just delicious. It's awesome. This is Fume. You should try it out, and I think that you'll like it 100%. So the easiest way to stop a bad habit is to switch to a positive one. And Fume is designed perfectly to do just that. It's Fume's goal to make switching easy and even enjoyable. They have thousands of 5-star reviews from people just like you who have successfully switched when the other solutions just didn't work. So head to tryfume.com and use the code FLAGRANT to save 10% off when you join the Journey Pack today. The Journey Pack comes with 3 unique flavors, a new version to Fume to help kickstart your positive habits. That's tryfum.com. Use the code FLAGRANT to save an additional 10% on your order today. Let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because it's March motherfucking Madness, and Flagrant is getting down with this bracket syndrome, and we're doing it with Run Your Pool. Okay, you go to play.runyourpool.com/flagrant right now. You join the brackets. We got free money if you win. Look at that. Run Your Pool is giving up $1,500, okay? Divided by the top 5 winners. It's free for you to sign up. You just go sign up right now. You can win $1,500. We're in it. Akash in it, Mark in it, Alex in it, Miles in it, Dove in it, I'm in it, Jamil's in it. It's going down, okay? Play.runyourpool.com/flagrant right now. You could win that free money. And to make it even more sweet, the winner, we gonna double up that fucking money. We gonna double up that fucking money. Whoever wins the bracket, we're doubling up out of our heart, okay? That's you. You go to play.runyourpool.com/flagrant. Sign up right now. Let's get into this March Madness action, okay? It's another pool. It costs you absolutely nothing, and you can win real bread. Now, if you're trying to game, okay? If you're trying to put some real money down
if you're trying to get after it when it comes to March Madness. Because I understand there's a lot of action going down here. It's very exciting.
Always big bets.
Big bets. It's very hard not to be emotional. You see your alma mater playing, you want to put some money down on it, but if you can be a rational bettor, or just say, fuck it, throw caution to the winds.
That's what I think. I think the beauty of March Madness is you don't even really have to know basketball.
Yeah, you just...
College basketball, there's so many upsets. Just just put a few bucks down, throw it out.
Ask your girl who's going to win. Just say the name of the universities and be like, yo, who got this?
Which sounds right.
That's it. Go with it.
And you know what's good about BetOnline.ag?
What's that? What's that?
You get free money when you sign up.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that.
They match your initial deposit up to $1,000 by 50%.
That's right.
So if you put in $1,000, you get 500 free bucks. Why not run that on some March Madness?
Go get some money, boys.
Can you just explain, I think it was Robert Schoch had the theory about the Sphinx with water erosion.
That's right.
And I think that kind of begins this conversation about Younger Dryas, right? Isn't that like...
it begins, it ties it back to an era that happens to coincide with the Younger Dryas, and also for that matter Atlantis and Solon's and Plato's story of the destruction of Atlantis.
All of a sudden the dates start lining up.
They really do. It's amazing.
So break this down. What is his theory?
So the great, we shouldn't forget the...
Come on, at least like
John Anthony West.
humor me, game.
So he and Robert Schoch, he's the guy who invited Robert Schoch, and John Anthony West looked at it at the Sphinx. So the Sphinx, it sits down at the end of there's a causeway connected to the middle pyramid complex. It's in this big enclosure. The Sphinx is not like a built thing, like they carved down into the ground, and then they shaped it out of bedrock. It was originally what you would call a yardang. Yeah, it's a crazy name, but it's like this limestone outcropping that sticks up out of the ground. That was essentially its head. So they carved this big pit and they shaped this thing out of limestone, out of bedrock. So there's been a study done. So Robert Schoch, who's a geologist, I think the professor of geology at the Boston University, if I'm not wrong, went and looked at the erosion that is present on the enclosure walls. Now the Sphinx itself has been repaired and worked on for like the Old Kingdom. There's records of... There's another thing. There's actually records of the Old Kingdom people fixing it when they supposedly built it, which is like, how does that make sense? The Romans did it, the New Kingdom guys did it, our modern guys have done it, the British were working on it. So the Sphinx itself's hard to get those indicators, but the walls of the enclosure are untouched. So he went in and studied it, and he's looking at these vertical fissures and going, that's rainfall erosion. But it takes a tremendous amount of rain to create these vertical fissures in the limestone. And remember, we were talking about the Sahara Desert. It doesn't rain a whole lot. I've seen it happen, but you're talking about like a lot of heavy rain, thousands of years of it. Now, studies of the climate and the history of the region, we know that takes us back to...
You see these types of fissures if you go to look at any of like the canyons in the United States of America, and I'm sure there's other places, but you see these cracks in the stone, and that's exactly how it was described to me. It was like, this is water erosion, sometimes heavy rain, or sometimes there'll be like water actually coming through the canyons, but these are these vertical cracks that exist in it.
Fissures.
Vertical fissures. And so it was really cool when it was pointed out on the Sphinx, and I'm like, well, where the fuck would the water come from that would create these? Because it's intense amount of water that has to create.
It's rain, usually super heavy rain. It's a different, if that was like filled up with water, you'd get a different type of erosion. That's a whole other thing. There does seem to be some evidence for that in some other areas, which is like, holy crap, because the evidence for mega floods in Egypt is there as well. But this specifically is like rainfall erosion, so that's where he dates it back to 10,000 to 12,000 sort of years ago, right in that period. Now, when he presented this, and by the way, if you take an image of those fissures and that limestone wall, and you present it to pretty much any geologist without the context of saying, this is the Sphinx enclosure, they're going to take its rainfall erosion. Like even the arguments to this day, because they don't want to admit it, they're really weak source arguments against Schoch's theory. But when he went and presented it, he kind of got laughed. He thought he was doing something that's going to really advance our knowledge base, but he kind of got laughed out of the room by the Old Boys Network. In fact, it was Mark Lehner who's like, show me the pot shards. What is this date of like 10,000 BC? Now, the funny thing about that is then along comes Göbekli Tepe, because that's a site in Turkey, ancient site, discovered mid-90s by the German Archaeological Institute, and Klaus Schmidt. You should try not to say Klaus Schwab.
Don't say that.
Wrong Klaus. Although sadly Klaus Schmidt has passed away too. But that site's been carbon dated, and they know it was deliberately buried. It's bang on in that time period. It's not very far away. They built giant stone megaliths and pillars and stuff, 10, 20 tons. There was a culture doing that at that time. It's like,
The time
here's
is
your answer.
9,000 years ago.
Yeah,
for
well,
Göbekli Tepe,
9,000
right?
BC.
9,000 BC, so that is 11,000 years ago. Yeah.
Around that. And,
Yeah.
and there's not only but now it's Karahan Tepe and all these tepes. There might be dozens of sites now. They're even bigger than Göbekli.
So you know that there is an ancient civilization creating some cool megalithic shit around 11,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And then it just so happens if you look at Egypt around 11,000 years ago, it was kind of wet.
Right, in that period, yes, there was rainfall erosion, but you know, look, I also know that it wasn't just that period, and I know like Schoch has had to be pretty, you know, political and cautious in his estimates.
Yeah.
But I do know that he also does push it back further. Like if when pressed, I mean, he can go back for like 50, 60, 75,000 years old because. You know, there's other correlations with the Sphinx, the age of Leo.
Okay, explain that one. So this is what I think is quite interesting. So let's just say we're operating in that like 9, 10, 11,000 year range.
Yeah.
The Sphinx, as we see it now, is this like lion that has a human's head.
Yes.
Right? But the head is too small for the body.
That's crazy.
And if you were a brilliant, what do they call it? A stonemason?
Yeah, stone carver.
Stone carver. You're not going to make a mistake like that. If you're the same people that build the pyramids to exact proportions, you're not going to have this tiny little head and be like, oopsie, I guess we didn't figure that one out.
Yeah.
So what a common theme is that they came across the Sphinx and it had a lion's head.
Mm-hmm.
And then which pharaoh chopped it up and made the human one?
Yeah, we don't know. Well, it's attributed to Khafra, the owner of the Middle Pyramid, the son of Khufu, the Big Pyramid, 4th dynasty. That's generally what they say. You're absolutely right about the head. When you go there and look at it, the head's too small.
Yeah.
And the Egyptians, and they look, you know, they were master craftsmen, and they built a lot. They made a lot of statues, did a lot of work. Absolute masters of proportion. I don't think they would have got that wrong either.
Yeah.
And there's an interesting thing about that too. It's like this story about the erosion because. It goes back to the fishes on the wall in the enclosure. They say, oh, that's wind and sand erosion. Like, this is what they say. And you're like, okay, well, if you give that thing 50 years, you know what happens, right? It fills up to its neck in sand or its chest in sand. So how long?
Yeah, when we discovered the Sphinx, I don't know how long ago.
Oh, I mean, Napoleon ran across. I mean, we knew it was there. We've known about it for a long time.
But when it was
buried
discovered,
forever.
it was buried up to the head.
There's
So
tons
they
of
didn't even know it had the body.
Yeah, it's like this head sticking out of the
All the pyramids too. Like they've had to excavate to get to the bottom of these pyramids.
Oh,
right?
yeah, to get to the actual bottom layers, yeah.
Yeah. So I thought. So you're basically saying it was protected by sand.
Well,
it can't be eroded.
So, well, that's the thing. How long does it take for this to be exposed, for it to be, to get this wind and sand erosion on it?
Yeah.
And then you know what you don't see on the head? Wind and sand erosion. You don't see these vertical fissures. But that's the part of the Sphinx that's sticking up above the sand that would be hit by wind and sand all the time.
Yeah.
So what is this telling you? It's like, okay, so is this head just? It's the same type of limestone. I mean, it varies in layers.
Yeah.
But it's like this is way fresher. The head's way fresher than the rest.
So let's assume they did carve a head out of the lion's head, right? A human head out of a lion's head.
Yeah.
And let's assume the Sphinx, like the pyramids, had some sort of astronomical connection.
It does.
Right?
Yeah.
It does. What does it line up with now?
Well, now I don't know. So it faces the sunrise, right? So it's. Well, I guess it's Pisces. It's where generally the way these goes in terms of the astronomical age or pointers. It's like the spring solstice or it's, you know, it's one of those dates where it's
basically my question is,
symbols.
what was it?
No.
Age of Leo the Lion.
So you have.
So it literally lines up as a marker.
It lines up 10,000 years ago with, we're talking about the age, like the sun rises in, now it's
Pisces.
Pisces, it's going to be Aquarius. And the constellation that was fucking rising on was Leo. It's got the body of the Leo. It's got this tiny little shrunken head, right? Which could have been carved out of a lion's head. There's a lot of things that are making sense for this time.
Question about the head. Is the
chisel marks?
Are the chisel marks as precise on the Sphinx's head as they are in the rest of the pyramids? Because if they're imprecise, that would speak to the ancient Egyptians
civilized, or less
not having
advanced civilization,
technology.
I don't think there's any of what I would call the advanced tool marks on the head of the Sphinx. No.
What about the
it's
unadvanced
limestone?
ones?
Yeah, are they like kind of jagged?
Yeah,
not
it's
as-
similar. It's very similar to a lot of the work and the quarrying that you see. It's because it's so big and it's relatively rough. It's huge, right? But it's also limestone, which is much easier to carve than granite.
Yeah.
But there's not. I mean, when you get into tool marks, maybe we can talk about that in a bit. It's like these tubular drills and the actual saw cuts, the circular saw cuts. You see all that stuff in basalt, granite, you know, diorite, the really hard stones. You don't see it as often in limestone. That was much easier to work. I do think it was very, very likely the dynastic Egyptians who recarbonized the Sphinx. I 100%.
And dynastic Egyptians, for everybody listening, that's 4,500 years.
From the start, up until about 30 BC. So their civilization spanned a good 3,000 years, but thereabouts. Like from 2,500, 3,000, 2,500 to 30 BC with Cleopatra.
Yeah.
With the snow.
Game over.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that takes us to the Younger Dryas.
Right.
So what the fuck is happening? Well, can you explain to people why an ice age isn't like the movie? I think the common perception for humans is when it's an ice age, everything in the world is completely frozen over. Nothing can live except a little squirrel with acorns.
It's called the Ice Age.
It makes sense.
We're in the fucking ice age. We're still in it. We're in an interglacial period in an ice age right now.
So if there's glaciers...
It's 53 degrees in New York while we're filming this.
Yeah.
Ice age is
actually
fire.
nice. Yeah. Ice ages are great. Well, yeah, it's not snowball Earth. Like, it's not this planet snowball idea. Now, millions and millions of years ago, there may have been periods like that. But no, Ice Age and the glacial maximum refers to like when we had the Laurentide, the Cordilleran, and the European glaciers, these 2 miles of ice that were sitting up on top of the northern hemisphere of the planet. It was generally colder, but there were plenty of temperate zones and even tropical zones.
So essentially it's a percentage of glacial ice that qualifies a time period to be an ice age.
They generally go on like the extent of the glaciers. And so we can see from glacial till and the moraines and all of these geological features about how far the glaciers extended. We would have been buried under a couple of miles of ice right here, back in that period. But it's also the sea levels were 400 feet lower because all that water's up on the land now, and all that melt sea levels rise, all that stuff, and so that abruptly ended, and so we've known it's kind of interesting. It's all work that's happened in the last couple decades, really, that has really advanced our understanding of what occurred at the end of that last glacial maximum, because it was violent. Like that's the thing. We don't. It turns out it was tremendously violent. Like
again, so we understand this. The Younger Dryas is the Ice Age, or is the violent time?
The Younger Dryas is essentially the boundary between what we call the Pleistocene, which was the glacial, like the end of the, we would generally call it the Ice Age, but that's the glacial maximum, and the Holocene, which is the era we're in now. This nice warm weather that's been pretty stable for 10,000 years or something. Like that's where we live. It's the reason.
So this is the
it's the reason why we've got a civilization.
Gotcha.
The Younger Dryas is the transition point between that, and it gets crazy wacky in terms of. So
something happened 12,000 years ago.
Yeah, 12,800 years ago. It's a period between 12,800 years ago and 11,600 years ago. And if you go back, it's this tumultuous time. So we kind of have learnt this from ice core data. So we go and drill down in Antarctica and Greenland, and we drill down because right down into the ice, and you extract these big tubes of ice, because every year, the snowfall gets laid down on there and it's compacted, and you can do analysis on it and look at things like oxygen isotopes and determine temperature and accumulation of snow and all these different things about the past.
So a similar thing almost like with trees and rings.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're doing that with ice.
With ice, and you can go back hundreds of thousands of years. So what we've learned is that something happened. Like we're coming out of this more or less warm, gentle, we're warming up from this, glacial maximum, but then all of a sudden it just goes boom down to these severe cold for 800 years, and then it's boom, jacked back up again by another event, and then it's this gentle warming thing that gets us up to more or less the temperature we have now. But there's this really violent period in between called the Younger Dryas. You go back further, there's ups and downs as well, but the other thing that correlates to the Younger Dryas is this extinction event. We've known about that forever, right? We've dug up mammoth bones and, saber-toothed tigers and American lions and short-faced bears, like all these giant animals. It's not the dinosaurs, but they were here.
Animals that exist now.
Animals that were here, but only some 12 to 13,000 years ago. So it's the megafauna extinction. Think about the mammoths. Like some people get
megafauna for the people.
Well, megafauna is like any mammal or large animal with a body weight, I think, over 40 kilograms, so 80 pounds. Yeah, woolly mammoth. We are megafauna. Yeah.
Oh, us too.
Me in particular.
100 pounds, 40 kilograms.
Wow.
Definitely megafauna. So 80 pounds-ish, something, 90 pounds, something like that. So, and the crazy thing is, as many species of megafauna that there are alive today, that's basically how many went extinct in a very short period of time. Also in that Younger Dryas period, like 11,000 600 to 12,800.
So younger dries is not the event; it's the time period during
That's-
after the event
yes.
before things start to normalize.
Yeah, so it's this period of time where it's this tumultuous time. We've got these crazy swings in temperatures. We've got these massive sea level, like these meltwater pulses where the sea level rises tremendously, very violently, and we've got an extinction event now. All tied into this one period from ice core samples, and now, since 2007, there's more than 160 papers that have also shown there was a cosmic impact at that time. So digging in that layer, so in that same layer in the dirt, you dig down in the strata layers, you can date all that stuff, where those megafauna bones are, a lot of the extinction bones at that same layer, that's where we find what you call impact proxies, so shock synthesized nanodiamonds.
What does that mean?
So it's basically the impact, and it's the byproducts of extreme heat and pressure, and like soot layers and carbon, and like all of these different indicators of basically cosmic impacts, like these gigantic explosions.
So this is what the Carolina Bays thing is.
Well, the Carolina Bays may or may not. It seems like it ties into this event, but no.
Let's not go there then.
Yeah, it's like a fallout. It's almost like splash damage. Carolina Bays is just a byproduct almost of a big cosmic impact. This is like the same. This is like just unimaginably violent events. These cosmic, either it's airbursts or it's huge impacts of stuff that's like a mile, 2 mile wide, coming in at 40,000 kilometers a second kind of thing. And just pounding into the earth, and then it creates these tellers, these microscopic telltale signatures like magnetic carbon spherules, shock synthesized nanodiamonds. There's a whole list of them. There's a lot of these scientific papers that have now figured that out.
Evidence of impact.
They call it impact proxies, yeah. So it's the thing we don't quite have are craters. Now that's stuff that Randall is working on, but you've got to also imagine some of these impacts, they might not have all been impacts, they might have been airbursts. What
is an airburst?
So it's where it blows up before it hits the ground.
It's kind of what we see now with like, shooting stars and stuff like that?
Yeah, there was a big one in Tunguska in Siberia.
Yeah, that's the Russian one.
Yeah, the Russian one. And
but isn't that impact though?
No, it was an airburst. It was an airburst.
But
and
I thought
it flattened a giant area. And it's only a tiny little rock compared to what we were.
So it flattened an area despite it being an airburst?
Oh yeah, think of like a big bomb going off. It's just a shockwave comes down and just goes.
Oh, maybe we can even get a picture up of that to show it because it still hasn't even recovered.
Yeah, in Siberia, right. Well, there's pictures of all these just trees knocked down by matchsticks, but like acres and acres of it.
So some people go, well, where are the craters if there's this massive impact? And what you're saying is that you don't need a crater in order for the impact to have extreme damage.
Well, that's right. So you might have some remnant. It could have been an airburst. A lot of people mistake the research. The latest research really shows it was a series of impacts. It was or airburst. It wasn't just like one big one. There was a whole range of them.
Yep.
It's like an asteroid belt almost.
It was actually a disintegrating comet. This is a funny thing. So it's a comet Enki. Now this came into our solar system a long time ago. It's been broken up. There's actually it's formed what's a meteor stream. It runs around the sun and then loops out. And we cross through it twice a year. It's the Taurid meteor stream. I think it's like June and October. So we sort of cross over it twice, right?
I think Graham talked about it in his series.
He does, and it's like we don't know if there's large chunks still in this. Like we do run into this same period, and there's a lot related to that time period in October. The Chicago fires of I think it's like 18 or 19 something.
The Great Chicago Fire?
The Great Chicago Fire
was started by a comet?
It may have been an airburst, or it might have been a remnant or even a gas bubble that came in from something, because it also on the same day you had the Peshtigo forest fire, which was like, I think in southern Canada or somewhere like that. Is one of the craziest stories you'll ever hear, because this huge area in the same time frame, this massive fire spread like it's unimaginable conflagration, as well as what happened in Chicago, all in that same time period.
Honestly, maybe.
Tunguska hit that same time.
Honestly, maybe, dude.
So it's like, this is not always these little shooting stars aren't always the friendliest of things. I think a lot of that ties back to this meteor stream, and potentially this this event.
Blew my mind a little bit when I was watching Graham's piece, because I think my perception is probably similar to most people, which is like there's been a couple comets that hit the Earth, like 1 or 2 every 65 million years, and then it's done. And then Mark showed me this picture of all the comets that have hit the Earth, right?
What up,
he just
broski?
sends me the
Hope you
picture
good.
and he goes, hey, look at this. And then I look and I go, wow, that's a lot of comments. And then on the bottom of the picture goes, since 1994.
Yeah.
I thought this was all that ever hit it. So, and I think it was, I don't know if it was you, but I know Rogan was messaging me about this too. Yeah, here's a big.
1994 to 2013.
What? Why?
2013.
What, 19 years?
That's crazy. So, and then Rogan said this as well to me. He's like, yeah, we're in a shooting gallery. And
cosmic shooting gallery.
And it's better we don't think about things like this, by the way.
True.
It's better we assume it's just a big one hits and then like, okay, that's why there's that little hole near Cancun and then the dinosaurs go away and then we're back to normal.
It is, my friend. It is. I got a new HD capture card.
We're gonna get hit by some big shit. I'm not recycling ever.
So it might look better. Oh, and I'm up to 8,500 kbps. Epic, thanks, buddy. Yeah, man. I increased my stream quality by like 30%, and I got a new HD capture card for it.
So that's the Younger Dryas period, right? So, and
yeah, man.
That's the true key to me that unlocks the story of
Epic.
civilization.
It was like $30. It was like not that expensive.
Is gone. If we
it was literally 31 Canadian dollars plus tax.
And in a generation or two, we'll be sitting around the campfire telling ghost stories about plasma TVs and dancing around with black shiny rocks, trying to turn it on and say, well, this thing will give you answer to anything and you can talk to someone the other. You know, it's magic.
Can you paint that picture a little bit? Like, if Younger Dryas happens today, like, what happens geopolitically? Like,
thanks, buddy.
It depends where it lands, what happens. I mean, if you're anywhere near the actual impact site or the areas, I mean, you're just gone.
Every building.
Oh, done. I mean, if you're anywhere near it, it's just instantly disintegrated.
The entire planet?
Not well. If it's big enough, I mean, that's the problem. Is that you go back far enough in these extinction events. I mean, some of them have eliminated like 99.9% of Earth of life on the planet.
Okay, that was such fucking bullshit. Like, fuck this game. Like, look at these bullets. Look at this. Look how many bullets. Look at these. Like, come on. Like, come on, game.
Give it a billion years and see where we end up. But it's no. If something mediums or relatively small, Younger Dryas, I mean,
thanks,
it's an
bro.
extinction event, right? It knocked humans around.
LOL. Yeah. That was so fast, man. That was the run, dude.
Woolly mammoths. I mean.
Oh, good luck, man.
Literally anything near that event, we see this in some of the.
I wish I'm praying for you, man, in the best way.
It's absolutely crazy. Think about an elephant's femur. How much force it takes to break the femur of an elephant. There's literally these elephants had their feet in mud and their leg bones are just snapped clean off, and there's hip bones up near their heads and they're just jumbled up. There's whole caves.
I get what you're saying. You're basically looking at this skeleton, and you've never seen an elephant skeleton being absolutely destroyed like this. And there isn't an animal big enough that's alive that's going to do it. It's not like there's some King Kong that's running around snapping elephant legs, right?
Yeah.
It has to be. They're either falling off a cliff.
Well, their feet are in the ground. Like, there's literally, they're stuck, so their feet are still in this mud, and then their bones are snapped off, and they're all jumbled up. I mean, there's...
Oh, so they're standing there, and then they just got
smacked. Like, this shockwave hits them. Yeah. In other places, there's all these megafaunas, mixed up bears and tigers and cats and trees, and just this, like, forest just all smashed up and jumbled together. They found
like a landslide.
Like a landslide, but it's much more violent. Like, it's essentially, I think what you're looking at is these things were hit by a shockwave as a result of this. Now, painting the picture, if it hits anywhere near an ocean, or if it lands in an ocean, tsunamis. Like so you have these giant tsunamis moving at the speed of sound that might be half a mile high or whatever. It's just going to water destroys everything, knocks out all the cities. You probably have. I mean, forget electricity and grids and stuff. I actually think this is why some governments around the world are making these giant underground bases, which may have also been what happened in the past.
Because that's what happened in Turkey, right?
Well, Derinkuyu, yeah, but also Egypt. There's evidence for this all over the world, and there's all sorts of strange stories.
Colorado, the airport.
Yeah, Colorado, exactly. The airport, the Cheyenne Mountain up there in Colorado. It's like where NORAD is and everything. There's giant underground bunkers. You can go. I saw a TikTok of a guy driving a big ass truck, and you can just like huge.
And this isn't even conspiracy. This is known, right? Like it's like a doomsday bunker.
Well, I don't know if you say doomsday, but yeah, it's an underground bunker that's as big as or twice as big as the airport. Or whatever.
Yeah, and they can hold like 4,000 people or something like that. This is massive. End of civilization.
But the government's thinking about it. I saw an RFP. I know a guy who knows a guy who is involved in some government stuff. They put out an RFP.
What does that mean?
Like a request for proposal for tech companies to go, we need a drone system. You know the Prometheus movie?
Yep.
Where they throw it up in the air and Someone runs off and maps these underground. They wanted that type of system that can work without GPS because they're interested in fighting wars in underground cities.
Because they think that
that may be where it might go in the future, so they're trying to
Crazy, they're thinking about war even after a mass extinction event.
I mean, like
that's us, man.
If there's an extinction level event, there's going to be violence followed very quickly.
That's the last one survive. You would love a series about this.
It depends where you are on the planet and how your luck holds wherever you are. I mean,
what were you saying about the Turkey thing or
Darren Kuyu?
Yeah.
Well, so there's evidence for underground cities, ancient underground cities as well.
Yeah, all over.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely places like Cappadocia and Darren Kuyu in Turkey, they could have held hundreds of thousands of people.
Have you seen any of these?
No.
This is incredible.
Yeah.
So they basically carve cities out underground with access to air and water. There's underground rivers. So they knew where the river was and the water line was. So you have everything you need, but
that speaks to being very advanced.
100%.
Underground city, and we know where the water is and how to access the water.
And how many people could they hold?
Well, Darren Kuyu, I'm pretty sure was the figures. I think that's only a tiny part of it. I think it could have been 100. I've heard up to like hundreds of thousands.
What? I can't believe I missed them.
Certainly
What?
more than 50,000 people.
Can't believe I missed them there.
Same thing in Egypt, and there's rumors of this stuff all over the place. I mean, there's giant underground networks of tunnels underneath Saqqara, I think underneath Giza, all over Egypt.
Now, is it possible that they're using this during the time where there's tons of comet impact?
I think that's probably why. I mean, it speaks to someone who they may have known it was coming. Like, you've got these indicators. Like, if the Sphinx is marking the age of Leo, and you've got these alignments, I mean, they're pointing at that for a reason, because that time period is also that of cataclysm, right? It's, at least in the last precessional cycle, the last 26,000-year period, it kind of lines up to it. And Göbekli Tepe, there's a lot of research done into that side as well. It may be an astronomical calendar and a historical one, but it seems to point at this time. It's like they're transmitting a message down through time. It's possible. That's telling us, look at this time. Like, this time means something. This was bad. Like, figure it out. And if they knew it was coming, maybe they were preparing these things as, the doomsday bunkers, a place you could survive until the outside was nice enough to come back out and go, holy shit.
What's the stone that has the different constellations on it in Göbekli Tepe? Graham talked about it.
It's like Pillar 13 or Pillar
7.
Like, come on, game.
But basically, it has this maybe he might be taking liberties on it, but they have an organization of the constellations that happens to the last time the constellations were organized in that manner. There was a global cataclysm.
Right.
So it's like they're not usually organized like that, but when they are, this is when it was basically go time.
Yeah.
And it lines up with the younger dryas.
And it's okay. Where do they think younger dryas did hit, and what do they think the damage was?
So I think it was a northern hemisphere impact. I think you're mostly looking at ice impacts onto the what was the Laurentide and Caldera ice sheets covered most of North America and Canada. I actually think that some of the Great Lakes region, Randall's doing a lot of really good research into what could be actual impact formations in the geology of the northern United States and in Canada today. Because the other thing is, we know that that's where a lot of the meltwater from these glaciers came out, right? This is the evidence for. Have you guys ever been up to the Scablands, Eastern Washington State?
No,
you know about this place?
I've seen the videos. It's crazy.
Amazing. These giant coulees. You're talking one of these coulees, just one of several of them.
What's a coulee?
A coulee is like a canyon, but with no water.
Yeah.
So it's like this giant, think of like the Grand Canyon, but much super wide, 1,000-foot high, 800-foot high.
It's also a racist term for Indians in South Africa. So I got a little bit uncomfortable when he kept saying it. But continue. Sorry.
It's with a U.
Okay. All right. Got it.
But it's the channeled Scablands, and it's basically the outwash of this water, this tremendous floods. We know now that this all happened at the end of the Ice Age.
Well, where was he? What?
Carved up, it ripped through this land.
What?
I mean, you're talking about a single one of these channels, and there were multiple of them. It's 50, 100 times the volume of all the rivers on the Earth at once.
Oh wow!
Just almost like a billion cubic feet per minute at where it all gathered up. It's just the catastrophic flooding. It's just tore through. The flood. So where it's carved that channel, the actual water was probably 300-400 feet above that. And it just ripped through here.
All the national parks in the United States of America are just remnants from the latest cataclysm.
America.
Cataclysms make some cool shit.
They do.
This is stunning. Yeah. And if you go down to where was I? Southern Utah and stuff like that, you see these they're not cataclysms, but
Bryce
you see
Canyon and,
exactly like the
Zion.
damage from the water damage from canyons creates some like stunningly
And
beautiful.
why can't it just be like gentle erosion over millions
Well,
of years?
that was the argument for a long time until you had guys like J. Harlan Bretz was a catastrophist. And then Randall Carlson's doing a lot of good work in this space. And now this, at least up here in the Challenge Scablands, they have swung around. So it's a long story. It comes back to religion, funnily enough, because the story of religion was always catastrophism. Right? What's the story in the Bible? It's Noah's flood. It's the Great Flood. Right? So that was always where we got our answers from. So you have the age of enlightenment, the age of reason starts. Science has its beginnings. Geology emerges as a fledgling science. And for something like
I can't believe I missed him. What? Like what?
Was to get as far away from
How could I have missed him, man?
religion as they could. So think of it like a massive overcorrection. They went out there and said, you go out and you have to explain every feature we see on the landscape with gradualism or uniformitarianism, which is the gentle, slow, erosive processes that we see in place today, like the stream slowly eroding stuff, hills and shapes taking form. So that's what ends up in all the textbooks. And some stuff is still explained like that, and it's frankly nonsense. So, but now we're sort of coming back in the other direction, going, you know what? Some of these landscapes and features are the result of catastrophic flooding. And at least up here in Washington State, they're like, yes, there's still arguments going on. Some people think it's like 50, 60 floods. Randall thinks it was 1 or 2. I think Randall's right. Because he has significant evidence for it. There's all sorts of problems with like how ice dams reform. It's kind of a convoluted, long story. But this does align, this model, this environment aligns with like the meltwater pulses. So everything wraps up and shows that in that period, that Younger Dryas period, when we had all this ice on land that all ended up in the ocean in a big bloody hurry. It's like, you need an external source of energy for that. If you took that lump of ice that was on top of North America and you plopped it down in the warmest waters at the time, say somewhere around Indonesia, it'd take 30,000 years to melt. Yeah, it would still be here. But it melted in an incredibly short period of time, so you need this source of energy. Turns out, then you combine that with all of the strata work. So it's like the macro scale and the micro scale. The macro scale, we've got these catastrophic landscapes, the work of Randall Carlson. The micro scale, we've got all the work of the Comet Research Group, 160 plus peer-reviewed papers looking at the science. So we've narrowed in, we're like, God damn, this was a violent period. It probably knocked our species. Graham says we're a species with amnesia for this very reason. It's a great analogy. So turn all of this around. I think that's why catastrophism, the Younger Dryas, is the key that unlocks this longer story of civilization and human history, because now you've got all this other evidence, these stories that are embedded in religions and origin stories and cultures that speak of earlier times. Every culture out there is like, hey, our ancestors went through either flood or fire. It knocked them down. They had to rebuild. It's like, is this all bullshit?
Yeah, there's a flood myth in Mayan mythology. There's a flood myth in like Christian. I'm sure there's Indian. I mean, everything.
Yeah.
But and this makes sense if these comets were hitting more regularly and then you were experiencing these floods.
Dude, I think some of these tales include basic eyewitness accounts of these floods. If you go to the other vectors directory on there, you can pull up a few. The Mahabharata literally talks about swarms of meteors coming out of the sky. Revelation 8 and 9.
What's the Mahabharata?
It's Mahabharata, it's a Hindu story.
Oh, okay.
Hindu epic, yeah.
Yeah, go to other vectors in there.
Oh, in this one?
Yeah. That's the third one down. Yep.
And I guess my question is, if there's a gap between Hinduism's 4,000 years old.
I don't think it's pace. I don't think it is.
As many as what? 12,000 BC.
think it
So
is.
that's
No.
4,000 years old.
12,000 BC? No, just 12,000 years.
12,000 years, yeah.
12,000 years, sorry.
12,000.
So there's that 8,000 year gap. How does that story hold up for 8,000 years? If theoretically we went back to, and I'm not saying this to pick at you, I'm just curious, and I'm sure you've thought this through. If we went theoretically back to a Stone Age, how did we maintain these eyewitness accounts for 8,000 years?
Well, I think they get deified. They
Such
get
a
put into
scam.
stories. That's how we.
Such
that's
a
like the
fucking
old tradition,
scam.
that's how we
Like, it's
transmit
such a
data
fucking
down through
stupid
time.
scam game. Like,
Not
fuck
only, I
you.
think, are there eyewitness accounts and stuff like this. I mean, Revelation 8, Mahabharata, all of these stories. That I think it's an oral tradition, and there's also evidence in all of these stories for celestial knowledge, for that same processional numerology I talked about. There's a whole book called Hamlet's Mill. It's a complicated book, but they essentially showed in that from all these cultures all around the world, there seems to be that same processional numerology, these 72s, the stuff that correlates to the cycles of the heavens and the cosmic world, is also encoded in these tales. In some cases, in civilizations where we know they had no clue about this. All of it points to like these, like a common ancestor, a common progenitor of this story.
Yeah.
I think that, I mean, like, to be fair, some of these things, the biblical flood, the flood of Moses, for example, might have been related to an event that happened called Burkle Crater, which was about 5,000, I think it was 5,000 BC or 5,000.
Damn, 23 is fucking fast, eh? Holy shit.
Like, this isn't the only impact. Like, Burkle Crater was I mean, it would have flooded the Middle East right around the right sort of time. It landed in the Indian Ocean. 800-foot tsunamis hit Madagascar and the coast of Western Australia.
Yeah, I probably fucked India up too.
Yeah,
It would have washed up north, yeah. So I think that a lot of this stuff gets transmitted down through time with oral traditions, and it gets put into these stories and characters and deified because that's how we retain that data and transmit it down through time.
And what was the timeline of the pyramids, the Great Pyramids, and the Younger Dryas?
Well, I mean, they're not. If you ask the Orthodox Egyptologists, they're not related. Like Younger Dryas, 12,800 years old to like 11,600. Pyramids started about 4,500 years old, according to the mainstream story. So 2,500 BC.
But it's possible that those pyramids could have been made 30,000 years ago.
It could be, or at least the structure, the base of them, a form of them that was there. Like I said, you can't really. It's very difficult to distinguish what the dynastic Egyptians did to it. They probably worked on them, repaired them, maybe have done some of the work. We just don't know. That's part of the challenge of looking at this stuff. It's you have to factor in that a lot of it's been reused, and we have strong evidence of that. And when it comes to things like statues, because it's not just the pyramids. It's like I recently did a lot of work in looking at the precision that's evident in these vases that come from the earliest time.
Yeah, this vase stuff is. Can you get up some of the the vase images? I mean, this.
It's a vase directory.
This is mind-boggling, because really what you're trying to do is if your argument is that there was an ancient civilization with a much more sophisticated technology, you can prove that through artifacts that existed at the time that were beyond the scope of the technology that traditional archaeologists believe existed.
Yeah.
So if you have it's hammer and chisel, is that the term?
I mean, stone pounders and chisels.
Okay, so stone pounder and chisel. If you have stone pounder and chisel, but you also have an artifact that couldn't possibly be created with stone pounder and chisel,
right?
That comes from that time or time before it. There either is another technology that is now long gone,
right,
or the timing is off on the pottery.
Yeah, you've just summarized.
Or not even pottery, the vase. So explain this vase thing. This blew my fucking mind.
Yeah, so that's you did a great job summarizing it right there. There are these artifacts that exist from, I would say, pre-dynastic times up until the very earliest of dynasties, like the Old Kingdom, right? But you talk going back 15
period for those.
Some of these have been found in sites that are dated back 15,000 years.
So they've been found in sites that date back...
Primitive burials that date back to 15,000. And everything else about these burials, they seem Mesolithic, right? It's a guy curled up in a fetal position in a shallow grave. The place called Toshka, for example, is one of these sites. They found this, and there's primitive pottery in there. Very much matches the Mesolithic times.
So
but
it's
they also found
with the primitive pottery. And keep in mind, this is not pottery.
This is not pottery. These are vases that are made from extremely hard types of stone: granite, diorite, porphyry.
Now, if I'm an archaeologist and I see some pottery and I see this vase, I see it in this gravesite, I'm gonna go, okay, it's probably made around the same time. This all makes sense to me. I'm not an expert in fucking geology. I don't know what this stone is or that stone. What's that?
Engineering.
Or engineering. I'm gonna throw them all together. This makes sense. Then you get some fucking engineering nerds to look at it and they go, wait a minute, this isn't pottery. This is granite.
Oh, hard stuff even, right? Yeah.
Okay, so what was this? Yeah, so this one right here.
Yeah, I mean, and so these vases display remarkable engineering characteristics, also precision. And so there's a lot of challenges when it comes to making this sort of stuff. It is tremendously difficult. So it's very hard to explain with the primitive tools and technology that we know those people had. So as you said, it either means there was a whole other technology and an engineering process available
come on,
to them
man.
that we have no evidence for, or the timing's off. And so they may have inherited them because, again, you're also writing about how they date stuff in ancient Egypt. If it's buried on a site and somebody wrote something on that site and they say then they just pretty much go, everything from here is from this period, this time.
Yeah.
Based on the writing or based on the context of where it's
That
found.
makes sense. But these guys aren't experts. They're not engineers.
It does, but it also rules out this idea of inheritance. It's funny enough that there's so many of these have been found, like 40 to 50,000 of them.
Yeah.
Were found beneath one pyramid.
50,000.
40 to 50,000 of these hard stone vases, these remarkably engineered objects, beneath one pyramid, Joseph step pyramid, supposedly the first pyramid, at Saqqara. And even then, the mainstream Egyptology has been forced to admit that, okay, most of these were probably inherited. Like, he didn't have them made. They have to admit that. And they say, well, they're probably first and second dynasty, which is also nonsense because they go back thousands and thousands of years before that. So but after that period, like the third and fourth dynasty, this is what's so important about these vases, I think, is that they kind of disappear from the record. Like, they don't keep making them.
And why would you stop making something that was so prolific?
So easy. And well, they make an inferior product after that, made out of alabaster. You can see it's all handmade. They're beautiful. There was a whole other industry.
But doesn't have
not
the precision.
remotely the same thing as these.
Explain some of the precision, though. This is where it gets wild.
This is crazy because most of these are under lock and key. Look at that.
This is
yeah. It's one of my favorites.
Why, man?
Yeah.
Like,
so
why?
They're remarkable, right? Hard stone, very, very hard, harder than steel. Put it this way, some of these vases, there's even a corundum one, or a lot of them have like inclusions of corundum. That's a 9 on the Mohs scale. The only thing harder than that is
a diamond.
Wow. Is diamond.
And
It's 10.
they've shaved it down with this level of precision.
And symmetry. It can stand like it's standing on like a
There's
tip
no
of an egg.
flat bottom.
Right.
Yeah.
This is a rounded bottom, so the vase needs to be evenly distributed in the weight in order for it to stand like that.
If I saw that today at a crate and barrel, I'd be like, how y'all do this?
$1 million.
Yeah.
Well, dude, some of them on the market, they go for big money because people understand the value in it. And I think the ancients understood the value in it too.
Well, that's why they're buried under the fucking thing. Like, if you have 40,000 of them, they're treasures. And they knew that they were treasures, and that's why they took such good care of them.
Yeah.
They knew that there was something different going on when these vases were made, and that's why you find them all in the same place.
Why were they never looted?
Well, in some places they were. Like I think Joseph probably looted them from older tombs and buried them with him. And a lot of these were looted. Like he buried so many of them. I think a lot of them were smashed up. Probably had at some point when they were looting down there. At that point, the tomb raiders are like probably trying to break them, looking for like, are these full of gold? What the hell's in here? Like there's so many.
Okay.
And then some of these assholes would scratch their names into them with a chisel. It's just horrible writing that's on a couple of them. It's like
And that
doesn't
suddenly
match.
lacks the precision and all
100%. So the precision is what's interesting. We've been able to eyeball these things. You can kind of look at them. No one yet, until just recently, has been able to actually analyze one of these things in detail. Now, I've put out a couple of videos recently about this. Been working with some guys, professional metrologists who work in the aerospace industry,
Why?
making like turbine blades and super high-end precision. Like these are guys that no shit professionals in this space. They have taken one of these vases that belongs to a guy who actually lives here in New York, in a private collector, because you can't get to these in a museum. They're not interested in studying the engineering of these things. But we got one of these pre-dynastic granite vases, and we scanned it with a structured light scanner that scans it down to like the 1,000th of an inch, or for all the people out there that hate the imperial system that harass me all the time, 25 microns.
No,
or
we don't
less.
do that shit.
Yeah.
Give us the inch.
1,000th of an inch. I'm fine with that too. It's just, this is just nerds go crazy about this shit. But it's and the results are truly astonishing. What we found by analyzing the scans of one of these vases, and it has to have been designed and manufactured with a system that is incredibly precise. That can get things down to 1,000th of an inch. Now, bear in mind the width of a human hair is between 2 and 3,000th of an inch. So you're talking about precision and levels of geometric sort of sophistication that's half the width of a human
What
hair.
is down to 1,000th of an inch?
Well, so what you do is, and if you go to vase scan, there's a directory called vase scan.
Or is it?
This is just pictures of the vase, but I've got a directory called vase scan. You look at it and you go, okay, so the top of the vase, we can define how flat that is, right? And we can also say, well, think of that as a horizontal axis.
Yep.
And then there's the mouth of the vase. And what they do, if you go to vase scan, the directory, when you scan this thing, that's the vase that we scanned. So if you go to like the second and third picture here, so essentially we're taking the top of that vase, we've mapped it like a horizontal axis to it. Now we're mapping a cylinder to the neck of the vase using more than, I think it's 10,000 points of reference. So a very accurate representation of that neck of the vase. And you can compare it to that top. So we know, okay, that cylinder, once you map a geometric object to it, you can perform geometry on it, figure out what's its center line, what's its center point, all that stuff. It's perpendicular to the top of the vase, perfectly within 1/1000th of an inch.
Wow.
And then you
basically the top is really even.
It is super even, but now you've got, think of it, now this vase, we've defined like a horizontal axis and a vertical axis.
Yeah.
Now we can go and map geometric shapes to other parts of the vase, the cylinders to the low
Like why?
cones to part of the vase body, or a sphere to part of the vase body.
I just want to make it like digestible because I heard you talk about this before, and so just for that top part, basically, if we assume the bottom is flat, the top is almost perfectly parallel to the bottom or the ground it's sitting on. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, so
in terms of precision, right?
Perpendicular and parallelism.
Perpendicular is when this
perpendicular is the T,
fake
at 90
that you
degrees.
guys are doing. But I'm just trying to explain like how flat the top is, and that's why it's so impressive.
Well, it's flat. I think if you go to the first one, it's flat within like 4/1000th of an inch or something. It's insane. Like it's.
And then no ancient tools as we know them would be.
You couldn't.
You need a level.
The point of this is this is so far beyond the realms of some dude banging on it with a rock or grinding on it with sand and a stone, which is how they say they were made.
And
it's impossible to explain this with hand tools.
But this is the thing that's so interesting to me is that like there's this sophistication bestowed upon a quite meaningless object. Right?
It's a whole other thing.
A pyramid is different.
And 50,000.
It is.
And 50,000 of them.
Yes.
So you need to be able to replicate that.
Maybe they have
over
factories.
and over and over again. Now we're talking.
There's an industrial process at pointing, and so there's a longer discussion you can get into about the relationship between precision and function. You only develop this type of ability to work in these precise measures if you are getting a functional return. Think about it this way, but once you have that capability, right, your manufacturing capability can be very precise. You can then apply it to everything, right? So I think there were functional objects. Some of these, either it's the sites, might be the pyramids, might be these giant bloody boxes that are underground everywhere. I think a lot of that seemed to show the same type of precision. I think they had a functional purpose. I think that's why they developed this level of precision. But then they just applied that manufacturing process to everything. Think about, like, have you ever owned a car from the 60s? Yeah? Like, fucking, you have to turn the wheel this far to make it actually the wheels before they start to turn, and the panel gaps are wide, and the rain gets let in, and cars today, they're beautiful, they're all put together. We don't need that, but our manufacturing capabilities has robotics.
Been refined.
Much better. That precision in manufacturing gets applied, and I think that's what we're looking at here. I actually think there may be functional purposes for these things. They could have acoustic properties. There might have been parts of other machines. We don't know. That's
Oh my God.
The part about this is like, it's the temptation is always there to look at us and say, how would we do
a vase to us is not a vase to them.
It might
be more than art.
Exactly.
It might be, It might be something else.
Here's a question I have for asking for a frame of reference. This civilization was much more advanced than we were up until recently. Around what time did our modern civilization become as advanced as they were, if at all?
No, I think so. We could do, if we put the time and effort and money and resources to it, I think we could replicate a lot of this stuff. We haven't ever done it. It's too expensive. It's like no one's got the backbone or the resources to do it. That's not to say we couldn't do it.
Well,
I think our technology, I think, is different. I think when you look back at technology, think about, like, you talked about the progression of technology over a couple hundred years, right? We've gone down this electromechanical route of how we work and the world works. The temptation is there to then apply that to the past. But think of, like, in 50 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, we're going to know so much more about all these other realms of science and technology. I just think some of the answers and the paths that this civilization may have taken could be outside of our current understanding or perspective. I think they may have taken different routes. Their technology might have been very different, so it becomes really hard to kind of guess at what it is.
And we have to assume that because there's no evidence of the electromechanical technology.
Well, yeah, there's nothing, like, there's no computers, there's the whole where are the tools argument is one that gets raised all the time.
And that's a reasonable fucking argument.
It is.
It's like you've got these things that can't be made with these ancient tools.
The ones we found.
So where are the fucking tools? And I think you hear this a lot of times with, like, the skepticism about ancient civilizations. It's like, okay, well, where they live? Where are the homes?
Right.
Where are all these things? These are good questions.
They are.
I think that we should be asking these questions. And I think it's good that you don't get defensive about those things.
I think Yeah, and they're valid questions, and I think there's a lot of... We haven't looked in a lot of the places where I think this stuff's going to be, for starters, and... I also... Well,
where do you think it's going to be?
Well, I think Graham Hancock makes a great point about this, but it's like sea levels rose 400 feet all over the world. There's like 10 million square miles of land that went...
Whoa, did you see that boost? That was
inhabited,
insane.
During these periods
Holy
when the sea
shit.
levels were far lower. We don't look at that
That
stuff.
was fucking
Marine
insane.
archaeology is 100% focused on
How do you clip
shipwrecks. We
that?
just we don't look in these
I'm gonna-
places. Like the Amazon,
Where's
the
the
Amazon.
word
We're
clip?
thanks to deforestation in the Amazon.
I don't
we're
have a
finding the
clip
remnants of
command,
cities.
but
Well, thanks to one good
wow,
thing.
that's
One good
crazy.
thing of all that. We're finding the remnants of cities
Uptime.
that have no place in the story of history.
Yeah.
But they're the size of like London in the 1800s, and there's hundreds of them. Like, we have no clue where
They're
that's coming
finding
from.
these
This-
massive pyramids still. I think the biggest one they've ever found is La Danta in Guatemala, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I thought the biggest one by mass might have been Cholula, but
Oh yeah, that was the one that was also in the.
It's in Mexico.
Yeah, Cholula, Mexico.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is just fascinating to see it. Like how much is covered up.
Yeah.
I mean, if you even see like where are the pyramids outside of Mexico City? What are those?
The Temple of the Pyramid of the Sun and the Moon. It's I've forgotten the name of the.
Whatever. I went over there and they showed images before they started scooping out all the land and everything. They just look like mountains. How many mountains? How many hills exist right now that little kids are playing on top of?
And like stone structure.
That their fucking houses built on top of that are actual old pyramids. They say that thing about one in I think Albania.
Yeah, that was disputed.
It's disputed.
Bosnia.
Yeah,
So I personally think that's a natural formation. There's not to say that there's not tunnels. There are tunnels and structures in it, but that one, you always see it from that one angle.
And it's just
the one
exactly like a
picture.
fucking
Get on
pyramid,
Google Earth and spin around. You're like, oh, this is just part of the end of a mountain.
Yeah.
But there are pyramids all over China. This exact like this. They literally have been deliberately planting over them since the 80s.
Dude,
I mean,
if you
trees and hills now. It's just, but they're pyramids.
If we assume that the Sahara back then was completely lush, if it looked like the Amazon, if that's true, right? How many cities, pyramids, other megalithic structures are just covered in sand dunes?
Could be tons. They literally, even today, archaeologists and Egyptologists will tell you 70 to 85% of ancient Egypt is still buried beneath the sand.
I mean, think how big they needed to make the pyramids for us to even see the tips of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just the tips of the fucking pyramids and barely the head popping up of the Sphinx.
Yeah.
That's how massive it had to be to weather, thousands of years.
Well, yeah. I mean, at least thousands of years, potentially a lot longer. It's
because those dunes shift around too, right?
They do. Well, in fact, yeah, you can. I know guys that bank on that. You actually go and, as the dunes shift, you kind of every few years you might go and look at the area between the dunes because it's kind of uncovering more ground, and you go and find like Arab stone, tips and arrow points and heads and stuff. Yeah, so there's a lot of parts of the world we haven't looked. A lot of the areas there was a lot of devastation. I think it's hard to comprehend just how much. With the end of the Younger Dryas, like the sediment layers, like stuff might be buried at the bottom of the ocean under hundreds of feet of water, but under 200 feet of sediment as well.
Which one is this one?
That's the Pyramid of the Sun, I think. It's Teotihuacan, yeah.
Teotihuacan.
So this is the one in Mexico City, right?
Yep.
I mean, look at how it looked.
Yeah, there's the Sphinx's head sticking out as well.
I don't even believe in mountains anymore. It's crazy.
Some people think there's a pyramid in Antarctica.
Oh, you showed me that crater impact. We do know that there was a massive crater impact, right?
Yeah, probably many.
Yeah, it's probably been tons.
Yeah. So I'm curious, why is the pyramid so significant? Why has it been replicated by every culture?
I don't know. It's a very significant thing, though, isn't it? It seems to be. I mean, a lot of the arguments that the mainstream uses is what they call it's like cultural coincidence, or it's like people all around the world solve the problem the same ways. I think a lot of that's nonsense when it comes to megalithic building. It's like you're literally choosing the hardest and most difficult way to do something.
But like fire, every culture develops fire.
Yeah, fire or like napping and making a spear.
Right, and that's all coincidence.
That's not. Yeah, that's all we're solving this particular problem.
Right.
And what about the wheel? That
That
happened around the world around the same time, right?
Yeah, more or less. People got there. Yeah, I mean, it's just that's.
I mean, the pyramid thing, like everybody developing a pyramid at the same time, doesn't really strike me as the most peculiar thing, because that's just how you would build something. Right? You can't build straight up; it falls over. It's also very difficult to build straight up. So we just build in this kind of like what are they called? The step
mastaba. So it started the way they describe it. It's like, well, we started by digging a hole and burying people in that, and then we started. You know what? We'll build a little mound over the top of the hole. and then became this step structure. We called a mastaba, like a platform.
Yeah.
And you know what? We'll start stacking these mastabas.
And then you see
as
that in
get the
Central
steps,
America.
That's this shape.
And in South America, where they're like these pyramid structures built on top of pyramid structures.
Right.
Which makes it much easier to build because now you're not redoing this foundation, you're just kind of building on top of it.
Yeah.
And they've become massive.
It's strange though. I don't buy it in a lot of ways. The tomb theory with this stuff too. It's like I had a conversation with someone recently that said, you know, the easiest way and tons of less effort is if you really want to hide a burial tomb for someone, is you dig down into the ground, and then once you're done, you collapse it all in after you. It's so much less work than building a giant pyramid and trying to bury someone in there and hope that no one's ever going to get into it. It's not the most efficient way.
Oh, was the idea that the pyramid would provide protection for the person?
It's supposed to. Well, it's a monument, and then it's supposed to like stop tomb robbers from getting. That's what that goes with the tomb theory, which I don't think these were tombs. There's fuck all evidence that these big ones were tombs. Some of them were used later on, undoubtedly as tombs and repurposed that way, but not these ones. The big ones, I don't even think the dynastic Egyptians got into them. Frankly, I think they couldn't get into them. Because I think we'd see a lot more evidence of it if they did.
You don't think they could because of just the sand, like just blocking?
No, I mean, you got to imagine, like when these things were covered in the casing stones, it's super white. It would have like reflected the sun like a mirror, and there's no visible joins. Cool. You cannot pry those stones out. There's no obvious entrance to it. You know, it's really difficult to look at that. The top of the middle one still has some of those casing stones that are weathered over time. But can you imagine these just perfect
if it's
white pyramids that are just like, what the fuck is
if it's not a tomb,
this desert needs some giant triangles.
If it's not a tomb, what would you conjecture is the purpose?
I personally, and it's speculation, I think they were functional. I think they did something. I think they're all broken now. They don't work anymore. I think they were a functional device. What that is, I don't know. There's lots of theories out there. A guy named Chris Dunn, a good friend of mine, a very good author, engineer. He really has moved this whole field forward in a lot of ways when it comes to ancient precision and technology. Yeah. He has a theory that it's like the Giza power plant. His theory does explain all of the elements of the pyramid. He used it to correctly predict what was behind Gatenbrink's door, which is one of those little things in one of the shafts in the Great Pyramid.
Can you explain this to us?
Yeah, so there's really weird aspects to the Great.
These are not functional, by the way.
These are your bracelets?
Yeah.
You like clang them together?
Yeah. Oh,
Dynastic Egyptians not that functional.
Exactly. Dynastic Egyptians did not get it, dude.
Yeah.
The ancient Civ ones
looks great though.
Yeah, they understand visuals for sure.
Yeah. They did.
Okay.
Yeah, so Gatenbrink's door, well, there's these strange features in there, right? You've got...
So we're inside the Great Pyramid.
So you go in, there's 3 chambers, right? Yeah. There's a subterranean chamber that's down way below it in the bedrock with a shaft that goes through the pyramid.
Can we access that? Because I don't think I went inside. I don't know if I went down.
So not unless you do like a special permission. Every time we rent it out for 2 hours, they open a lot for us.
Oh, wow.
So if you go in on a tourist ticket, you can go into like the Grand Gallery and up into the King's Chamber.
Yeah,
that's where most people go.
Yeah.
There's also a chamber below that called the Queen's Chamber. Now, both the so-called King and Queen's Chamber have these shafts, right? So there's the ones in the King's Chamber go to the outside. We know this because at some point, you know, some of these crazy British guys were rolling cannonballs down them, and they ended up in the King's Chamber like, that connects.
Oh, wow.
So
they just found cannonballs in the tomb, and they were like...
Well, they were just like, there's an opening. We think it might have been on their shaft. Let's find out. They're probably damaged. I mean, there's rods, there's explorations of these shafts. There's like big, long steel rods that they've tried to probe them with. But the ones in the Queen's Chamber are more interesting because they don't go to the outside. They terminate somewhere inside the structure. Now, this is like a 4 to 6 inch square shaft, right?
Hey, wait.
It's
4 to 6 inch.
It's this big. It's how the hell do you make it? It has to be made when you're building the structure. Like it has to be planned. We don't know where they go, but we sent robots down them, and it turns out they go to what looks like a little door. There's a little door at the end. It's a limestone plug, and it looks like it's got. If you go to like Gatenbrink's door, maybe there's pictures of it there. I don't know, but Gatenbrink. Yeah, that's it there. Well, that's after they drilled through it. So they're actually. And on the door are these two, what they say are copper handles, but one of them's eroded more than the other. It's almost like it's an anode and cathode, like it may have been part of some sort of function.
Like a fucking battery?
Yeah, something like that. So part of Chris Dunn's theory, that's it there. So you have, this is what's at the end of this shaft.
Get the fuck out of here.
And then eventually... Yeah, it's like a cycle. Well, those little copper things that are on there. But
no, the hole they
drilled it.
Okay.
You see the drill bit there. So Chris Dunn, anyway. So he explains all of these features of the pyramid in his Giza power plant theory, and using his theory before they drilled through the hole, he said what they're going to find is another void and another little door. And they drilled through the hole. They drilled through this wall, and guess what they found? Another void and another door. Yeah.
Holy shit.
So I think he was onto something.
And again, it lines up with your theory. It's too advanced for it not to be functional.
Yeah, there's no people say like, oh, this is where the soul would have escaped and gone up towards Ra. Like this is nonsense.
And then to your point
such an
about
achievement.
building a pyramid just that shape is the most functional to build. This is a functional thing. That's why we're going to build it in a pyramid shape.
100%.
Yeah.
That is fucked.
And they haven't drilled
this
past
battery theory.
They didn't drill past the second door.
No, as far as there's a lot of nonsense going on about this for a long time. Like Gaten Brink sent his robot up the wrong shaft as well. He went and had a look in there, and Zahiwas threw him out of Egypt, and so there's been a lot of intrigue. There's a dark, like there's all sorts of stories when you dive into Egyptology, in particular in the last, let's say, 30, 40 years, of what's gone on in these pyramids and on these sites, and about who's done what where. There's a lot of stories that all revolve around certain particular characters that have been in charge of some antiquities departments in Egypt.
Can you speak to the politics of why you can't start just excavating more of these paths?
It's controlled
No, it's
by
not peace.
The Council of Antiquities. It used to be called the Supreme Council of Antiquities in Egypt. And for a long time, a guy named Zahiwas was in charge of that. And this is, this comes back to the labyrinth story as well that we mentioned before, that we talked about before. And, they really tightly control what goes on the sites, right? So you can't just roll up there and say, hey, I want to dig. The way that works is you have to partner with the council to do anything. And part of that is also they will want to know what your purpose is, what are you trying to find, and then they get to control the release of information at the end of it. So typically what happens is you have institutions like universities from France or Belgium, Austria, America, wherever, Britain, they have access to a particular site to do research in a certain way, and then that information is very slowly released whenever the Egyptian authorities deem it necessary to do so.
Why are they so protective of this theory of history? Because it's science. Why are the people who are
That's their claim to fame, my boy. That's all they got.
I guess, but to me, science is constantly disproving other science.
They don't give a fuck about science. They give a fuck about like, yo, we're Egyptian. These pyramids are fire. Everybody loves these pyramids. We made them. And if this dickhead comes over there and goes, nah, it was some other people 30,000 years ago, you just bumped in on it. Yeah. They're like, man, shut the fuck up. I'm not gonna let you discredit our whole shit.
I guess in my mind, they're still Egyptian, and it would still be like, yo, we survived motherfucking apocalypse. We came back. Yeah. We're still here.
There's a good argument to that. But I think they might look at it like, man, we didn't really do shit since back in the day.
It's not even necessarily Egyptian that's driving this too. It's kind of a mainstream Egyptology and
also, yeah, they don't want to take the L. And also, I'm sure there's a religious component, which is like, if you're dating the world, 6,000 years ago, and then you come in and it's 50,000 years. It's 100,000 years.
Yeah. It operates a bit like a religion, to be honest. And unfortunately, there's a lot of domains of science that suffer from that type of embedded, dogma to one extent. And it does tie back to these. Essentially, what's history, right? It's a story that you cobble together from a collection of incomplete facts. Now, when more new facts come up, and younger dryas and all this new scientific work, we should be taking that into account. But the problem arises when it starts to pull the rug out of the people that have really set what that story is. And honestly, the story of history and civilization hasn't changed for around 100 years. It still hasn't changed, even with Göbekli Tepe. We still say, well, civilization started 6,000 years ago with the Sumerians, then the Egyptians, and then the Greeks and Romans, Chinese, all this other stuff.
Yeah.
Is there a framework here for how this could be conducting energy and power and what that power is used for?
Chris Dunn's Giza power plant theory takes into account all of this stuff. I'm not an expert on it, but it has a lot to do with acoustics. The Grand Gallery has a bunch of these Helmholtz resonators in it. It's a really interesting theory. There's like different fluids and chemicals used in these shafts. There's a lot to it, and there's a lot of evidence for it as well. Like those shafts in the Queen's Chamber, for example, I mean, they don't even come out into the Queen's Chamber. They terminate like 6 inches from the wall. So there was a guy running around like literally tapping on the wall. So that sounds a bit different behind there. So they get a sledgehammer and they bust the wall open. They find the shafts. Like there's nothing. And when they first found the Queen's Chamber, by the way, it was covered in like 6 inches of these crystals that may have been the byproduct of some sort of chemical reaction. And in fact, I've got in here, actually, I shouldn't have gone in there, but they've been doing these experiments. So they unlocked one of these gates. There's like a shaft and a little grotto area that goes in, because there's this alcove in the Queen's Chamber, but you can go right into the masonry behind it and it opens up into a little grotto area. I crawled in there and I filmed it, and you can still find chunks of this crystal and all these weird growths that are, because they cleaned it all up and carved it all off when they cleaned up the inside of the pyramid. But there's a lot of this weird evidence, like something else was going on.
And what is his theory as to what this power could have been used for?
Some form of energy. I don't know, some sort of microwave energy that they could have used if they had a receiver for it. They could have done it. Essentially, they think it may be coming from like this harmonic tone or this generation. It comes from the earth. It's a lot of complex theories on it. I don't know. Like I think his theory is the best one that we have that explains it with our tech. My personal opinion is I think it's probably broader than that. I think we don't quite understand what it's for, but I do think it was functional.
Can you explain this resonance theory that you shared? I think it was on the Concrete podcast that you did.
Right. So yeah, I mean, there's one thing you find when you go in, and you would have found this when you went into the King's Chamber, like it's insanely resonant, right? It's just like this, the acoustics in there are off the charts.
Yeah.
And there is, it could be coincidence.
It's also very underwhelming, which makes me feel like it wasn't a chamber.
The chamber?
The chamber itself, you're in there, and you're like, oh, this is just like the awe-inspiring view of the pyramids on the outside. And then you get into this King's Chamber, right?
Yeah, it's a box.
It's a box.
Yeah.
So
but it is made up of like 70-ton granite monoliths.
There's no question. Like the feat in order to execute placing these 70-ton granite blocks around it is very special. But when you look at the grandiosity of like the dynastic Egyptians, it's not reflected in this room in any way. And if that was the king's room, like for a king, then I think it'd be a little different. It makes way more sense to me that this is a power factory. Because that looks like the source of the power, or the battery's hooked up, or whatever it is. That to me makes way more sense. Because if I'm the king and that's the room you made me, you're dead.
Do we know if granite?
You know what I mean? You're dead here, motherfucker. I need more shit. And it is just barren. It's empty.
Bury you here.
Tomb right there.
That's a functional ass place.
All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because today's episode is sponsored by Saving Your Ass Money. Think about that. Think about that. You go buy something online, there's always that little box that says, do you have the promo code? Do you have the coupon code? Is there a way for you to save money? And you never do. Let's just be honest, you never do. Well, you know what? You can. And you can without actually doing anything. Honey, okay, is a browser extension that's going to do it all for you. That's right. It scours the internet for all the coupon codes that are available for the thing that you need to buy. All you have to do is use it. It's free for you to use. All you have to do is use it, and you save money on the things you're already going to buy online. I don't even need to convince you to do this. You're going to go buy a pair of sneakers? You use the Honey browser extension, and then boom, you save some money if there's a coupon code out there. It is that simple. And also, Honey doesn't just work on desktops. It works on your iPhone too. Just activate it on Safari on your phone and save on the go. So if you don't already have Honey, you could be straight up missing out. And by getting it, you'll be doing yourself a solid and supporting this show. Get PayPal Honey for free at joinhoney.com/flagrant. That's joinhoney.com/flagrant. Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, we're going to take a break for a second because let's be honest, some of y'all dumbasses have probably gotten injured, hurt yourself, and you know what? You could have made a lot of money. You hurt yourself on a job. You hurt yourself because of the job's negligence. You hurt yourself because of someone driving in a stupid manner like Shifty. You hurt yourself for many different reasons, but it wasn't your fault. And you know what? You didn't get the money that you deserved, and Morgan & Morgan is going to help make that happen. And you know what? They're not going to even get paid unless they get you your money. Think about that. They're so confident if they take on your case that they're going to get you breaded up, they could get you breaded up, that they don't even want money unless you make money. Think about that. Morgan & Morgan is America's largest injury firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide, more than 800 lawyers with over $15 billion recovered for clients. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record for fighting to get you full and fair compensation. Submitting an injury claim with Morgan & Morgan is so easy. It's more like using an app than hiring a lawyer, okay? You submit a claim with Morgan & Morgan, okay? It's basically like ordering takeout. That's how simple it is. Morgan & Morgan, you are going to be taken care of. So, if you're ever injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/flagrant or dial #law. That's #529 from your cell phone. That's For the People, forthepeople.com/flagrant or #law, #529 from your cell. Now let's get back to the show.
Do we know if granite has any functional properties that could be?
Yeah, it's piezoelectric. It's a conductor. It's piezoelectric. If you hit it with enough pressure, it generates electricity. There's a lot of quartz content in the granite. I've done experiments with guys. We've actually seen different electrical conductivity properties between granite, basalt, and limestone. They have different properties. So you see these types of stones lined up and sites made of these different types of stones that have these different electromagnetic properties to them. I think there's possibilities. I think that's where we should be experimenting and doing work to try and figure it out.
Does it make? Is there evidence of cities close to every one of these pyramids? Because that makes sense that if it's the power plant for the city, right? But if they're just out there in the middle of nowhere and there's no city around it, then it doesn't. The power plant theory kind of like goes away.
We don't know. The city's probably built on top of the remnants of older cities. I mean, you see this Cusco and other places too.
Yeah.
I mean, so each of those pyramids. That's the interesting thing about those pyramid sites is that they are all. I call them like the Sun Belt. From each one, you can see the next one. So starting up at Abu Rawash, up on the hill, you can see Giza, and you can look down to see, Abu Sir to Saqqara to Dashur, and you see each other on the horizon. So, I don't know. Maybe they're all connected. There's been rumors of underground infrastructure in between these sites. I've heard that story.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
Connecting all the
potentially. I've heard that story. I don't
Which
know.
would make sense functionally if you need to power the whole city or whatever.
So now, something so monumental as the pyramids of Giza, and the fact that perhaps maybe other people built them and then they were discovered by new people, and then those people died out and discovered by new people. Why was it eventually just left so barren for so long?
Well, it was used as a quarry. Eventually, it's like, you know what's easier than digging up stone from the ground? Taking the stone from this damn thing.
And quarries, just for anybody listening, it's just a sourcing place for stone.
Yeah, there were sources of quarries. People would just take stone from it. Like people lived up until that's probably less than 100 years ago. People lived at these sites in Egypt, the temples, the pyramid places. Before they became these tourist attractions, people would pitch their tents and they'd cut holes in the stone to tie the camels up, donkeys or whatever, and they'd live there. I mean, same as all the temples. People just live there, turned into markets. I mean, we blackened the ceilings of these temples from cook fires.
Oh, really?
For generations. And then eventually the government came along and says, you know what, you guys get all the F out. We're going to turn these into tourist attractions. So in some ways, we've inherited them. These sites today, we use them as tourist attractions. We've renovated them as tourist attractions.
You would think that the
Maybe
neighborhood
the Egyptians did the same thing
around the pyramids would be like Central Park property. You know what I mean? Like, it is not. Like, there are people out there who probably live in really lower income homes that have a perfect view of the most amazing thing that humans have ever created.
My buddy Yusuf lives in Nazlet El Samam, which is the village near the Sphinx entrance, and he's got his shop there, and his little balcony's on the 5th floor of this building, and we sit out there and play music or whatever, and just stare right at the Sphinx and the pyramids. Like, that's the view he grew up with. It's insane.
Wow.
Yeah, it is cool. And they're trying to knock it all down now. The government wants to go in there
and build hotels and do all this stuff. Yeah. But it is really interesting. So it must have been so normalized to them that they wouldn't try to build around it. That's what's peculiar to me.
It's a roof over people's heads in a lot of places, and particularly the temples, man.
Yeah.
They don't care, and they'd cut holes in it, and a lot of people would scoop out, they'd get a blade and scoop out material and take it as some sort of, healing powder or whatever, or you're taking a piece from the gods and stuff like that. So.
Right. But the people that actually built this, how advanced they were, there's no necessarily a theory as to why they went away or why they left or were they killed.
I don't know. I mean, the stories they tell was cataclysm. That's all of these ancient stories come back to cataclysm.
Not Younger Dryas for them, or maybe it was.
We don't know. We don't know. We'll put it this way. So the Egyptians themselves, I don't think you can separate the dynastic Egyptians from what you might call the builder culture, right? The advanced culture. the Egyptians themselves call themselves a legacy culture. So they describe 2 time periods before the dynastic civilization. The oldest one's called Zep Tepi. It's when the gods themselves walked to the earth. They had mystical capabilities. It went for like 25,000 years. Yeah, those were the gods that then get worshipped as gods in their pantheon. They supposedly walked the earth.
This is Horus, Osiris.
Yep. And then after they went away, for whatever reason, there's a time called Shemsu Hor, or the followers of Horus. Again, these semi-divine mystical beings with all of these crazy powers that you could interpret as magic or technology, and they reigned for like 15,000 years or something.
As disciples.
And, well, yeah, they have these kings lists of these rulers, and it adds up to like 15,000 years for the Shemsu Hor and like 25,000 years for Zep Tepi, and then Menes is the first king of the first dynasty, and it goes right on.
Until
and
dynastic.
we decide, they look at that, that's our history, and it's our academics that decide that, you know what, Menes, that's actually where the history starts, and before that's all myth. And the Egyptians themselves didn't make that distinction.
Now let's assume there's a cataclysm.
Yeah.
Happens tomorrow, God forbid. 1,000 years from now, and it brings us back to hunter-gatherer. 1,000 years from now, if people were telling stories about these ancient humans that had little blocks that they could see each other on and compute, we would sound like the gods. You would. We would sound like the gods to people thousands of
We
years
could
from
send
now.
messages to people across the planet in 1 second on a, not even, just email.
Through the air.
And you know what? The idea of a satellite is so foreign. It literally seems like we're just sending messages.
It's magic.
We
It's
had
magic,
objects
bro.
in space that could track people at any point. You could have a self-automated weapon that would kill one person. You know, like a
Yes.
drone sounds like the craziest thing.
Angry gods that would strike down
Yeah.
the wicked. Yeah, and you might even imitate it. You might find a black shiny rock and carve it to look like that and try and do it. And that's, I think, what's happened in ancient Egypt, because across these categories of artifacts and objects, you see like a tale of 2 industries. You have the advanced objects, and then you have the primitive objects that match the primitive tools. So I think there was a lot of imitation and replication going on. I think a lot of these places, like these ancient sites, the Old Kingdom sites, the pyramid sites, eventually became ceremonial sites by the ancient Egyptians. They were the ones dancing around the campfires trying to turn them on again, because they've got some cultural memory of something happening, of something working.
It's oral story.
We would do the same thing. It's human nature.
How do we get this?
So this is still Egyptians.
I do, yeah, because look, I think some of the we haven't really talked about the statues. The statues are astonishing. There are statues.
Oh, you bring up these statues.
Yeah, go to like
The
giant
precision of the
objects.
statues
Yeah,
is unbelievable.
There's a directory of the giant objects or statues is another one. But some of these statues have the same type of precision. We've analysed them for symmetry. They're absolutely not makeable by hand. They're very challenging, and some of them range up to the size of take the Statue of Liberty, just the lady, and imagine it's made out of one piece of granite. Like, that's the size of these things, like 1,000 to 1,500 tons.
Imagine this is granite. These statues.
Yeah, they're all granite, single pieces of granite.
I'm sorry, there are statues
Oh yeah,
that are the same size
Come on,
as the
man.
Statue of Liberty?
yeah, more than 1,000 tons. There's a directory. Sorry, it's
Oh,
height.
come on, man.
Well, no, just the lady herself. Yeah, like 100 feet high. Yeah, it's insane.
And where are they located in Egypt?
So there's a bunch of them. I know of at least 3 or 4. Again, if you go the other directory of, I think it's Huge Objects, the 3rd one down. There's some pictures of it. But you find them there's a place called, one of my favorites is at a place called the Ramesseum. And it's probably the biggest piece of one of these things is laying over on its side. That's it there. So you see the head there? You see the girl standing next to it? So that's its head. So pan right and you see the human. Like she's standing next to it.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was a seated statue, single piece granite. Just the pedestal it sits on is 450 tons. But this thing out of rose granite was a single seated statue that's fallen over. There's evidence for standing statues of a similar size. Keep going. Next one. Yeah, so that's the shoulder and arm. That's the shoulder and hand of a standing statue. That's a Karnak temple that we're putting back together, and that thing is made out of an even crazy material. That's composite quartzite, which has chunks of flint in it, and flint goes up to like an 8.5 on the Mohs scale. That is a much harder material to work than
I'm
granite.
sorry, where did you say this was?
Karnak temple, which is in Upper Egypt in the south.
And how far?
Yeah, go, Mark.
I was just going to ask, just for these materials, how far away are those quarries?
Well, a lot of the quarries for granite was in Aswan in Upper Egypt. But there's if you go to the next picture, that's a foot. That's about the same size as the feet of the statue. Let me see the big toe. Now that's made out of granite. That's in the north of Egypt. That's at Tanis. That's more than 1,000 miles from the quarry for this stone. So they moved a piece of stone that's probably 1,500 tons from somewhere down 1,000 miles away, shipped it up to this place in the delta, and then there was a giant statue made from it.
Is it possible?
Mental, but yeah.
Is it possible that the reason why there's so much evidence of the granite statues is because those are the only ones that made it?
I think
they're so high on the Mohs scale that they weren't absolutely disintegrated.
Yeah.
Like a limestone statue would be potentially over thousands of years of erosion.
Yeah, I think so. Well, granite, if you're going to make something that you want to last, you make it out of granite. Or you make it out of this tough stuff like this.
So it's possible they also worked with limestone. They worked with other things. Yeah. Those are just gone.
I think so. Well, and so this is where it comes back to that question about are they Egyptians?
No.
And why I don't think you can separate the dynastic Egyptians
No.
That's the Colossi of Memnon.
What in hell? And that's all granite.
That's all granite. Well, actually quartzite.
Has this been placed back together?
It has, yes. The Romans actually rebuilt.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're uncovering big statues here all the time. This is at the...
I didn't get a single boost after opening the glass door. Like, what? Like, come on, man.
And so here's the connection to me. I think, and it's one thing you see, you go into all the temples from the Old Kingdom to the New Kingdom. The consistent look and feel of these kings and pharaohs interacting with the gods, all of the iconography doesn't really change that much. It's the same look. It's that traditional Egyptian look, what you guys said, right? That's, I think they get that. It's like, I get the question like, well, if you think the statues are so old, how come they look like dynastic Egyptians? I'm like, I think it's the other way around.
The dynastic Egyptians copied the old statues.
I think they inherited this iconography, that look. It's like every time you see their rulers, they put themselves in amongst the gods. They're trying to become one of the gods, like take some of that power, that significance. They put themselves in those shoes, you know. Eventually they got really arrogant and they'd take these big statues, they'd hammer their own name into them. There's tons of examples of where they with these overwritten names and they put this is me now, you know. Like I'm the biggest, it says Ramses the Great. Ramses II did that everywhere. He just graffitied his name deeply into all this stuff, and it's acknowledged that's what he did.
Oh, wow.
But I think that's where they get. That's why you can't disconnect them from that culture. I think they're part of it, but they have a gap, and the gap's probably due to cataclysm.
Right.
Probably knocking them back to the Stone Age and hunter-gatherer, and then when they came back, they had some knowledge and some artifacts and some understanding, but they didn't have the capability.
Right. Now, typically with these types of amazing monuments, there's amazing cities nearby, kind of like what he was talking about. Now, I'm not familiar with Egypt specifically, but are there great cities, the great ancient cities that you can still see? Or like remnants or ruins of those cities? Or are they completely built over?
Thebes, yeah, I mean, Heliopolis, no, there's still remnants, like up in the north. There's Memphis, there's a lot of like dynastic Egyptian cities that are there. Yeah, it's still a part of it.
And
they've generally built over the top of it.
Are the cities as advanced in terms of like infrastructure and city planning as the monuments are in technology?
Oh, you're talking about cities that reflect
dynastic Egyptian cities. I mean,
no, pre-dynastic.
Like, let's say there's only the Empire State Building left. We can look at it and say, oh, there's an equally interesting city of people that are using the same remnants. With a fascinating monument, is there a city with granite roads? Is there a city with water structures and aqueducts?
For example, Göbekli Tepe, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You saw that one spot, and then as you did that kind of LiDAR. What is it, like
or subterranean scanning or whatever?
You found that there was a bunch of other versions of those structures that were built.
Right.
Do you see that type of like city planning around the Great Pyramids of Giza? Has that been covered by like Cairo?
Yes, it has.
Okay.
Yeah,
so we wouldn't be able to tell. It might be underneath.
It's inhabited. Yeah, it's been inhabited. That's the thing. You change it over time, generation.
Yeah.
Even more so than potentially these pyramid sites. Where you can see some of that though, it was really interesting, is Cusco, like in Peru.
In Peru, this is fascinating.
Cusco is like, I think, one of the most unique cities in the world. It's because it's the bottom layer there, it's megalithic. Like it has this, so I think there's a similar story. I think this builder culture was one that was probably global.
These were the Incas?
Well, the Inca is who they attribute it to.
Gotcha. So the Incas are like the dynastic Egyptians.
Yes, but much. I mean, they're much closer to us. Like it's like 1500s, 1600s. Like not that long ago.
Right.
And that empire, as great as it was, the Inca had a fascinating and amazing civilization, but it was really like 150 years. Just go to woe, like when the Spanish came in and they all died.
Yeah.
As a result, and But they say they built everything, but that's really not what you see. It's the difference between the technological levels in South America is night and day.
Can you bring up? Do you have some images from?
Yeah, you go to South America, the directory. You'll see it there. But Cusco is the only city in the world, I think, where you can see
Come
these
on,
different
man. Like,
layers of
why?
construction, civilization built up on top of each other.
Yeah.
You have megalithic, you have Inca, you have colonial Spanish, and you have modern, all stacked up on top of each other.
It's really cool.
Not that. That's Egypt. The next one is.
What is it called? Tehawama or something like that?
Sacsayhuaman.
Sacsayhuaman.
Yeah. I've probably got. So that's this is a good example.
Like, come on. Like, what?
Intikunku, the sun
Like,
gates.
what, dudes?
Megalithic work, and then you see what the Inca did on top of it. Like, that's actually really good Inca work on top.
They continued it in a way that they could.
They were very respectful.
Yeah.
They rebuilt
Wow.
stuff and they repaired it. But
My game
the loose stonework, the
froze.
small stonework is totally.
That's
what they
wild.
This is down in Bolivia, at Tiwanaku, which is an extremely unique place as well. Incredible precision in the monuments down here. These are called the H blocks for obvious reason. But yeah, amazing flatness. Like, there's been some work done here to analyze this. Frankly, all of this stuff needs deeper analysis and scanning and investigation.
Great walls. I think they're in Cusco.
They go up. I've definitely got them in there somewhere. Yeah.
No. It's the one with the polygonal.
That's it there. Yeah. That's the streets of Cusco. Right?
This is just in the street.
Yeah. In the city center, that's it's made of granite. Those are granite blocks, and then you can see the.
Look at this.
That's Sacsayhuaman.
This is fucking outstanding.
Yeah, some of these blocks are like 150, 200 tons. Very hard form of limestone, and you can you see the delta between the big technology and then the little rocks, right? The Inca came along with the little rocks.
Now, with these gigantic rocks, the megalithic rocks here.
Yeah.
They seamlessly fit into one another.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So one would look at it and go, okay, there's been some stonework done so that these stones can perfectly puzzle piece. Is it stonework, or is this just 20,000 years of weight? I really don't know.
Dude, this is the one place, Egypt, a lot of the masonry in Egypt, it's kind of easier to look at because it's like flat lines.
Yeah.
It's straight lines. You have the same precision here, but you have these compound curved surfaces, which is ridiculously more difficult.
It almost seems like they're flexing.
And it's not like they're just like joining them up at the front. It's like if you look behind, if you go on top and you look at the joins, like these joins are perfect all the way through the depth of the stone.
So it's like they're having fun. They can't make the even cuts, but they're like, what would be sexier? Right? It is far easier to just cut
This
these
game,
into regular.
like, come on, man.
It's difficult still to get
Like
them
this
so
fucking
precisely.
game.
You can't stick a razor blade in there. But same thing here, but now you're curving surfaces, and these mating surfaces are stupid precise. If ever there was a case for when you get into this like molecular softening tech, like you said earlier, like this thing, just like make this thing like Play-Doh or toffee and just shove it in there and have it form its shape next to it, and then it hardens.
Explain this to us.
Well, it's just speculation.
So we were talking about this when I mentioned this before about the pyramids and like using granite and things like that and moving them from so far. And he had mentioned this on a different show where he was basically saying that it's possible that the molecules can be manipulated to make it not have the same toughness.
Yeah, it's like science fiction, but it's
science fiction, but it would be very similar to the idea of like heating up a metal in order to morph it.
Yeah.
Because we
What?
do
How did I
certain
miss him?
substances. You heat up gold, and then you can bang away at it, or you heat up what is steel to make like a sword. You would do the same.
Malleable.
So if you could make a rock malleable, it would be much easier to do this.
It could be. Yeah, that's. I look at it and go, I can't imagine a guy. Like, I'm gonna shave a little bit off here, shave a little, like then I'm gonna put this, 15-ton rock back on and check my fit and take it off again and just shave a bit more.
Please, that was so bad. That was all my fault. That was entirely my fault.
And produced with a manufacturing rig similar to the Vase, other stuff where you can just, I design it, I click go, and it just carves it.
Right.
If there may be some other tech involved, and this almost looks like. You look at the front of these things too, and there's all these weird scoop marks and indentations. It's almost like they were holding. It's almost you're pushing stuff up, or you can imagine some of these nubs that forms like almost like a heat extrusion nub. It's complete speculation. I'd be very.
Is there any type of like scientific basis for that type of theory, or is it sort of just like a fun science fiction
There
approach?
is. There's a theory called geopolymer. It's a little different to what I'm talking about.
This was geopolymer.
Yeah. So.
Anthony told me you basically melt. You can go ahead. You melt stuff down and then reshape it.
Yeah.
Similar to kind of what you're saying now.
Like you get a bag of this mix and you put some more, add water and shape it into thing, right? It's like concrete. But there's challenges and then there's some interesting evidence for it. But enough, I don't think that doesn't work for granite. I don't actually think that's the case in Egypt. But there is some interesting evidence at Tiwanaku potentially for some of that sort of technology being used. I think it's a legitimate investigation that needs to be looked at. But the problem is you do get a lot of these stones have fossils in them and all this stuff, and we've got quarries, but it's so, you look at it and go, how is that not just like they made it like Play-Doh and shoved a shape into it, you know?
Is there any repetition in the polygonal blocks?
No. That's another issue with the geopolymer.
Each one is its own fucking shape?
Same as the pyramids too, same thing. They're not a uniform.
No stone is uniform?
No, that's right, yeah. Because you'd need to make a mold for every stone, which is, think about, look at the wall here, right? There's one mold in a billion.
Well, hold on, that means that every stone needs to be adjusted for the last stone that was placed. That seems way more difficult than just mapping out the exact size of the stones.
Unless you design it up front, it just prints it that way, or it cuts it that way.
And this doesn't even account for the shafts and the rooms and everything that
I'm getting like goosebumps.
The shafts in the room also have to be cut out before they're placed.
That's right, and you have to place those stones with some pretty significant precision for a 4-inch square shaft through the pyramid to run, hundreds of feet like it does.
Right, perfectly square that a robot in the modern day could go through.
Can go up, and it has to line up, right? Because that precision has to be held from where it starts to where it ends across all those layers of masonry.
Exactly.
Because you're going into diagonals, like it's horizontal courses.
Right. So it's
like
it's X and Y axes of squares getting broken.
Yeah, exactly.
And with each block, there's a new calculation made for the next block. And you fuck up one,
it's gone, right?
I mean, I guess maybe they could chisel away as they're placing it.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Not chiseling, but I guess whatever the machinery was at the time.
The machinery is advanced enough, but still, if you have a different side, how could you have machinery advanced enough to create this, but not advanced enough to just make them uniform? Because if it was uniform, we'd go, okay, forget it. There's no way they did this with the stone and the chisel.
Right.
The fact that it's not uniform is what leaves a little bit of wiggle room for a not super advanced society to create it, just with tons of work
and time. Yeah.
And fucking time.
Yeah. But I think the more you dive into like what it would actually take, it kind of gets a bit silly with some of the time stuff. I think just with the primitive methodologies, it's like, something else was going on. Like that's the thing, and we haven't done a lot of experiment. Like we've never done. Every time we've tried,
what would we need to find? Ben, what is the
Come on,
smoking gun? What is the
smoking gun? Well, we need to either find some tools or some records or some documents that talk about that may close it. But who knows if that stuff might have been found and it's been taken, it gets washed away. I've heard rumors of that sort of thing.
We have evidence of the results of advanced technology. We just don't have the advanced technology.
Yeah, that's right. The evidence for the tools is in the objects themselves.
Bro, the scoop thing and the core.
Yeah, the tube drills and so you know what, the whole where are the tools argument, by the way, not for nothing, that applies equally well to the mainstream explanation for these saw cuts and these tube drills, okay?
You got to explain the tube drill, Big Talk. And this is, you're not supposed to look at blocks from 4,500 years ago and find perfect cylindrical carve-outs. Grooves.
Yeah. I found them at the Met. There's a couple pieces at the Met yesterday.
Really?
Well, there's a block in there with 2 tube drills. It's pretty cool. I was like, these are classic tube drills.
Is that in tools here?
It's in tooling. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So there's some categories of stonework again coming from the oldest parts of ancient Egypt, like dynastic, like Old Kingdom, and these things there. So this is a core from a tube drill, and if you go to the next picture, you'll see the hole that they leave. This has been split. Right. So what happens is you have a tube drill, whatever. Yeah. And it cuts down, it creates this core, and then you snap the core off, and you're left with this hole in the granite. Now,
how'd they snap the core off?
Well, you get a chisel in there, or you wedge it. I don't know. You wedge something in there, and you
just
snap.
Keep moving back and forth.
Yeah, you snap it off. You can see where it snapped off, just the bottom. And so you see these in these Old Kingdom sites, and again into extremely hard stone, basalt, granite, diorite, blah, blah, blah. And they get quite large, right? That's one that's about 9 inches, 9 inches in width. And again, the block's been quarried. So this would just be a hole on its own until somebody came along and quarried the block. I think they looked for them for quarrying because of, it's like a hole, so they try and split the stone on the axis of the drill hole.
Who would have quarried?
Oh, anyone later on. At some point, it was Ramses II in the New Kingdom was quarrying stuff from the old pyramids. At that point, for thousands of years after that.
But to do it like that, you would need some kind of tool, right?
No, what, to quarry the block?
Yeah,
split
in that
the block?
cylindrical fashion?
You need a tube drill to make this hole, but you see how the stone's been split down the axis of the hole, right? Yeah, so that's a very common quarrying technique that's still in use today, essentially. You carve little divots into the rock, then you stick wood in them, and you wet the wood. You're trying to split the stone because you want to take the finished surface.
Right.
That happens everywhere. You see that all over.
And don't some stones have just a natural property where they do split pretty cleanly? That's
what they're trying to take advantage of. A lot of times it fails, sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, so you see these tube drills. Thank you. They have these cores, and we found a couple of these cores. Now, a guy named Flinders Petrie in the 1800s took one of these cores and analyzed it and looked at the grooves, and he's like, you know what? This is a spiral groove around this core. It's not like just. Imagine how we do it today. You get this high-speed drilling, spinning. It takes forever to cut through granite. Yeah. Or like a tile saw or whatever. It's not going to leave a spiral groove. It's going to be you'll always have these circular things. Well, there's going to be a lot of circular lines as you very slowly grind down through the material. This thing actually penetrates the stone at like a 1 in 60 rate, which means that for every if you take that spiral, that circular motion, you stretch it out straight. So for every 60 inches of horizontal travel, it's going an inch in vertical travel.
Yeah, think of like a screw.
It's like a screw. Yeah, it's screwing into the granite, and we're seeing the result.
So a hollow screw, essentially.
Yeah, it's like
that's where the core would exist.
And so Petrie looks at this as like, what the fuck is this?
It's a lot of pressure.
Petrie was the first guy to apply engineering principles from the industrial age to this stuff. It's a mind trip to me to think that it took us until the industrial age to even be able to put some of this stuff into a context that we can understand.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
We were only then starting to develop machining capabilities.
You even have machinery you can explain
it. If you found this in the 1700s, you're like, no one's ever done this before, ever.
You don't know what it is. You don't have the framework. Yeah, it's like taking a cell phone back to cavemen. I mean, it's just trying to. We know.
It's just a rock tip.
We know what wireless networking and all that shit is like satellites. That context you're missing, but we have the context for it now, and we couldn't do this today. Like so, Petrie said, well, shit, maybe they had 2 to 3 tons of pressure on the tube drill. And then Chris Dunn, the same guy I mentioned earlier, has analysed this core because it's in the Petrie Museum in London and they let people play with their toys, which is really nice of them. So he's analysed this and he's kind of furthered the work of Petrie to define this spiral groove that's on this thing. What's crazy about it is, and again, this may not have been a high-speed drill, right? It might have been slowly turning, but think that penetration rate, that's 500 times greater than we can achieve with our drills today, right? Our drills, these high-speed things. I mean, they might go faster, but in terms of that penetration rate into the granite, this rate is like 500 times greater than.
Whereas our modern machines, I guess, are going off like torque and friction, whereas this is going off just pure weight.
Oh, we don't know. It could be ultrasonic. It could have some other mechanism of punching into the granite. And you see these things all over the place, and ranging from about this big, little tiny things, to about 9 inches big, and it's. There's those, and then there's circular saw cuts that seem to work in the same way, where they're just eating away into this stone that we can't figure out.
What about the scoops?
Yeah, scoop marks in the quarry, same thing. So there's all these categories of tooling and
keep going,
evidence. I'm sure there are some pictures of the quarry in here as well. So, in this long story to get back around to where are the tools, so the mainstream's explanation for these tubular drills and for these saws and stuff. Yeah, this is the scoop marks.
That's fucking crazy.
They say, well, it was a copper bar or a copper tube, and they rubbed it with sand, and like a bow drill, or they dragged it back and forth, and they ground away with sand. And now, it obviously doesn't match the tool marks or anything remotely close to what we see, but guess how many copper tubes or copper bars they've found?
None.
0. So where are the tools for your exploration?
Right.
You say, where are my tools? Where are your tools?
I mean, it looks like a mini excavator.
Yeah, this is, and that's straight into granite. Like, that's at the quarry.
That's granite. That's what I was wondering what stone is. That's fucking nuts.
That's at the quarry in Aswan, where they had the 1,200-ton obelisk that's still attached to the bedrock.
We gotta get that one. I think what's so interesting about this is like, this feels like a conspiracy that will be proven in our lifetime, that will really shake our understanding of history. And it's really cool to learn about it. It seems like there's tons of evidence that would at least show that there was more advanced technology. And maybe at bare minimum, we understand there was more advanced technology. Maybe bare minimum that.
Yeah.
And then we lost it, and then we developed our own, but there was something else going on. That bare minimum, everybody can get on board, right? Because we can acknowledge that you can't do these things with a stone and a chisel.
It also theoretically turns government into doomsday preppers, which is kind of funny. And also probably necessary.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Because if you're like, yo, these guys got wiped out by a comet or whatever, and there was no evidence of them left whatsoever, we should prepare for such a scenario to happen in our lifetime.
That is what it's, I think that's ultimately what's important about some of this work, really, is there's a fundamental, so we grow, you know, what's the fundamental understanding we have of our civilization, our place in history? We all think that we went from cavemen to, you know, strike toothpaste and space shuttles in this 6,000 year period, like, which is what? It's how many? So, you know, 60 centuries, 25 years a generation, like 240 generations essentially from Stone Man to today.
Yep.
And it's like, so it's as if we have this idea of, well, this is what civilization is. This is a preordained path. This is how you do it. We don't need to worry about it. But I think if you had the same fundamental understanding, in the same way we understand that oh no, there's a cyclical thing going on here. We're just the latest revolution of the civilization wheel. There's a relationship to cataclysm. We've risen to great heights and we've been knocked down in the past. I do think on the long term, that could change priorities, man. We might actually start trying to solve and putting a bit more resources behind trying to solve some of the bigger issues. The analogy that I've figured out that I want to use talking about that is honestly is climate change. Like whether you agree with it or not, or whatever it means to you, that's a movement that's changed people's behavior. It's in a generation or two. It's a fundamental thing that's entered our understanding of what it means to be a human. It affects our behavior, how we interact with others and the world around us. And it's changed us. And I think that's the type of understanding that if it gets into our culture and into our what it means to be a modern human, then it might actually, we might stand a chance of changing our priorities, worrying a little less about fighting with each other in the next election cycle, and then
humans are
looking at the bigger picture.
Humans are so illogical, I don't know if it works, but if you're thinking we have an existential crisis, at any given point, you probably don't care as much about critical race theory or whatever little government info, like, you know, these little things that we worry about. That's what I was kind of joking about, like, who cares how many genders there are? If the human species, if all of Earth is at stake at some point, we don't know when. We should prepare for that instead of worrying about this shit.
Yep. Or you can make sense. Well, you go with the Expanse, and it's like maybe the universe is better off without us because we're just warlike talking monkeys that are probably no good for anybody. You know, you can take two approaches to it. But I think because the long-term solution is to get off the planet, to spread out.
I asked you about this before, but do you think drugs or any type of mind-altering substances contributed to the creation of any of these?
Ooh. Yeah, I'm pretty convinced of it, actually. There's lots of use for particularly DMT in the ancient world. I mean, the blue lotus flower is one that's represented in all the artwork. I mean, you literally see images of this like a smoking pipe almost. This like, and you're getting showered with knowledge, power, and stability, or life, power, and stability from the gods. And some of those things, it looks to me like smoking pipes. The blue lotus flower is full of DMT. The acacia trees, that's got DMT in it. You see, I think there's some of those visions in those altered states, some of that geometry and things are represented in some of the artwork. There's been mummies found with cocaine from South America, like in the linen.
From South
America, go figure.
Yeah, there's some trade, right? They're probably trading.
They're trading stuff. Cocaine from South America?
Potentially. There's definitely been mummies found with
wait. Mummies in Egypt?
Yes.
Found with South American coke?
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. Don't explain it.
But does no one else want to explain this? Why are you the only one that's like, we got to talk about the mummies doing blow? Like, that's crazy.
They've got boomerangs in ancient Egypt. The name for them literally translates to foreigner's weapon. Like, they're in the museum. You can.
That's not as cool as coke being exported.
This is true.
Yeah, but he's Australian. You know?
I'm not sure on the details. You'd have to look at. If you look up mummy cocaine, you'd probably find the details. But
let's look that up, please. Can I ask you, while he looks that up, what are your thoughts on climate change? Because this could theoretically, a lot of what we believe is climate change could just be, you know, Younger Dryas type things.
I think that if you want to understand climate change, you probably need to widen your scope of view a little bit and look back a little bit further than the last century or two, is what I would say, because In a lot of ways, to me, the modern climate change discussion is, and to borrow an analogy from my friend George Howard, it's like we're sitting in a car arguing about the radio station and what channel we're listening to, but we're ignoring the fact that the car's sitting on a railway track and the train's coming. We've got bigger problems. I think, and if we burn...
Wait, what do you know? You know some shit.
Well...
Is there a comet coming?
No, I don't know. I don't know. On a long enough timescale, 100%. It depends on what that timescale is.
I think he's just saying we are in this cosmic shooting gallery. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
And it's... Look, if we burnt every last ounce of fossil fuel, and the end result of that was that we averted the next cosmic impact, then karmic debt paid.
Yeah.
Like, there's nothing like the climate change that is a result and the pollution of a cosmic impact like that.
Yeah.
Like, you want nuclear winter? Like, that's what it is. Like, it blocks out the sun for hundreds of years. Everything on Earth dies. You know, you can't breathe outside. Like, the half of the world is on fire, kind of thing. Like, it's apocalyptic, and the words, that's what it means.
And
like,
that's not speculative. Like,
No,
I
it's
remember, you were telling me that, like, there's a piece of the bedrock that you could see that was on fire, or the remnants of the fire, and this exists throughout the Earth.
There's like a black mat layer at that younger dryas boundary layer in the soil, in the strata. There is an organic, it's like a soot layer almost, where it's, and the calculations are something like 9% of the organic matter on the planet was on fire, which is
At one time.
At one time. It's in this astronomical
So
amount.
it's just an ash layer in the bedrock.
It's literally, it's fallout from the fires.
Insane.
It was either flood or fire. Like, you look at every ancient culture, it's flood or fire. Like, it's either cataclysmic fire or it's world-ending floods. Like,
kind of makes you feel lucky, huh?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You know, people complain about it, but honestly, our climate has been the most stable. We've had the best climate in the last sort of 10,000 years that we've had for almost 200,000 years, like on the planet. So when you talk about modern climate change, and we're arguing about CO2 and like a tenth of a degree, I don't care. I mean, it's fine. Look, that's not to say pollution, bad. Treat the planet good, yes. Like, let's clean up our act, do all that stuff. But
we have bigger problems.
Reality is also CO2 is not a problem. More CO2 is good. The planet nearly went into plant death in the Little Ice Age. The warmth is great. We've been far warmer and had far more CO2 in our history on this planet and supported megafauna and megaflora, the likes of which don't exist at all anymore.
It's when it gets cold.
Cold is the problem. Small cold periods associated. Guess when the Black Plague was? It was a cold period. All of the downturns.
Oh, because the heat is going to burn off a lot of the bacteria.
What? Cold periods are associated with famine and less plant growth, which means your immune systems are weaker. You don't eat as much, all the stuff.
Bacteria can't grow in cold, and then we're very much like bacteria in that way.
Pretty much.
We're the ones that
I was thinking it was going to get burned off in the heat, but you're right, that makes sense. And also just the weakness of the body. If there's no
famine,
winters are just rough in general.
Yeah, cold's bad, and cold is worse than getting warmer. Like, this whole planet's on fire is nonsense. Like, it's fine. In fact, the planet is greening. Like, you've seen the evidence for this. Like, the planet's actually greening due to the slight increase in CO2. CO2 is not a pollutant. We shouldn't be demonizing CO2. It's fine. Like I said, in the past, we've had many times the number of CO2 that we have today. It's not a big deal. We've never had a runaway climate. The climate on this planet is very stable. Even when things like cosmic impacts happen, it recovers. Like, it's a very stable system.
And just to clarify, so you don't get yelled at, that's not to say there's no problem with pollution. There are other problems, but it's not necessarily what we think it is.
I hate having to preface that all the time by saying, well, if you somehow question any of the narrative, it's like, you're pro-pollution. Like, of course, pollution's bad. Let's clean up our act. Let's keep the oceans clean.
Two things
Let's do all these things. Let's behave like responsible stewards of the planet.
But if polluting was making it colder,
let's not tax everyone.
That's a bigger problem.
That's a bigger issue.
Yes, I think it'd be a bigger problem too. It would be. Cold is bad. Cold is bad.
What'd you find here?
So this is a German toxicologist basically did a study on the hair of a priestess that they uncovered.
Cocoa.
And they basically found traces of nicotine and cocaine, which had been considered to be cocoa and tobacco plants native to the Americas that were not thought of to have been brought to Africa until after Columbus's voyage.
Well, I do think that we don't give the dynastic Egyptians enough credit for what they did. I think they were probably much wider ranging. I mean, they had bigger boats than the Vikings. We know the Vikings got around a lot of places.
Do we know that they? I thought we haven't found any boats from the
We've
Egyptians.
found plenty of boats. They're mostly river boats, though. They wouldn't last a sea voyage. That said, you can go to places like Hatshepsut's temple, and there's literally scenes on the wall of ocean voyages where there's fleets of ships. They're even drawn underneath. There's like ocean creatures that you don't get in the Nile. Like they talk about an expedition to what they call Buntland to go and get stuff at one point. There's a place in Australia called the Gosford Glyphs that I happen to think is probably a result of a shipwrecked, like Ptolemaic period Egyptian crew. There's these glyphs in this place in Australia in this little cave. They think it's a hoax. It's not a hoax.
Wait, go to this.
Gosford Glyphs? Yeah.
Gosford Glyphs.
Yeah, Gosford Glyphs.
And you're saying that the Egyptians reached Australia.
Yeah. Well, it's on their maps too. They literally show like horses in America, and they show.
This is dynastic Egyptians.
Yeah. Ptolemaic period, like late period, Greek-Roman period. That's the matches the glyphs that they did. They look poor because the story that it tells, we had some of it translated, was the scribe and the captain died. I think one of them died of a snake bite. They were shipwrecked. So this is the results. The carving are the results of a guy that could probably read Egyptian but wasn't a stone carver. It's like you can probably read and write on paper, but try carving it into sandstone, see how far you get. But anyway, so they've known about this, literally the thumbnail for my video about it. They've known about this since the 1970s. The modern dogma on it, I guess, is saying, well, it's a hoax. Some guy came back from the war and was like, I was in Egypt, so I'm just going to draw some random collection of hieroglyphs on the wall. Turns out that's not the case. It actually tells a story. It's coherent. What's even crazier is there are symbols on this wall that we didn't decipher until like the year 2000. So they weren't in Egyptian dictionaries until the year 2000. Wow. Yet they're still on this wall, been there since the 1970s, and they still want to call it a fake. I'm like, what's so hard to believe? These guys were seafarers. Maybe they just got a whole bunch of storms blew them halfway across the Pacific, and they got shipwrecked down here. They got looked after by the local Aboriginals. They lived their life. They buried their dead, and they wrote something about it on this wall.
Do we know what the story says?
Yeah, it says that it was the part of it. Not all of it's been decoded, but the part of it, it says that. Yeah, it was exactly that. It was a crew that got shipwrecked here. One of them died from a snake bite. The captain and the scribe died, and then the locals were looking after them. Like the Aboriginals would look after people. Like it happened a lot with the white explorers too. Later on.
If you could make a pyramid, you can make a boat. You know what I mean? Like once you subscribe to this idea, what's that?
Sorry, this would be dynastic Egyptians, and we're not sure if dynastic Egyptians built the pyramids.
Right. They did a lot of them. Look, the dynastic Egypts did a lot of amazing stuff. They were, particularly by the New Kingdom and the Ptolemaic period, they had a lot of capability. They were tremendously wealthy. They built like Karnak Temple. Sure, it's sandstone, but it's spectacular. They built some amazing stuff.
Karnak Temple.
Karnak. They embarked on they were a massive civilization that lasted a long time. I don't want to undersell what they were capable of.
Yeah, we're just comparing them to the goat.
Well, yeah, there's as capable as they were and as magnificent as they were, there's just a few things that are outside of their technological capability. And that one top left there is that red one, top left there. Yeah, that's one of them, yeah. So this is like these giant sandstone columns.
That's beautiful.
And that's all dynastic work. All those rams, there's dynastic work, these big pylons and walls are dynastic. They're huge structures. Like the Karnak Temple and Luxor Temple, they're amazing. I think they combine, like a lot of these structures combine both elements. It's like they built a temple on top of an older temple or an older structure that I think does stretch back to, these earlier times with these granite artifacts, the big obelisks and the single piece statues made from granite that show all these signs of precision. Like, I'm pretty careful about what I define as being this is definitely older, and to me it has to it's a couple things. It has to show the machining marks, right, from these advanced tools that we know weren't around or we can't explain. They have to show precision, symmetry, like anything, and we have to analyze it to look at that. You can't just look at it and go, I think that shows all this precision. Like we need to do more work analyzing these things to define that. And there's a bunch of objects we've done some of that for. And then I also think that anything over, say, 300 to 400 tons. I think once you get into those realms, I don't think you're moving those as a Bronze Age civilization. Certainly no one's demonstrated.
Why is that? Why is that weight?
Well, because and it fluctuates somewhere in there, I think, because it's not like when you as mass goes up, it's not like a linear difficulty scale that goes up with it, right? When you get into really large weights, material strength becomes an issue. You can't be using wood. You know, it's like this. The difficulty level ramps up.
Yeah.
And so, particularly once you get to like 1,000 tons or more, but there's plenty of stuff that I'd say I think your upper limit's probably 300 to 350 tons. You can. People have demonstrated, hey, we can move at 50 tons or 100 tons.
Right.
I think they could totally do it, but when you start scaling up to these big numbers, the obelisks and stuff, and particularly in the environments they are, like that obelisk in the quarry, man,
It's just
1,200
insane.
tons.
What's that called?
It's Aswan Quarry, ASWAN. I have a picture of it in my directory, but you can look it up. Aswan Quarry, an obelisk. And it's 1,200 tons. It's made from granite. It's in a granite quarry. It's literally in a granite mountain on an angle that there's no room to move this thing, but somehow they carved it out and they, you know what, we're going to pick this thing up, lift it up 30 feet, and then move it across this rocky, mountainous environment and somehow transport it somewhere.
So this was an obelisk that was never completed.
It was never completed, right? It's
And how do we know it was an obelisk and not just some other type of?
It's shaped like an obelisk.
What the fuck? That's twice in a row. Like, what's going on?
It's roughed out. Like they would often do this. They would almost like leave a sacrificial layer of stone around the outside of stuff for shipping, and
Right.
then they would finish stuff on the sides.
Interesting. And they finish it. That's really
Yeah, they never detached it from the bedrock. I mean, so it's still attached to the bedrock. There's stones of this size in Baalbek and Lebanon.
And this is similar to the present obelisk that we see that are still erected.
This is way bigger.
Oh, this is way bigger.
Yeah, some of the other, I think the biggest other obelisk might be 400, 500 tons, something like that.
But those are still solid
Still
pieces.
single piece of granite standing.
Oh, wow.
That we know. Well, and there's rumors in history of an Old Kingdom obelisk at a site called Abu Ghraib. We know, and actually, that it is acknowledged it's not a pyramid. It looks like a pyramid. It's actually the base for what would have been a massive obelisk. But it's all gone. They just think it's been quarried. And
Yeah, of course.
up, so.
Now, the hieroglyphs that we all know now from Egypt, you know, like the guy standing, are any of those, do they tell a story
Yeah,
of
what does
how
that mean?
these pyramids could have been made?
What is that?
I don't know.
Did they tell a story of how the pyramids could be made? Were they made by the dynastic Egyptians?
There's very little actually about the pyramids. That's the funny thing. There's no depictions or scenes that really show them ever building those pyramids. There are depictions in the tombs of the nobles of them showing them making mud bricks. Because after those stone pyramids, you got to remember, like that's one of the crazy things about those stone pyramids, is that they're the first pyramids ever made. Like it went step pyramid straight to like, what was it, Doom, and then the bent pyramid, red pyramid, great pyramid, second pyramid, third pyramid. Like they're the first pyramids. These are the most precise and giant structures. After that, they kept making pyramids according
just
to
got
the
shittier and shittier.
It just they're all made from mud brick, like
And
these
to your
little mud
point-
bricks, and they're all eroding. But they do talk about building those. They don't really talk about building any of the pyramids. And in fact, there's a little tomb around at Gyges. There's an we like to take people there and show them the inscription. It says, "This guy was the overseer of the pyramid city." He didn't say it. It's very careful grammar. It says he wasn't the overseer of like the pyramid builders. It was the
building of the
pyramid
pyramid.
city. It was the city that sprung up around the pyramids.
As if the city was, or the pyramids were already there.
It's as if the pyramids were already there.
He was
That's
the
just-
overseer of the land. And that would also support your theory if there's there's hieroglyphics, but none of them building the most impressive thing theoretically they've ever built.
Yeah.
They have hieroglyphics and building a less impressive one though.
That's right. So, and that's typically what gets you. So you see the same thing. For example, there's a depiction of them moving a statue, a big statue. It showed up briefly earlier, and it's like, well, see, this is how they move the big statues. It's like, wait, this depiction is of a statue that we know part of it still exists. It weighed about 56 tons. There's 180 guys here, and that statue's made of calcite. It's not made of granite. You can't use that to explain how they might have moved a 1,000-ton object. You know, you can move a 56-ton object with a bunch of guys dragging it on a sled.
Like, why?
Good luck trying to do that with 1,000 tons.
Yeah.
And so it's like that's.
Couldn't they have just gotten more guys? Is that possible? If they got a city of men.
No. I don't think, not with 1,000 tons. The frictional coefficient you'd have to overcome.
It's like actually.
You just dig it into the ground. Your wooden sled that you're sitting on this thing's going to explode. They didn't have access to the wheel, according to them. Like there's no depictions of them using the wheel back then. So it's like, and then you've got to get it across places like this, where it's like literally mountains. There's a lot of this stuff, and I think they use the Nile because Aswan's on the Nile. But there's tons of granite artifacts that aren't like rose granite from Aswan they're like a black granite or a diorite, and there's these other quarries that are way out in the eastern desert, like nowhere near the river. You're talking hundreds and hundreds of miles across mountains and valleys, and like it's a whole other logistical
It's also
issue.
possible that there were like other river systems that existed back then.
Maybe. There's not a lot of evidence for it in terms of you sort of see something there, but yeah, the Nile's been there for a while.
Yeah, I saw one video, it was a random video on YouTube about them floating the blocks up the Nile, not on boats itself.
Bladders and things.
Yeah. So, I mean, even that is just really tricky, but that makes more sense than loading it onto some like rickety little ship and having that hopefully not capsize. Yeah.
It's an exercise I want to do. Particularly at the quarry, they do say, well, see this area here, this is the harbour where they loaded these ships. I'm like, we have examples. Briefly, it came up here, there's the Russian thunderstone. So it's a giant 1,500-ton stone they moved in like the 1800s from Finland to Russia. Part of that was across water. And they had to make a huge barge to put this thing on, massive. And then they had to tie up warships on either side of it to keep it balanced. This massive thing. And you're talking about this harbour that's like 2 times the width of that obelisk, and you say you're going to put a ship in there? Can you even get a ship that's going to displace enough water to take 1,200 tons and have its centre of gravity in the right place, or it doesn't just go, which is probably what would happen if you tried? I just don't think you could fit any ship in there that would be even close to big enough.
Sorry, can we take like 2 minutes so I can pee?
Listen, let's just discredit everything that you've just said.
Okay.
Do you believe in giants?
I think there's a lot of evidence for it, yes. I've had this discussion with Hugh Newman, who's big into it, and I'm like, man, show me one bone. I mean, show me one bone, you know.
Didn't they find some in America? Wouldn't they find these like...
Lots of reports of that, but there's no bone. Like, I honestly... There's nothing that you can go see. Now, there's some legitimate stuff involved with the giant. I've since learned, since I said that to him, and he was like, oh, actually... But so the Smithsonian has admitted to... There is some documents where they talk about having them. They say they don't have them anymore. I don't... what happened was it's this, divine... precedence of the human species. So we had this attitude in Victorian eras where we were the superior version of humans. Like, there's no one above us. So when we found evidence for bigger, stronger humans, there was some motives to try and cover that shit up. So I think that might be at the origin of some of these stories. Now, that attitude doesn't really exist anymore. So I'm like, who cares if we find giant bones? Like, we'd add it in. We have Gigantopithecus. Like, we've just added to our fossil species, in my opinion.
Sorry, how big are we talking?
Well,
what's Gigantopithecus?
Just like one of the previous hominids. It's like a Homo Gigantopithecus. It's like one of our cousins in the Homo series, the Homo species. Yeah, like a Neanderthal. But there's Gigantopithecus, and he was 10 feet to like giant, massive walking monkeys like these things.
Oh, just a monkey that walked on.
Yeah, trying to get into this blackie is like 3 meters tall. Yeah, like an ancestor. We'd probably add in a giant to like our species somehow. I don't think it'd be a huge deal.
Come on, they didn't name it Blackie.
There
Come
seems
on.
to be plenty of evidence for it. Put it that way.
What did you just say, Akash? Were you just asking?
How big were they?
Yeah.
I mean, 9, 10 feet or 3 meters, something like that is I think the realms of possibility. Some people go a lot further than that with some of the giant talk.
Now, are the giants the same as those like weird kind of like conic shaped skulls you find on some of the
I can't believe it's called Blackie.
Yeah. Is that from the way that they're wrapped, or is that...
So there is some... So that is skull binding is the term. Is get their babies and do skull binding. That is a thing that does happen, but that doesn't explain all the elongated skulls we've seen, because even with skull binding, you're not changing the volume of the brain. Right? It's just squished into a different shape.
Yeah.
But we found some examples of elongated skulls that have bigger brain pans, like bigger volumes of brain. So it's not a result of skull binding, of cranial binding.
Whoa.
So there does seem to be some other version of humans that could have been involved. I actually do think that. It doesn't necessarily, if you go with the whole ancient civilization thing, it doesn't have to be Homo sapien. Like, I think we've found the Denisovans, like this is an emerging area of complexity for us now. There's all these other species of hominids that are coming out. You've heard of the Denisovans, the Denisovans?
No.
So there's a whole new species that they've found, basically from a pinky bone, by the way. Not a lot more evidence for it than that, but there's a whole other subspecies of essentially human, cousins or hominins, from the Denisova cave, that we don't know much about. And we know that, for example, the Neanderthals had bigger brains than us.
Yeah.
We don't know much about them. Like they're built like brick shithouses compared to us. They could have lived for much longer than us. They could have communicated in other methods. Like, I think if you go back far enough in time, it may not have just been us building stuff. Some of these other species could have been responsible too.
Wait, Neanderthals had bigger brains, were stronger, just better versions of us. How'd they die out? I thought we killed them.
Yeah, I think, well, that's the mainstream story.
I think
Like
fire
why?
was one of the things we had that was really effective. I read this in Sapiens, and obviously I forgot it.
Yeah.
And then also communication, and the tribe and the herd that we have through communication, and apparently gossip is something that really binds humans together. Our language.
Oh, so we could organize a little better than the Neanderthals. Neanderthals were a little bit more ape-like.
Yeah, they didn't have the vocal box, like the construction. We don't think that they could talk. But we don't really know, and who knows if there was other methods of communication with other versions of these species. We don't know. But yeah, that's what they say. We hunted them out with group tactics, but I mean, you wouldn't take one of these dudes on one-on-one. I mean, it's bone densities like broomsticks to axe handles. Like they were on a scale in the same way like a chimpanzee. The powder weight is so much superior to us. That's what the Neanderthals were like compared to us as well. Like their muscle attachment points and their bone density and their geometry was far superior to ours. They'd rip your head right off if they wanted to.
So you think that the pyramids could have been built by what did you call them, a hominid?
Hominid, potentially some other hominid species. I think
a human ancestor.
Potentially.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
Let's
that's what I was
grow
thinking about
up.
giant humans. I was like, could it just be Neanderthals? But I guess
Could
they're
be.
not that much taller.
Well, there's a few things. So the rumors of giants is a thing. Like you have a lot of that in parts of the UK. You get a lot of that in Native American legends and the mound builders and all of that.
And
That's
even biblical history, right?
biblical history with giants. Yeah, Patagonia. There is.
What makes someone a giant? That's the thing. Like, so much could get lost in translation.
Potentially.
I mean,
It's a relative term. It's inherently relative.
Yeah.
Like someone being a giant just means like they're bigger than most people I see.
Exactly. So if you're part of a tribe, everybody's around like 4.5 feet, and then you go to like the Sudan, you see somebody 6'6", you're like, these motherfuckers are giants.
Yeah.
Right? In the same way that like a cyclops might have been some guy who got his eye fucking poked out, and all of a sudden there's these one-eyed people, yada yada yada. So yeah,
It is. They do describe it. If you go, it's not just individuals either. It is actually like a group of people. Like they're described as a type of people in a lot of these myths and legends and stories and depictions. It is a bit. It's not. Yeah, I understand you have individuals that are potentially giants, but
no,
they
I'm
do
saying,
describe
like,
it.
There are certain cultures. There are certain cultures that are just taller than others, and certain that are shorter to this day.
Yeah,
so would we describe them as giants now?
Dunno.
Maybe not, but and obviously things are going to get exaggerated through time.
Sorry, this is not your giant theory, but I was going over your stuff. But you have an interesting theory on aliens.
Ah, okay. We want to go. Well, I mean, I don't invoke aliens for any of the ancient civilization stuff, but I'm like pretty convinced. I mean, I think it's a mathematical certainty that other life exists in the universe.
But you said it was humans that have left the planet, correct?
Oh, you're
Did
on
I
this
say
one?
this? Is this on the Concrete Podcast?
Yeah.
It's possible. Well, this is, and there's some other people. It's an interesting theory. I wouldn't say it's my theory, but yeah, it is. It is possible. You analyze some of the historical accounts that there may have been an exodus, and some of this may have even been depicted in some of the Egyptian temples and in stories. That it could be taken in that light. That yes, there may have been a branch of humanity in the past that left.
So if
would that be the first? Oh yeah. Okay, go.
If we're having fun, pre-Younger Dryas, some humans could have escaped Earth.
Yep.
And that's why alien civilization or alien technology is so much more advanced. It's just these humans from pre-Younger Dryas that built the pyramids who got the fuck out, and now we started over.
We're
so
just
they
the
have this
dummies.
massive head start.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just the guys who left and had to start over, and they're out. They have all their technology.
Think about it like this: they saw the fireball coming.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, we're not part of this. We're going. We're going to get the F out of here. Maybe we'll come back when the weather's nice again.
That's the crazy part. Is only some of them made it off too.
Yeah.
The rest of them just had to wear that shit.
Yeah.
They did. Yes.
Fuck.
Yeah. You want to win the lottery in that case? It's like, all right. What's your social security number?
Do you think that's the obsession with space travel now? You think that Elon and some of these guys, they know that it's only a matter of time before a comet comes, and they just want to be ready to be out there?
Elon is interesting in that he does seem to have this awareness of these ice ages and cataclysms and stuff. And I'm sure, look, we're getting better at it. Like, we are. We did the DART mission recently. You see that? Where we fired off a probe and actually tried to deflect like a
Oh, yeah.
we just moved it like a 15th of a degree or whatever. And enough to think, all right, theoretically, we could probably do something about this. So we're starting to put some resources towards it. People do understand it. Back when there was Space Force and Colonel Matt Lohmeyer was running it, he was going to get Randall Carlson in to talk to those guys about catastrophism. So I'm sure people are looking at it, yeah. And I guess that's the long-term goal for some of the space guys. I don't know.
I mean, shit, that makes sense. If it happens this regularly and it's this catastrophic, why would we not, put some resources toward it?
Yeah. I mean, the whole alien thing, though, it's like, I don't think we need it to justify the stuff in the past. What Bob Lazar said on Rogan was interesting. One of the things he said was, well, one of the aircraft came from an archaeological dig. So it's possible this stuff's been going on for a long time. I don't see why not. It's an awful lot of space and time out there, for that overlap to happen. We kind of think of things in our long term is the span of a human life. It's not very, and in terms of the rest of the universe, it's nothing. It's got
a blink,
billions of years and almost infinite distances, and to have two civilizations kind of peak and cross over and match each other it would be a coincidence, but mathematically it's almost certain that life exists, right? The Kepler missions, when they did that and they started to look at where they found planets in the Goldilocks zone around stars. They started to analyze the shadows in front of stars, and they could determine the distance of some of these planets, and they thought they wouldn't find them very much, but then the numbers went up exponentially. It's like planets are in Goldilocks zones everywhere. So,
and if you could explain the Goldilocks zone.
Well, it's the distance where a planet's orbiting like a habitable solar system with a sun that works for us, and you're in basically a zone where liquid water can exist.
Yeah.
Right, because you're either too hot and it boils off, or you're too cold and it's just rock hard. And so there's a little Goldilocks zone like where Earth is, where you have liquid water, and everything we know about life is, requires that as a basis for it, and then whatever else takes place to start life and evolution. And I mean, if they find one skerrick of bacteria or something on Mars, or even something else in this Titan, for example, in this solar system, I mean, that's case closed. If you find life in more than one body in one solar system, it's everywhere.
Forget it.
It's got to be everywhere. So,
are you interested in Antarctica at all, in terms of geological research and pyramids and things like that? I know that there's a big looming conspiracy regarding Antarctica, where people can't go and visit. It's super restricted and cut off, and it's blocked on Google Maps in a lot of places. So I'm curious if you have thoughts on that.
You can go to, if you want to go skiing in Antarctica or go climb mountains, you can. There's like a summer camp. You can fly down there and do that stuff. It just costs a fortune. I am interested in it, and I do think that that's actually a potential zone for investigation for a remnant of if there was anything left of, say, a builder culture. I think Antarctica is one of those places we should look. We know parts of Antarctica have had ice on them for a very long time, like 1 million years. But there's also some weird shit that comes down from ancient maps. There's one of these evidences. It's like this fragment of advanced knowledge. We talked about longitude earlier, right? There are ancient maps that were made, like the Piri Reis map's a good example, made by a Turkish admiral named Piri Reis in the 1500s. He drew it from a collection of older source maps that he got from the Library of Alexandria that are now all lost to us. So we don't have the source maps. We have his map, which is a collection of other maps. But parts of it show both very accurate longitude, and it also maps the coastline of Queen Maud's Land in Antarctica super accurately. And that today is under the ice. It's like a mile of ice or something. And this was confirmed by the US Air Force geological map group in the 1960s. There's a professor named
come on,
Hapgood,
man.
is it John Hapgood? But Charles Hapgood worked with the US Air Force and these guys the topographical department to confirm that's the explanation for this part of the map. It's the coastline of Antarctica and what's under the ice. And that map also shows rivers and trees and things. So it's there's little fragments that come down of what the world may have looked very differently in the past.
I mean, just the idea that it's happened.
Oh man, that was so
500
fast.
years ago seems pretty surprising.
Well, I don't think it was 500 years ago. So this is the thing. So Piri Reis
he was using maps from.
He was using ancient maps.
Yeah.
Yeah, that may have been redrawn from other ancient maps. It's like there's a couple other maps like the Oronto-Phineas map. It's another one. It shows like America and Antarctica and Australia and continents before they were ever technically discovered. And they show very accurate longitude, whereas the parts that are drawn by the sailors of the time are all over the place. The accuracy is horrible. So it looks like, and the pyramid shows this as well, we were solving some of these problems like longitude way back in the past, and we get these little tidbits of information that get transmitted down through time. One's in architecture, another one seems to come through these ancient maps, which again, they're all comprised of bits from older maps that are all gone now. So it's like, it's like little tiny bits of information. But it all seems to point to, like, we had some pretty significant capability back in the day.
And military power as well. That's the other thing that I'm very interested about. Like, it seems like most of our society, a lot of the advancements come out of military, where we have these big wars, and then we are able to sort of democratize all that technology into society, and it gets dispersed. Do you find that these societies had advanced militaries in the same way? And these tools, I'm sure if they can build a pyramid, they can also be used to cut off a bunch of people's heads.
Potentially, yeah. I don't see any evidence for that. And Graham Hancock he does definitely think that this civilization may have functioned differently to ours and had different values and systems. I don't know. I think if it's human, I have a hard time thinking we get away from our nature.
Yeah.
Right.
And our nature, to be honest, is nature's nature. Like it's one of the reasons when you get like alien stuff, I'm like, don't yell in the jungle, bro.
Yeah.
Like we're in the jungle and we're transmitting the shit out there. Like don't. Yeah. We should
it's
be.
Not gonna be
careful.
good. We're not gonna be besties,
dude. Look at the top of the food chain in air, sea, on the ground. What's it involved? It involves a lot of violence. You don't stand for competition. You eradicate your competition. It's nasty. Like nature's violent. What makes you think any other life out there is going to be benevolent? We aren't, right?
So these space programs that are just blasting radio signals, or sending capsules with depictions.
Yeah, we're peaceful. This is us. Careful what comes back at you. I don't know. It's just like yelling in the jungle. I'm not sure. I think if we know that. Look at nature on this planet. That's all I'm saying. Like at the top of the food chain, it's savage, and we're a representation of that too in a lot of ways.
Ben, anything else before we wrap this up? This has been amazing.
Thank you.
I have one
had a
question.
lot of fun.
Last question. Have you come across any piece of information or anything that made you question what you believe?
Ooh, great.
I've certainly come across stuff that's refined what I've been thinking. Like it's changed my opinion on certain things, but I can't say look. And my whole perspective on this, like ancient civilization that's lost with a high tech whatever. That's a great way of saying it. I still think it's the best explanation for the evidence that we have. I'm willing to have my mind changed, and if at the end of the day, getting to those answers and investigating these topics means I'm proven wrong, I'm fine with that. I kind of want to get to the truth of it. Yeah, like I've learned stuff about different sites. I've learned things about the Serapeum and some of the boxes and stuff that's changed my opinion on some of those. Here and there, but it's more a refinement than anything else. I really do think that when you look at all these vectors, right, the scientific work, the human timeline, our own history, cataclysm, the stuff that's in all of the religious tales, the ancient maps, the connection with these architecture and all of this advanced knowledge, then you look at the stonework and the evidence for high tech, I just think the best explanation for that when you put it all together is this idea that our history is a bit longer and more complicated than we've thought it was. What that actually looks like, I don't know. Like I don't really claim to know how the stuff was done or what it looked like. I'll speculate, but I still think it's the best explanation for what we're seeing. And again, but I'm willing to have my mind changed. Like for sure the dynastic Egyptians and other civilizations.
Come on,
I'm
game.
not saying all of that's
Like,
bullshit.
come
They were there,
on,
they did
game.
stuff, they worked on stuff. They
That
were great.
stupid
They achieved
fucking
a lot,
game.
but you can't explain everything that we see in history by the Inca or the dynastic Egyptians. Something else is going on, and it's an interesting story. I'm personally fascinated by it. I think it means something for us as a civilization if we can come around to this idea with this and with cataclysm. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's to me it's endlessly fascinating, but I think it actually means something to us as a species if we can figure it out too.
Do you think we do?
We do figure it out? I'd love to say yes in my timeline. I've got some hope for the next generation I don't know what shape that answer takes. You know, is it when the academics say yes, or the textbooks change? Because to some degrees, like the nature of the discourse has changed.
Yep.
Like, do we even need to have this in textbooks anymore? But I think a lot of people can evaluate the landscape and they can figure it out and make up their own mind. That said, I do have hope for the next generation, because I've been contacted by a lot of students and people that will be the next generation of academia and the establishment, and I think they're being forced to deal with guys like Graham Hancock and Schock and Boval, the stuff in the books and all of this evidence, and that's why I'm really hopeful for things like what we did with the vase scan. It's a super nerdy technical topic, but I genuinely think it's game changing. Like, this is hard data you cannot refute, and you cannot say, you literally have to go and prove that you can do this by hand.
Right.
I think it shatters the whole
Honestly, maybe.
primitive tools story, which in turn then has this domino effect on all the assumptions and what we think was going on in the ancient time. So I'd like to say, yeah, I hope we figure it out. I hope we at least change and open our mind, because ultimately we need to look at this stuff with an open mind. We're going to learn things too. That's the other thing.
100%.
We might actually learn stuff from it. We might find out something about technology or something that we don't understand today. So, yeah, ultimately that's what I hope. It's just like we open up our minds, we can investigate this stuff and try and figure it out.
Awesome. Brother, thank you so much.
Cheers, man.
Everybody go
So much
check
fun.
out Uncharted X. This is Ben's YouTube channel. He has tons of pieces on there. You're doing interviews. You're doing like these in-depth pieces on certain sites. I watch a bunch of them. They're great. And check out his episode with Rogan and obviously all the other cool stuff he's got. You do tours as well, right?
Yeah. So I love taking people to these places. Going to Turkey in a couple of weeks here. Egypt later this year.
Nice.
It is good fun. Cosmic Summit's coming up too in June. We're doing a big conference. Randall Carlson, Graham Hancock over in Asheville. Live streams available for that one. It'll be fun.
Awesome.
We have a lot of scientists for that one too, so we're
Great.
trying to bring it together.
Awesome. Stoked. Thank you so much for being here.
Cheers, man.
Peace.
Well, thank you guys for coming back. It's great. I don't know if this is the first like in-person podcast that you guys have both been a part of or not, but it's
well, together, yeah, I think, right?
I think so. We've done them virtually, but
Yeah.
together, yeah.
In the same actual room.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Yeah, in the room. I know you've been on a bunch of Ben's podcasts before.
Yeah.
We've been in the same room before, but not combining that with a podcast.
Been in the same room.
We have.
We've done podcasts together, but this is the first time doing a podcast together in the same room.
I love it.
Now, is this is not the room we did last time?
This is the same room.
It is.
Yep, same room.
Okay.
So how's it feel to get censored by Joe Rogan?
It was a relief because, well, it's kind of a long story.
I know he didn't. People listening, he didn't really get censored by him. The video, you guys just decided not to publish it for some reasons.
Well,
but there was a lot of people that were going crazy about it.
Yeah, a couple of reasons. One reason was, well, first of all, let me just give you a little background on this. I had been on Rogan with Graham Hancock, and the question of what kind of energy technology may the ancient cultures might they have been using, if any. And I don't remember exactly. I think maybe Graham or Rogan, Joe looked at me, kind of deferred to me, and I kind of mentioned offhand that, you know, I had an idea what it may have been. And before we went in, Graham and I had discussed that we were not going to get into the whole energy dimension of talking about ancient cultures and stuff, because for one thing, that's a little bit outside of Graham's purview. He's looking at artifacts and I mean, he's looking at different kind of evidence, but the question is hovering over always. And I think it had come up to the question had come up to, you know, the quarrying of and transport of these great stones. And you know, I mean, Ben will address that, I'm sure, in our conversation today. the growing evidence that they did have some kind of, the ancient peoples did have some kind of a technology that has been lost. Okay, so I just kind of dropped an offhand remark that, I kind of thought I had some ideas along that lines, and instantly Joe honed in on that and insisted I talk about it. And I didn't intend to talk about it because I felt at the time what I knew and what I had learned, to talk about it would have been premature. Because that's the way I like to vet things before I start talking about it, like I know what the hell I'm talking about, right? So, anyways, Joe kind of pressed the issue, and so I kind of got into it a little bit, and then he asked me if I would come back to talk about it in greater detail. And I think, and I said sure, and I think I went back in November of last year. But in the interim, a couple of things happened. As a result of what I did disclose on Joe's show, I mentioned Malcolm Bendel, the inventor, that I had been having a dialogue with at that point for about 7 years, while he had been building and testing prototypes, and explaining to me the science and ideas behind it, right? So when I first talked to him, I was like, okay, sounds interesting, but I don't know. I don't have the command of the science to really determine whether this is legitimate or not. So over the course of the years, I learned additional things, and I had a conversation with an Australian author named Roland Perry, also an investigative reporter, who actually wrote a book about Malcolm. He did probably one of his most famous books is his biography of Mel Gibson. So I had a long conversation with him on the phone, and as a result of that, I kind of came away, well, it sounds like this is legitimate. Now, this guy, Malcolm, that I've been talking to, it sounded like he had led a pretty interesting life and was, like a lot of geniuses, somewhat eccentric. But what I learned was, and I'm not going to get into the specifics of this, is that he got caught up in some scandals in the 90s and early 2000s based upon the fact that he had been his background was in geochemistry, and he was an oil prospector, and he discovered an oil deposit that was coveted by one of the mainstream energy companies, and he held a license to the drilling rights, and they wanted that license. So what they did was embarked on a campaign to scare away any potential investors. So they bribed politicians, they bribed journalists to basically concoct a smear campaign. And because of his background, there was food that they could take and exaggerate and take things out of context, just like they've done to so many, like they've done to Graham Hancock, when he came out with Ancient Apocalypse. I don't know how much you saw in the mainstream a treatment of Ancient Apocalypse, that Graham was being portrayed as a white supremacist, a racist, a conspiracy monger, all of this stuff. This is what they do. When you go out, you step outside the approved narrative, they start throwing it at you. They're doing it right now to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., trying to paint him as a complete nut job because he's questioned the efficacy of vaccines, and you're not allowed to do that. If you do, and the approach is always not looking at specifically what you say and what data, what facts, what evidence you bring forward, but it's all character assassination. So there had been this whole slew of this stuff that had come out in the 90s, early 90s and early 2000s as a result of this whole episode. The upshot of it was that the board of directors of this particular energy company ended up resigning because they got caught in the scandal.
One of the big oil companies?
One of the big oil companies, yeah. So as a result of that, Malcolm was so fed up with the politics and all of that he decided that he was going to shift gears and go back to what he had been working on literally since he'd been in high school, which was alternative energy based upon the control of plasma, which is the fourth state of matter after solid, liquid, gas. You have plasma. And plasma has extremely interesting properties to it. So, the bottom line was this. Malcolm actually came to America. And one of the purposes he came here was, among several reasons, but one of the reasons was he was going to tutor me in the science and the technology. So we spent several months. I worked with my colleague Brad Young, who I've done a lot of. Ben knows him well. We've been doing research together, traveling, organizing tours and all this. And Mike Robertson, who is the CEO of HowTo.com, where you will now find a whole lot of this stuff dealing with plasma technology. So the three of us worked with Malcolm, developed a 243 slideshow. Then Malcolm proceeded to do a lecture series discussing what we had built on this slideshow over something like 10 hours of lectures. Okay. Now this came after, but so he was here. I was scheduled to go on to Joe Rogan, and so myself, Brad Young, George Howard, who is he's one of the, I would say, primary people in the cosmic research team. Yep. He does the website Cosmic Tusk, and he's been in the forefront of studies about the Younger Dryas, catastrophism, and all of this. He rode out there with us. Another fellow that kind of is an assistant to me. We went out there together. I went on Joe's, and Malcolm came with. Before we went on the show, I asked Joe if because Joe wanted me to talk about the science, and I thought, okay, here I've got the guy himself, and he's going to be able to really get into a much more explicit and accurate discussion of the science than I'm going to be able to. So I called up Joe before the interview, and I said, just so happens the inventor is here. What do you think about inviting him on, and we can talk about the technology and the science and what is a plasma and so on. And he said, sure. Okay, so now in the interim, Jamie, who's Joe's producer, he started looking, found all of this stuff from, several decades ago that was part of this smear campaign. And just like if 10 years from now somebody's going to, okay, who's this guy Graham Hancock? Or who is this guy? And they pull up, oh, this guy's a white supremacist. He's a racist. He's out there promoting, conspiracy theories and all of this kind of stuff. There's a whole list. And if you go back through the list of these inventors and scientists that have worked on these kinds of things, all the way back to Nikola Tesla, you see that there's a repeating pattern of suppression, of discrediting, of character attacks, all of that kind of stuff, right? So as we walk in to sit down, Jamie has just dumped this pile of stuff in front of Joe, and Joe is looking at it, right? Well, so my priority and goal, which was to talk about the science, at that point completely got derailed for the most part. And it got into the politics, the scandals, the conspiracy theories. And if it ever does get aired, you'll hear that I'm constantly trying to steer it back to the science. I had put together a slideshow, and, and it kind of went back and forth. And Malcolm got, defensive because Joe kind of went into attack mode, which, had there been merit to this, would have been a valid thing to do. But so and then in the course of it, there was several comments made that really kind of encroached upon a territory that was being covered under non-disclosure agreements. That was part of it. Part of it was just the emphasis on politics. And as it's going on, I'm kind of like shaking my head and going, oh, this is not where I wanted this thing to go. I wanted to talk about plasma technology. We're talking about all this other stuff. So at the end of it, we, adjourn. Joe catches me on the way out, and he says, hey, would it be okay with you if I didn't air this right away, if I spent some time vetting it? And I said, for me, it was yes, that's fine. It was almost like a relief to me that this was not, because I knew it was going to completely derail the conversation and the discussion.
Yo, what's up, Elusive? How are you, broski?
And then he also
Thanks,
asked
man.
me if I would come back on just
I
myself.
duped 24.
I said sure, I would.
I'm pretty frustrated about that.
In my mind, I
thought
wanted
it was
to get
23.
a better grip on the technology so I could talk about it knowledgeably. And also, I knew
Pretty
that there
frustrated.
was testing.
I think I'm out of gas, man.
Was in the pipeline, and there was going to be.
I
some
was
major
really
testing
locked
going
in,
on.
but man, I think I'm out of
Let's wait
gas.
until the testing is complete, and then the testing will
Dumb
objectively show
24.
whether or
So
not
dumb.
the technology is real, whether it's legitimate, or so on. And now the testing is ongoing right now.
We're doing well though. We're
Ben
pacing
made a reference
23.
to what happened at the Tesla Tech conference in Albuquerque a few weeks ago.
What's up, man? Thanks for being here.
I mean, you've edited that pretty. What did you?
Yeah, well, there are a couple things to say. I mean, I
Yeah,
feel
like
like
I was locked in, but I don't know
I've had a
anymore.
chance to meet him, but I've been intensely interested in hearing about the technology.
Yeah,
and
first one.
particularly
Thanks,
its
buddy.
relationship to things like it seems to have some
It's
problems with
heartbreaking
geometry, and
level.
we can get into some of those topics, but you know, I've heard similar things where you talk about his reputation or the fact that he's been set up, and there's dirt.
Yeah, man, we got an HD capture
online if you
card
search
now.
for him, and certainly just through social media and other
Streaming
people,
in
I've had people reach out to
8500
me that are worried about
kbps.
you and your association with him. My response
See, that
to
down
most of
C
that
is getting better.
is usually like,
I'm
well,
using down C on that
you know,
second
people
cam.
can be eccentric, and genius often is eccentric, right? There's very rarely do you see like geniuses and people that, whether they're right or wrong, kind of have ideas that change the world. It doesn't seem common that they're just like regular, normal people. Nikola Tesla's a great example. I mean, he was more or less pretty antisocial. Probably would be, you know, not received really well. He would feel really strange to have met in person. So, but you can separate.
Come on, man.
Kind of the man from the mission. And Randall mentioned this earlier, right? It doesn't just if he's eccentric or these things, you know, that there's dirt on it, or these things that have been said about him. It doesn't necessarily mean that he's wrong. You can separate those things. So I've personally been interested in kind of the technology and to find out, you know, let's get it tested. I've seen some of the theory. I've seen some videos of devices doing things, but there's always been the talk of the testing, and I've been talked to people that are involved in this. And then recently in Albuquerque at I think it was the Tesla convention. I wasn't there, but I've spoken to people who were, and I think you can find videos of it on YouTube. Malcolm was there. They brought a device. They had it hooked up to I think a 20 kilovolt generator. It had the whole thunderstorm thing attached to it, and there were a number of people
man. We're
there.
really
I mean,
close, dude.
You know, kind of an alternative.
Like, we're just so close, man.
Conference, and you typically have a lot of physicists and chemists and very qualified people that are interested in engineers that turn up. And there was a number of people with their own instruments, like spectrometers and gas analyzers, and they hooked it up to this device that's running off. You know, it's basically, as far as I understand it, there's a couple of different varieties of it, but one variety is one that is attached to a regular internal combustion engine. And they were seeing some, frankly, remarkable results just on the spot. And you can see this in, you know, on YouTube. There's been a couple other reports about it on the internet. But, you know, it's doing things like removing carbon monoxide from the exhaust. You're increasing a percentage of oxygen. In fact, potentially even producing net oxygen might be a result of this. But yeah, I mean, and the CO2 levels go down, plus your engine efficiency goes way up. It's kind of like a feedback loop that works in tandem with the engine.
Man.
So that to me is
23 is
very
really
interesting.
cooked.
And what I think it all needs is kind of, you know, third-party independent verification and testing, which is, I'm sure, something that's being pursued. So yeah, it was that Tesla conference and the data that came out of that was pretty interesting. And I mean, personally, technology aside, I'm interested in some of the theory behind it and its potential application as something that may not necessarily be a new discovery so much as a rediscovery. Because as Randall said, I'm fairly convinced that there's plenty of evidence that suggests there were some powerful tools and techniques and technologies being employed far in the past. I think it's the only way to explain some of the signatures we see in stone, some of the logistical achievements that have been made. And, you know, at the bottom line of what that means is that there must have been a power source to have this technology operate. So this is a potential candidate, I think. I don't know. That's
Congrats again on Frig Agent 23. It's pretty crazy.
This plasma technology,
pretty crazy stuff, man.
It's a possibility, but like, how much of a possibility is that this stuff is responsible for some of the moving?
It's crazy that you got it so fast.
Cutting some of these.
I mean, obviously it took you a long time, but like, I mean, relatively speaking.
Well, let me put it this way. Now that I've got a better grasp of what it is, the more I learn about it, the more it seems like it would be the prime candidate for an alternative technology, and a technology upon which an entire civilization could be based. Yes, that seems to me to become increasingly likely, because it is so ubiquitous. The whole idea of plasma technology in the fourth state of matter is real. And there have been a lot of scientists who've been studying it for decades, and so it's well-known phenomena, and it lends itself to all of these kinds of things that the alternative energy community and alternative ancient history community have speculated about. It seems to fill a lot of the gaps in that knowledge, and so ultimately it's going to be the testing and building of prototypes, and that's why Malcolm's got a nonprofit organization called the Strike Foundation. So they've applied for some patents, which are applications of the technology. I'll give you an example. A chimney scrubber that would be, on a coal-fired plant. So they've got a patent, right? But the basic principles are being put out for free access, with the idea to encourage people to take those principles and...
Like, that was amazing, that second cam. I didn't even see the second cam there.
We got somebody right now who's going to be attempting sort of a backyard mechanic who's going to be doing a retrofit of his car.
That was like perfect.
With the technology, and that's one of the applications. You can retrofit any kind of engine or generator that operates on fossil fuel, whether it's regular gasoline or kerosene or natural gas or diesel, and it'll have the same effect.
The data is out there. I mean, I was talking with George Howard the other day, and he's saying that people are building these. Like, if you go sit through the 10 hours of content, it's out there, and you have the skills to want to try and build one of these and use it as an application. You can, and as Randall said, the people are. I've seen a few different videos on YouTube of people building these or running these systems. So I mean, I know that the data is going out there, at least on the theory side, and it's contained in those 10 hours of lectures that are up on YouTube, I believe.
Yes, it is.
So it makes the engines, you said, twice as efficient?
About twice as efficient, yes.
So I guess like the problem would be figuring a way to scale it up, right?
They've scaled it up to a 400 kilowatt generator. So that's, industrial level.
And Malcolm said in one of his presentations that it all is based off of sacred geometry.
Well, yes, because, for example, the spheres are in the ratio of 4 to 3 to 2. And that's your fundamental number, 432. And the lengths of the pipe, the diameters of the pipe, all of these things are in those ratios that we get from the ancient canon of sacred numbers, which is interesting to me.
Wow.
Otherwise, they don't work as effectively if you don't use those particular ratios.
Okay. Now we're gonna do a whole separate podcast on this stuff and go like super deep into it. So I don't know if there's anything else that we should show for now, but I do want to sort of dive deep into the fundamentals of sacred geometry, because that's something that we did not cover on our first episode.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I think that's an excellent idea.
Can you give people a basic rundown, sort of an elevator pitch of what sacred geometry is and how it ties into prehistory? With a busy fall season already in swing, you might be looking for some wholesome, convenient meals for those jam-packed days. Factor, America's #1 ready-to-eat meal kit, can help you fuel up fast. With chef-prepared, dietitian-approved, ready-to-eat meals delivered straight to your door. It's a great way to save time, eat well, and stay on track with your healthy lifestyle. If you're like me and you're far too busy to always make sure you're eating well, that's where Factor comes in clutch. You can skip that extra trip to the grocery store, as well as all the prepping, shopping, and cleaning, and still get all the flavor and nutritional quality that you need. Factor's fresh, never frozen meals are ready to go in just 2 minutes. All you have to do is heat and enjoy, so you can get back to crushing your goals. Round up your meals and replenish your snack supply with an assortment of 45 plus add-ons, including breakfast items like their delicious apple cinnamon pancakes, bacon and cheddar egg bites, and potato bacon and egg breakfast skillets. Or for an easy wellness boost, try refreshing beverage options like cold pressed juices, shakes, and smoothies. Head on over to factormeals.com/DJP50 and use code DJP50 to get 50% off. That's code DJP50 at factormeals.com/DJP50 to get 50% off. Back to the show.
I watch some like big streamers and I see people use the HelloFresh coupon. I'm like, come on, man. Like, how are you actually doing this with your life? You cannot be using these food services. Like, come on.
That is, you don't find in Euclidean geometry so much. Euclidean geometry is your definitions, your axioms, your propositions and proofs and all of that. Well, all of that is part of sacred geometry, but in sacred geometry, we also get into
It's like, how do these companies even survive?
Symbolical meaning to the numbers. And the other part of it is that the sacred geometry, you don't even have to call it that, but what you do see is that across the spectrum of nature, all phenomena manifest geometry. So if you look at the molecular level, you'll see geometry at work. If you look at the cosmic or astronomical level, you'll see geometry at work. Look at the human level. You know, most people that are at least semi-educated about this kind of material know of the golden section, right? Also known as the divine proportion. You know, was used by Leonardo da Vinci and others going back to the Middle Ages.
The diagram of the human body.
Yeah, and the human body is a repository of the divine proportion, as it's been called, the golden ratio. And to put it simply, imagine that you have a line. This is the simplest two-dimensional manifestation of it. Draw a line, and now you divide that line into two parts. If you divide it in the middle, now both sides of that line are the same length. And it's a very static situation. Nothing really, you can't get any additional properties out of that you could use in processes of growth, for example. You need to have an asymmetry, because now as soon as you have the asymmetry, now you have, say if you have a line that's divided in the middle, that's very static. Artists know that, right? So in the sacred geometry, what you're doing is an asymmetrical division of a line in the one and only point where you create a proportional relationship between the length of the whole line, the longer segment, and the shorter segment. So in classes and lectures, I demonstrate this. It's much easier to grasp when you see it than just hearing about it. And I am actually in the process of creating a new level of sacred geometry courses, primarily aimed at the homeschool, the massively growing homeschool movement.
I don't know, I might sign off in like 9 minutes, I think. I'm going to sign off in 9 minutes.
Years of teaching these principles to homeschooling classes of kids from the age of typically 9 to 17.
Oh, wow.
Discovered that when you
Because like otherwise,
the ideas of sacred
I would
geometry,
just play
it becomes
forever.
100 times more interesting than just your standard boring proofs and propositions and things. So, but let's get back to that line.
Okay.
An asymmetrical line where the ratio of the small section to the large section is the same as the large section to the whole line. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have a line and you divide it asymmetrically and you
Wait,
call
why,
the
man?
long
That guard
length
every
A,
single time, man.
short length B, and the whole
come
length
on.
C. In this case, C is, if you picture, can be the sum, will be the sum of A plus B, won't it? Right? Okay, now let's go, we can take it either from the large to the small or the small to the large. Let's say the ratio of B over A is the same as A over C. The short is to the long as the long is to the whole, or the sum of the two. So you could say as short B is to long A is to A plus B. And that's the basic mathematical expression of the golden section. And then when you solve that, you find out that it has a value of 1.618, etc. It goes out forever, just like pi. Okay. Now that ratio is the ratio found ubiquitously
Like, I hate this
throughout
fucking game.
the natural world. Like I said, it's particularly associated with processes of growth. It's very much manifest in human anatomy. So, Danny, if you take your cubit, which is elbow to fingertip, right there built into your anatomy is the ratio I was just talking about. So hold up your forearm like this. Now feel around on your wrist, and you will find that there's a little space in your wrist joint. You can feel it. See, my thumb is in that space. It's called the space of desktop. Okay, so now imagine that line is your forearm from fingertip to elbow, and that asymmetrical division is marked by that space right there. So now look what you get. Small is to large, as the large is to your whole cubit, which is elbow to fingertip. So right there, it's right there. If you look at your fingers, you see, look at the digit of your middle finger, Danny. You start right here. You've got a joint right there. Now you'll notice the next joint is longer, isn't it?
Yes.
And then from the middle of your finger to your knuckle, that progression is in the golden ratio. So the small to the large is to the next larger, and then from there to the space of desktop, right? And then from there to your whole cubit. Now, do this. If you turn your forearm horizontal, and this is, you're standing on the floor, and this is the top of your head, then this space of desktop would coincide with your navel. So again, it's the scale invariant relationship, and those are just a few examples. You know, your navel is not the middle of your body.
Right.
However, when you're born, it pretty much is the middle of your body.
Like, why?
But as you grow into the divine proportion until you reach adulthood. Now imagine this. Think about the proportions of an infant. Now imagine if you took an infant with those proportions, the size of their head, the distance that their navel divides their body, and you enlarge that to the size of a full-grown adult, and you saw that person walking down the street, you would think they looked strange, wouldn't you?
A little bit, yeah.
Yes, you would. Well,
something from Game of Thrones.
So the thing is, you're growing into that ratio. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
And everybody deviates a little bit. Everybody deviates. Nobody's perfect. Although there have been studies looking at artist models and things like that. And, you know, the further away you deviate from it, the more, I guess you'd say, idiosyncratic, to use a polite term, that you look. And there have been studies done by artists and things looking at the proportions of the human face. Now, for example, if you do this, if you take, you make a rectangle, and you use the short length as the short side of a rectangle, and the long length is the long side. You now have a rectangle it's called a golden rectangle. That golden rectangle is frequently used
Like,
to frame
how did that not blow up the second camera? Like, why?
architecture, many things like that. Also, artists came to understand that the golden rectangle will perfectly frame the face, the height. Because you notice if your face was as wide as your head was tall, again, you would look strange.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
So, and then you can divide that rectangle. So if you think of this as a vertical rectangle.
Yeah, 3 more minutes and then I'm gonna read somebody.
Close your head into a vertical rectangle, golden rectangle. Then if you lop off a square, what's left is another golden rectangle. So the square defines your brow ridge, like this. From your chin to your brow ridge would be a square. What's left over up here is another golden rectangle. But you can subdivide the features of the face according to the golden ratio. So you find it in your height, in the division of your navel, you find it in your forearm. It's all manifest throughout the human body. But it's manifest in all realms of nature, particularly in growing things, and we find it in molecular. It's plays a very important role in the geometry of the DNA molecule.
Yeah, I mean, it's reflected in the spiral helix of DNA. If you take a cross section of the molecule, if you cut it and you look at that cross section, you'll find it reflected in that. So I like the golden ratios. I kind of think of it as a constant of our in our universe. It's a universal constant that, and you can go from the DNA. There's something that's the size of a
fucking
molecule
hate
or a
this
DNA
game.
helix, up to the structures of galaxies, and you'll also see in that spiral structure of galaxies the golden ratios reflected in that as well. So it's like a natural constant. It's in nature, it's in life, as Randall says. Like it's expressed in nature, particularly in things that grow. But it's also seems to be it seems to be a constant in the very fabric or construction of our universe. Like from the smallest levels to the very largest. So it's a kind of a fundamental principle of reality.
And what is this?
Well, this is a two-dimensional model of a section of a DNA molecule. And DNA is made up of these bases, these nucleotide bases, adenine, taurine, and you can see that they are a series of interconnected pentagons and hexagons. Well, your pentagons are a pure manifestation of the golden section. If you take a pentagon, which is a five-sided polygon, and you connect alternate corners, you get a pentagram. And the pentagram, if you look at it, it subdivides completely into the perfect golden ratios of the sides. So this is just, and this is one of the things I teach in my coursework, is how you find this geometry embedded in various things. So this is an example of your DNA molecule. So yeah, here's your organic nitrogenous base of the purines, and there's your pentagon. So it's like the geometry almost seems to be fundamental to the organization of the bases, the molecular bases. They use this geometry to build these molecular structures. And that's what you see right here. And the DNA is a great example. I don't know if I have the cross section here that
Okay, wow.
Yeah, so here's your Vitruvian man. And the Vitruvian man shows one application of the squaring of the circle, and the golden section is very much intrinsic to the solution of the squaring of the circle problem, which is one of the great classical problems of antiquity. And what I'm trying to show in this slide
Come on,
here
game.
is this idea that
Alright, that's the last fucking try for tonight.
your life is cosmic.
Run.
Within the past several decades, studies of meteorites that have followed
Like, it's just so moot.
the building blocks of
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it very much.
nuclear bases, which, as we have seen, organize themselves according to the union of pentagonal and hexagonal rings. Their presence in meteorites provides powerful confirmation of the hypothesis that life originated in space and was subsequently delivered to Earth through the agencies of comets and their meteoritic offspring. It demonstrates that life is cosmic in origin and confirms that geometry is fundamental to the generation, function, and propagation of life throughout the universe.
Okay, I think I've heard this. This is what they call panspermia, right?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
So this geometry, this understanding of geometry, and everything that's tied into it with mathematics, it doesn't seem like it's something that is practiced in any sort of building or any sort of technology that we use today. Is that right?
To some extent, I think architects are getting more hip to the use of it. Yeah, I definitely think that's happening. Because, if you look at the 20th century, pretty much you can follow the recovery of these principles. Going back to, one of the early, I think, researchers into this was Jay Hambidge, who was a designer, illustrator who discovered, he called it dynamic symmetry. And dynamic symmetry was a system that I think was very much in use by ancient cultures throughout the world. And dynamic symmetry links